All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 9th, 2026, and we have a very interesting day on our hands because everybody acknowledged the war. You did actually attack Iran last night. That is what Donald Trump decided to do. But as we come here into the morning, following all of the tension over the last 24, 48 hours, everyone's like, okay, well, they reacted. It's definitely a problem, but they're not going to want a long-lasting problem. And everybody started looking ahead, and they started buying chips because tomorrow is the SK Hynix IPO. So you're getting a little bit more of the back and forth tech software rotation. We'll see how that plays. We'll see how the other staples play out, or again, the other rotations, financials, healthcare, everything there. But we're getting ready for earnings. Banks kick it off next week. But the first month or first real week of July, man, a lot of seasonality. Threw some war stuff into the mix. And now for Friday Junior, people looking ahead for a very historic quarter, my friends. So, Chatadonia, we got an exciting day ahead. I hope you are ready for it. I hope you are locked and loaded. Last night. That is what Donald Trump decided to do. But my friends, before we begin, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country for real. God bless you and thank you. Thank you for your commitment, service to your fellow man that you have never met. I hope the long term can help. I hope everything we do here helps. I really do truly hope you all get long terms, but at the very least, I think we should honor y'all every day because we all enjoy that freedom. And for everyone else, man, I don't know if you think I'm trying to make you a warmonger. That is not what I want. I mean, you don't have to support a war. That's up to you, bro. But I truly believe you cannot take away the honor from those who have decided to serve and sacrifice so much for their country and fellow man that they have never met. So, veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you. Thank you for everything. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Horna. Oh, my goodness. Oh, a Friday Junior. Chad, are you ready? Are you ready? What time is it? Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, perfect time. We got 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So I got a couple of things to look at. Again, a lot of those Meta Broadcom headlines, them and their Irish trip. I mean, there's some winners and losers off of that. Going to be watching that. Again, Broadcom and Meta right off the open. Pepsi, Levi's, and Costco. These were the consumer earnings or updates. Costco didn't have earnings. They just gave an update, so watch out for that, though. But that's kind of your first early set of the consumers. But, yeah, Pepsi was in the middle. Levi's did good. They just had a high bar. Watch the biotechs, that AstraZeneca thing, pretty much caused 4 or 5% swings across, and I think even 120% sympathy. So watch out for that. Airlines, Delta next week, and then Meta on the chip. And then K-Web. A lot of people keep bringing it up. Some people are saying there is a opportunity to rotate into China if the chips do bad, but then at the same time, the China economic situation it's gotten even worse since pretty much a month ago. So keep an eye out for it. I'm not sold on it just yet, but we will see how it plays out with everything else, software, earnings, you name it. But other than that, my friends, we got 1 minute. Call out any plays. Don't pump on the homies. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a good time. If you need help, you need anything, let me know. Get your long term. And get some Jesus. How about the Jesus? No? No? Okay. Game time.
I cap needs Jesus.
Listen, man. Just go back to bed. If these don't hype you up before the bell, just go back to bed. It's Friday, Junior. Good morning.
He wants to fight you,
man. Amen, baby. All right, 20 seconds. Getting ready. Make the long term go. Buko. They hate AI art. Cause it's not really art. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. So yeah, Korea chips are up again. I mean, you could already see Baba and a couple of China names. And watch, Meta's already opened up down 3. So again, even remember yesterday, your Mag 7 did not play along. And once again, to start off this morning, they are all down. So chips are up by 3.5. Software's down 1.8. Literally all of the Mag 7. I think the lowest one is 0.5, unless Google came up. No, even Google's down by 1.7. So there's Dell, CoreWeave. Again, a lot of chips off the open. Even a little bit of China. They hate AI art. And then again, Pepsi. So Pepsi was a weird earnings. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was literally like right in the middle. They beat, then they missed on some metrics. Some geographies did better. Some did worse. They were moving way more pre-market. Let's see. Yeah, that's why. So you have a $10 range on Pepsi right now. And that, again, just opened. Kimberly stick down. Yeah, Staples gap down. That's why I said the annoying part of this rotation, or at least the war made it more annoying, is that the war got in the way of a lot of these staple plays, especially right as they were getting traction. CoreWeave, Pang, again, a lot of chips, memory, I mean, even energy. So again, like Bloom Energy, TE, Bloom even had the short report stuff yesterday, but again, these energy, tech, software, the ones with the high bars that have kind of been slow, these are the ones getting a lot of the hype coming into this morning. XLV is trying to go up. And then IBB is up by 0.5. Again, AstraZeneca, they had bad data, and there's a couple of winners off of it. Ford, Industrials, Tesla's on the low. Plant, Intuit, CBOE's down 2. They hate AI art. Yes, I didn't know Michael Burry bought PayPal, but yeah, we saw the DraftKings things yesterday. And that DraftKings and Flutter. I do like Pepsi. I mean, we talked about it for the long term. I did want to see this earnings. It was at this price not too long ago. So, yeah, if it could go a little lower, that 120 range, that's there. But, you know, it's good. We're still, remember, we sold that covered call. We got a lot of cash for the long term, but, you know, I'm sitting on it. Sitting on it for at least 30 days. So I'm glad we burned some time, but there is a couple of opportunities there. And Pepsi, Starbucks had some AI shit too. They're developing some AI software. They're going up on that. Walmart's on the high. They're in the red. J&J. So again, Staples gap down pretty hard, dude. And then financials are barely holding up. Fortinet's going up. So, and now Crowd. So again, some of these software cybersecurity plays, they're catching a candle right now. So like we're saying, there's a fat gap between Staples, or excuse me, chips and software. And now there's Google. Google is down by 1.8. It's 1.2 now. And we're only up by 0.1 on the SPY. So you actually had a little bit more cushion there in the morning. You're practically right where we closed yesterday. Where is it? Dow down 0.06. NASDAQ 0.8. Green. Russell up 0.49. And SPY 0.1. I think equal weight's probably doing a lot better. Again, Fortinet and some of those other cyber software plays that open up down, they're trying to catch a bid. They're all still red, though. Again, yeah, equal weight's up by 1/4, but SPY's only up by 0.13. But yeah, NASDAQ is the leader for now, and it's all chips. Dabe going up now. So again, like I'm saying, you're seeing some of these names on the high, but they'll go up, but they'll still be down 2-3%. Bebzy. So yeah, I'm watching this range. I don't know where they're gonna go next, but let's see. Again, Apple got a little bit of a bounce too. Where's Nvidia? They hate AI art. Again, more Fortinet. Oh, it already filled this gap. So yeah, I think maybe it'll go 131, 130 if it stays bad. Otherwise, it could bounce here. I don't think Pepsi was pricing in more than 5. So right now they are at 1 standard deviation. There's Microsoft now. And then there's Cyber ETF finally. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like I said, first 30 minutes, Cyber just went green. Like I was saying, IGV now, big candle with Microsoft. I think it's Cyber though. Fortinet and Crowd, they're the ones that started it. Now Net is on the high as well too. They hate AI art. Let me see. Expense. Yeah, again, so Cyber, I'd look there see if that just holds up. If that holds up, there's a lot of them just like yesterday, but way quicker. Remember yesterday, Cyber sold off for like an hour or two and then went up, but that just did that for like 10 minutes, not even. But yeah, those are the ones starting to climb here, but unfortunately, that little gap down in the morning did not give you any cheap premiums. See. Okay, it's a 20% premium. I don't like that. I do not like that one. All right. Laser and Vitis. I remember Navitas had the court case thing yesterday. Wasn't it Navitas and Wolf? $86 million contract, LMT and laser. Okay. There's a pullback on net too, or any of those. Those could be, I think you could get a way better deal, but then again, we'll see how this runway plays out, or if they're going to keep, again, if Cyber could keep upholding this, like you're saying, we're kind of going ahead of it, but I do want to see what this ends up doing. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. Again, so there's net. Where is Cyber? Zscaler. Again, Workday was down on the Starbucks news. CRM. Again, software, bro. Software is still negative, but it's about to go green. Again, Cyber was the one that actually went there. And Vita's still going up. They're up 7-8. ARM running on the high ticker. So again, ARM, CoreWeave, they started off great. Even got Netflix in silver. Even some INFQ. The headline on INFQ, one of the CEO met with some government dude. CBOE is clapped. They came back up, but it's just the spread. You straight up, that spread is going to help you. But when you go run up and then we gap down 2 and then come back up, it's pretty much the same as yesterday. But yeah, the spread's a little wider. But yeah, that came up. There's a headline too on Kalshi trying to get into commodities. But yeah, I do think some people have been chilling. SoftBank going up? Oh, shit. I don't think SoftBank has options. This is probably because of SK Hynix. ON service now again. SPY doing good. Where are you? So SPY 0.3 Dow is the one that actually went negative. Believe it or not. Into it now. Again, IGV on the high. Okay. And then it's came down a lot. But yeah, watch out for that. Not a recommendation. Oracle, UNH now. See if healthcare. Again, IGV, you still need 0.5%. But again, a lot of those just started to wake up. Again, XLV is now going up. We got UNH. And now Amazon. So again, if your Mag 7 could come back up, that'll help out tremendously. All it is chips. So that whole little 5 minutes there, that was just NVIDIA going down, huh? Yeah, because that NVIDIA going down unlocked a little bit more room for a couple of other names. Synopsys, SAP, Microsoft now. Still down 1.5, dude. XLF is starting to move again next week. Right around the corner, you get your bank earnings. Snow, another one. Checkpoint still down. Fastly, Net, they're holding. Net 52-week high? Oh, shit. Booking, too. I don't know, or travel. That one's interesting. It is a nice, I mean, it's a weird one. It's only been 15 minutes, and that's what I'm saying. They turned on the software pretty quick. They did not turn off the chips. So we still got some time here, but that I do think, you know, the little automatic chip rotation we had in the morning, you do want to see if this actually holds. But because, again, that's just the annoying nature of this last couple of days or last couple of weeks is that, you know, these rotations, they look clear, but, yeah, you know, every hour, nothing's guaranteed after an hour or two. So, yeah, I'm feeling. We'll see. High tickers going up, SPY's climbing up again. It is still mainly chips, but that little relief in NVIDIA opened up the door for a bunch of different names. And then again, all of your chips are still up by 3.4. And then Mag 7 is, most of them are, I think all of them are still red, except for Netflix. Nope, Netflix is red, even Tesla. 10B, oh, Cyber, brother, I tell you, man. Cyber, even if it starts weak, it'd go up. So Cyber's already moved, like what? I think Cyber's already moved 2% to start off the day. That's insane. It's 15 minutes. So again, Cyber was down by 0.9. Now it's up by 1.1. And then again, software was down by like 1.8. And yeah, software IGV has gone green now with Microsoft still red. It's Oracle. Oracle's up by fucking 4, dude. So yeah, that's the one. Remember we saw Oracle moving yesterday? So yeah, Oracle is probably your software leader right now. Even fucking Zillow's going up. It's literally Cyber and then Oracle, but the big dogs, even you got a little bit of a Dabe. That's helping, but they're still even in the red. Do I feel disingenuous when you say not a recommendation? No, because, I mean, I'd encourage you to understand it. It's literally not a recommendation. I genuinely mean that. It's an idea, you know. It's not a. There's a difference between I have an idea, and then go do this. It's gonna work. So no, yeah, I feel really legit about it. Bank of America, we have those plays. They're just whack. They're up like 30, but it's, you know. Oh no, they came down. What I'm saying, they'll go like up 30 and then come down, but I do kind of want to hold that one. Would you say net for the long term? I've talked about net all year, man. I like it a lot, but that was the thing. I considered it once at 180 after the software freak out, but its net is like this was like a $20 stock. So unfortunately, this thing's already kind of bubbled. That's what I don't like about it. That's why I think it's been so hard to move up, even though it's up a substantial amount. It's still, yeah, it's, I would be flipping this until maybe unless we get like a leap and it goes up 100x, maybe I'll exercise it. But at the same time, I think it's up a lot. I would just be speculating on it. Adding more McDonald's. I like a McDonald's. Pfizer's starting to go up again. A couple XLV. A lot of things that started off red. I mean, just see where the chips go. Your best case scenario is this chips don't come down, and then all of your damn staples and everything else comes up. If you could get everybody to tail along like Cyber and IGV and the chips don't go down, and you could get a green Mag 7, today will look awesome. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, then yeah, it's going to be the same bullshit you've seen. And GFS, Oracle. Laser went. Quant, let me see. I'm glad we made those free right before. The contracts with time are still up substantially. But let me see the short terms. You could go $15 closer to the money for the same price. But then we have, I think, we only have a week of time on that. I'd wait. If we could get those August at a cheaper price. Otherwise, I'm going to just keep riding the one with time. Again, Oracle is standing out, 5%. Fed Williams up to Treasury to manage its account. They have monetary policy concerns about how he doesn't have any concerns about how they manage it. Rivian, GMEX, Sentinel went green. GMEX, 3% pop, whatever this thing is, small cap. Oh, that's 3%, I think, in one candle. It's a robotics company. Robotics foreign company, actually. SK could make the market sell off. No, I mean, you saw what happened with SpaceX. You know what I'm saying? If SpaceX didn't crash this is like both, it's big but smaller. But yeah, that's why I'm not, I wouldn't say it's going to be a problem. But, you know, little by little, this supply is getting kind of, you know, the supply is becoming a concern. But it's not going to kill you. I don't know how to explain it other than that. But it's truly fascinating. But for the most part, I just think it'll be a little signal for the chips, and then it might sap up some momentum for a couple of days, and then yeah, before we know it, we're going to be reacting to the earnings. I mean, this earnings runway, even Kevin Warsh next week, we got a lot of stuff that's kind of all aligning. Any more additions to the long term? No, the latest one was Kimberly at $95. But yeah, I haven't added since then. And then we did our covered calls, but no, we're waiting. We talked a lot about Oracle yesterday. I was considering adding some on there, but also too, like I told you guys, you know, ever since I came into a lot of cash from that covered call, I want to chill with it for a little bit. I have a lot of ideas, but, I'm going to let it sit for a month, get used to it, and then, see what opportunities we have, not to mention the midterms. SK Hynix is tomorrow, not today. We're going to slap them a bit so they understand we're not fucking around. U.S. official said, Axios. Asking if it could last a day or two or a month. We're just slapping them around a little bit. We're not fucking around. No, don't tell them. Don't say that I said that. Say U.S. official. I know, we're not fucking with them. I'll slap the shit out of... My pimp hand is strong. But don't say Donald. Say U.S. official. Okay, U.S. official says we're not fucking around. Quote. That's a direct quote, you guys. I'm reading that. Literally, we are going to slap them a bit so they understand we're not fucking around. U.S. official. Axios is your source. I got 2 more weeks left of the way. Is it? Man, it feels so long and so early. Isn't it crazy? 2 weeks could feel like forever. You open up Oracle, good. I mean, again, we had a nice talk on it yesterday. Both a nice talk on the price, looking at it, where we stand, but then also too, like, I don't know. I think I really enjoyed that conversation with Mosby at the Bell yesterday because, like I'm telling you, it's I think Oracle is a cool play, but you do, like, please make sure you understand it. Understand the risk. Understand this is a good time to understand it. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to play this, oh, let me understand the risk at 250. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a great time to, like, wrap your head around the idea and whether or not you really want to take that risk and try to understand why, Oracle is Oracle, why it's came down, why people would invest in it. And that's what I'm saying. At this price point, this is a good time to do that analysis. So I really, really hope you guys have. But, you don't want to start thinking about that at 250. And that's what I'm saying. It's better to think about the risk when the stock is low. Why? Why am I telling you to really legitimately take the risk of Oracle seriously? I'm telling you to think about that when the stock is low. Why? Can you answer that? I'll give you $1. It's so you show them you're not fucking around. What? No, that's not the answer, Mr. President. What's this guy saying? All right, a couple more like shitty softwares climbing. Yeah, it's Palantir. Remember, Palantir kind of led the last couple days, but yeah, they're not getting the juice. But again, the big ones, the only big software is Oracle. That's what I'm saying. The value, like Adobe, even Adobe is still in the red shit. So why you should think about the real risk at the low is very simple. It's because most mother effers don't think about the risk when the stock is high. Does that make sense? Let me put it this way, dude. If she's already naked, you're not asking about her personality. I'm sorry, forgive me. But like, dude, that's what I'm trying to, that's what keeps happening with some of these long-term plays. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's hyped and everything's going up. Nobody, yeah, it's all rainbows and sunshine. Nobody wants to fucking, they're like, well, fuck it, look at it, it's just went from 100, it's gonna go to 3. It's like, no, it's like, so now that there's no hype right here. That's what I'm telling you even yesterday. Think about this now, wow, before you go into the bedroom of investing. Ask yourself these things now. Before you get elated and have a reason for hype, ask yourself while it's shitty, is this something that I would want? Is this something that I could build around for 10 years? A match? SanDisk, your 1900 calls hit? BB. And dude, that's a fat move. So I'm saying the chips in the memory, it's that's it. They're like, oh my gosh, the war. Okay, never mind. We don't care. And then they go and fucking rip them. But also too, I think this is I think the SK Hynix effect. I don't. I think it's going to be different than SpaceX. I think we got to learn from SpaceX. But at the same time, I mean, that's directly tied to memory and chips, whereas SpaceX is like spaceships and comms and maybe energy. Clover. Godzilla. Oh, where's what's it called? Where's Vanny? What was the other one? CTLO. What was that one yesterday? I don't care. And then GMAX. What was that little robotics one? Watch this one if that one turns into one of those little foreign halt pumps. That one kind of looks like. I'm surprised it hasn't done it. But yeah, I don't like those. Meta's recovered 1%. So that's what I'm saying, man. Some of these big techs that are moving, they're moving, and they have been for the last 30 minutes. But yeah, they're still deep red off of that gap down. That's what I'm saying. Then Oracle is doing its thing. And then we're back up to 0.5. NASDAQ is up 1.5. So SPY goes up by 0.5. So did the NASDAQ. But NASDAQ held that 1% gap. Russell's even up by 0.1 or by 1. And then Dow Jones is up by 0.15. Your new baby born was born last night? Your baby born. What should his first stock be in his long term? Horda. I don't know. I don't know, bro. That's a big decision. Honestly, it doesn't matter. He has like fucking 18 years. He ain't even gonna speak English for like 3 years. You know what I'm saying? So whatever you buy for him to start, as long as you keep buying until he starts speaking English, I'm sure we'll have many good pickups around there. But I would start with the names that are down. I think your Microsoft, Intuit, or what's it called? What was the one I just bought? Oracle. Until Kimberly or any of the staples come down. Maybe even get some TAP. And there's others like Pfizer too. There's other names, but I do think the ones we were just focusing on, you could start there. And like I'm saying, it's the beauty of the new account. I mean, it's great you're doing it for your kid. That's awesome. But also just for any new account is that it doesn't matter what happens in the beginning. It's all about the consistency. So, because like I was saying, I like Kimberly. I think Kimberly is a great... At Kimberly at 95, below 100, dude, I think it's just a great fucking position you could build around in many portfolios. So that's what I'm saying. Start with some of the good stuff now. As long as you stay active with it till some of these higher quality good names come down, I'm sure little guy gonna have a nice little portfolio, a big portfolio. IGV. Put your mother hands up and follow me. Yo, nobody stand tough. Notice that this man's long term is still up. This AI's got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad black whale? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte, 3 megabyte, 4. Have you guys heard that theory? It's kind of dumb. But have you heard the theory of like what would have happened if Eminem didn't go first? I'm sorry for telling you this so early, but this was like a little philo. It rattled my mind for a little bit. But like imagine, like what if Eminem didn't go first on the last battle? You know what I'm saying? Like think about it. If you know the plot, if you know it, you know everybody in the 3-1-3. Like think about if he went second. What would he have said? That would have changed the trajectory of history anyways. But yeah, so we're going up still a little bit. Broadcom on the low. Again, they got the benefit from the Meta stuff this morning. They're still green, so just keep in mind what I'm showing you, where it's like you're having names going on the high and low ticker, like Meta and Broadcom. Again, they're tied to the news, but it's just like they are going straight up and they're still down too. Broadcom is going straight down, but it's still up 1.5. So that's what's happening here after that fat-ass gap down on some of these names. and gap ups. Pretty much anything except for a chip gap down. Palantir, do you love me? Are you riding? CRM. VRAX there. What was it, AstraZeneca? I need to finally see the sympathies. It might be time. Because you give these guys a little bit. These biotechs. Let's see. Who was it? ALNY and then B-Bio. Take a look at those. ALNY and B-Bio. Yeah, so they already sold off. B-Bio held up. So you see that one down, one holding. Existing home sales, 4.09 million. Estimate was 4.2. A little 420, dude. Existing homes, dude. Meta platform unveils paid AI developable model for the first time. Huh? Yo, is Meta... What do you mean? Paid AI developer model for the first time. Are they copying Cloudflare, or am I not understanding this right? Introduces Muse Spark multimodal reasoning for agent task, available now. Thinking mode launching public preview, where developers could access Muse Spark. Every new Meta model account starts with $20 in free credits. I don't know if it says outperform Gemini. I don't know if they're doing this like gateway thing. Okay, they're starting to move. I don't know. I don't like these, but I want the cheaper ones. So there's a better one on there, but I'm going to take the shitty one. Where was it? I don't want to put a lot of money down on that one. Like I'm saying, that first contract should be way better, but it's too much. At least for me. I think, because if this is a dud, you're going to get washed. They just gap down a lot. But yeah, those have already gone up, motherfucker. Those are doubled. Okay, never mind. You see that? The window is now closed. Alright, I sold the shitty one for 100%. I got one now. I made it free. Little fuckers. That was stupid. That's what I'm saying. I think the other one was better, but I don't know why it's moving on this. But remember the last Meta one where I was like, I'm not going to play it, and it fucking hit? That's why I was like, all right, man, I'll take the shitty one. I didn't want to spend that much. Because I don't know why. The ones that Meta should move on, the algos are like, nah. And then the random bullshit fluff, they're like, oh yeah, let's fucking gap this shit up 5%. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. If you insist. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. It's up. They're still up. Like I gave you the exact strike prices on those. Even if you took the shitty 650, that doubled. But yeah, the one I really wanted, that one went up more than 100. But either way, they both worked. I just didn't. If that didn't work, I didn't want to be $50. I'd rather be 20 or 10. DJT and Trini notes tailwind Trump's merger with TAE. Yeah. I don't know. I just hate DJT stock. Because I like that TAE thing. I liked it at the end of last year. The whole energy idea, but I just feel like they didn't do anything with it. And then again, DJT stock is a curse. That shit never stays up. Is biotech's going up? Abivi, gold and silver are still doing actually very well. Now you got Tesla. I think Tesla is in the green now. That might be your first Mag 7. Meta's trying to go now. And then DJT's running. Is Meta climbing? Yeah. So Meta might even go green. No shit. I think that's why those plays went up. Oh yeah, it was kind of deep red there. NVIDIA. So they're still on the low. And like we saw here in the morning, those NVIDIA lows, it like opens up the door for other things to go up. But if we start to watch them all come down, that could be another one of these rotation moves. LMT contract, Rivian and WDC on the high. And then again, gold, silver, gold miners, industrials are doing great too. Yeah, U.S. announces laser weapon agreement with Lockheed Martin Aculite. MSTR and Palant. So again, remember, Palantir hasn't moved. Palantir's one of those names. It's still down. But they don't look as straight up as like a Microsoft or a Meta. Pep still dropping. Good call. Yeah, great call out on that. I didn't make a move on. That's what I'm saying. The range is weird. I like the upside range from here, but then when you're like, it's like 130 or like 132, and then it's moving very slow. So it either might go there or it might just meander. But either way, I'm looking both short term and even long term on this one. But I think long term we're gonna need a little bit more, a lot more, because it has to go down and then we want it to stabilize. I know these are a Pepsi, a Bebzi. SNDK. Financial Times says Palantir paying the price for their politics. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm telling you, you guys don't know what the signal was? The signal was my sister. I'm telling you, it was definitely my sister. Colt's sister is a great signal, you know, because like she could tap us into the areas we don't really, the bubbles we're not in, because ever since she was like out of fucking nowhere, she's like, don't buy Palantir. Just buy anything, but don't buy Palantir. I'm like, what? Like, where did this come from? But like, again, I've gotten a lot of those comments. A lot of people are, you know, you hear Palantir now and they tie it into the war. They tie it into, like, people say politics, but I think it's just tied into the war, Israel, Palestine, Iran, and it gets very controversial. I mean, a lot of people, they have it's hitting the mainstream of like just a very negative connotation of Palantir off the jump. So even if people don't really know about it, that's why I think it's funny, because again, we've known about Palantir for a while, but you'll have people who just learned about it a week ago and they're like, I hate this company. It's evil. It's, oh my gosh. And then that's spread like in a pretty wild fashion. So yeah, I agree with that. Airbnb. Swiss too. I know you got into Google when she did. That's good. Thank you. You're the one who doesn't make fun of me. You know that? You know she flexes on me? I told you, even then, she's going to be so pissed at Pepsi, because she got Pepsi and she also got Google too. But like at one point at the beginning of the year, Google was up like almost 200% or something. And then, yeah, she was like, why is Pepsi so bad? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, it's only up 30%. I'm like, what? I said, only 30%? And she's like, oh, yeah, Google 200. Oh, no, way more. I'm like, all right. Did I adjust the pricing on Airbnb? I kept mine the same. So I played with it a little bit. I don't know if you don't do you have an Airbnb, log into your hosting app, like go to the hosting side of the app, and then it should give you a prompt, and then you could click it, and then it'll give you like a simulation, and it'll show you pretty much what price you're getting, and it just shows how much you get and what they see. So what I realized, like when I looked at mine yesterday, I didn't change the pricing, but I realized that like my prices, I set them on some units, I thought they were low, but apparently what people were seeing was pretty high. So if you want your payouts, if you want your payouts to stay the same, just don't adjust it, essentially, or should it be like that? So I didn't change mine, but it's now showing a higher price for my listing, essentially. But now I know what price it's showing up as. Yeah, it was weird though, but it wasn't too big of a change. SK Hynix pricing ADR at $149. I don't like these $149. You know that? Too SpaceX like. I feel like we've been looking at 149, 150, 160, 170, 150, 140. Literally, SpaceX still at 150 right now. Pfizer, Bank of America, and the Prudential. Wow. Now Goldman, Citi, banks are going up more. Google's dumping. Why? Google is just up. Iran foreign minister holds separate calls with Omani and Turkish counterparts. ALB, Barron's long pick for lithium. SPY's coming down. Baba's coming up. Yeah, Google, a little flush, no headline. I'm checking. I've been dumping since that Meta headline. I think you're right. Yeah, it actually has. It lagged by like 2 minutes. Then AstraZeneca, Sanofi, some of these biotechs are coming up. And NVO, actually. And Unity. Where is a Bibsy? A Bibsy Cola. Nivda back under 200. XLV. So maybe some of these rotations, like we're saying though, just watch what happens with chip and chips in the Mag 7. Just again, all of this from Iran to this back and forth chips, memory, software. I mean, it frustrated some of those rotations, but you're getting a little pocket right now. XLV, XLB, even XLP, I'm pretty sure. Not as much, but yeah, as Google, some of these other names are coming down. The little mid caps are starting to do their things, but as we're kind of like stalling here at VWAP, that's the money going back to the other clearer rotations as we play these cash open rips and dips. I don't know why Tesla is dumping. They were actually doing good. But all Mag 7 kind of did. But yeah, Tesla is. OpenAI made many changes after talking to government, Altman says. ACHC with the upgrade today. The earnings thesis. I know, dude. But you want to know what sucks? That's the ACHC is a really weird one. That's what I was saying on the video, because ACHC, they've been lowering the bar and the stock went up. But let me go double check it right now. Because if they raised it, then maybe that was just, we were just really, really early. Yeah, no, they've been lowering the bar. That's what I'm saying. It's still The bar is still lower than March. That's why I thought that was a fascinating one. But now this one, the price is still, again, as where it lags. But that short-term price is up a lot. Gap. All right, we'll see. SPY at VWAP. Again, I think these little stalls in VWAP, this is leadership changes. So just see if, again, whether it's chip, software, XLV, XLP, XLF, just see kind of which direction we go. And, I mean, oil's at the low. I don't know. That's good. OpenAI's newest model is 55 or 54% more token efficient in agentic coding. I want to try something, actually. You know that? Because even Grok came out. Grok came out with like a new model. And they say it's like their smartest model ever. So let me try something. SNY, RTX, another says the defense round, but again, SPY's going lower. So look, SPY takes a red, XLF on the high, XLV on the high. Do you see what I'm trying to tell you here? So watch out for some of those, these other like rotation pockets that didn't get any action off the open, but we've been kind of dealing with this last week because it's healthcare now. It's all healthcare going up. It's healthcare, financials. Staples aren't doing it yet, but they might want to. And then I still think it's chips. Yeah, SMH with the candle. But IGV's coming down with it too. So yeah, NASDAQ was at 1.5. We're at 0.8 now. SPY's coming back down to 0.10, and then Dow might even go -2, believe it or not. Sam, is he on CNBC? Let me give you a checkup, and then I'll play it. Show me what you're working with. So we've been here 45 minutes. SPY, 263 green, 238 in the red. NASDAQ, 48 red, 52 in the green. Dow, 9 green, 21 in the red. So yeah, it's ugly. Those rotations, and again, just like yesterday, that was the first day that a lot of these Dow rotation value names did ugly. But again, that war stuff, oil price got in the way of it. Oh, he was? Did they take him off? And you're right back to open. I mean, again, we went as high as 1.5. SPY went 0.5, 0.6. I don't see no Sam. My name is Sam. I need more money. GitLab, AVTR, Striker. APGE. Again, oils. Where's the dollar? Show me the dollar. Show me the money. JLHL. AMAB, GMAB, and then GitLab. All these labs. KWeb's still just holding up. Banks are taking another round. Again, that's, remember, next week. Schwab, CBOE. They're not doing much. But again, Schwab and CBOE this week have moved pretty in tandem. Medtronic, Pfizer, medical devices, medical. Again, SPY barely green. So we're either going to go red for a second here. Dow's even at the cusp. But then Russell and NASDAQ are matched up. And they got a lot more cushion, to be honest. But then again, you just gave up 0.5% in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Damn Dizzle. Intel chips. Now UPS. So again, you're just broadening out on these moves, but got to find the winner. But that first hour, first 30 minutes, I was very aggressive with chips and software, but I feel like we say that every day. I feel like we see something like that every other morning. Broadcom again, too. Palantir, yeah, they just started selling. Again, watch IGV. Watch Oracle, too. That's another big software leader. And then the Microsoft. Laser. And then UPS on the high. Again, you just had a LMT laser thing. But yeah, I don't know. That one's up 25%. Fitbit regional banks are going up now. So again, another round of XLF on the high. And the Starbucks. I think staples are the only ones doing, like, they're not even doing bad. I mean, 1% is pretty bad, though. It's kind of unfortunate. But, yeah, healthcare, biotechs, financials, they're kind of, they got right back on the horse pretty quick. All right, going a little lower. Low ticker has activity, but notice the high ticker as well. These are not just like inverses. These are like companies. So yeah, we're just moving the pieces again from the morning. That took 50 minutes. 7:20, baby. You want to buy net, but you're sad it's at the high? Yeah, don't worry. Wait till it comes down. I'm gonna make another play on it. I'm waiting. That's why we go back. We've talked about it a lot. If you've watched net with me all year, you know damn well how volatile that stock is. It'll shoot up $50, and then the next week it'll go down $50, and then it'll go up 20, and then you'll go down 30, then you'll go up 50, and then you'll go down 40. So you're gonna have your shot at it, but at the end, and then again, there's a lot of competition. Net is big, but remember, there's Datadog, Fastly. There's other plays associated with it. And then earnings, too. Remember, last time they were doing really good, but then the earnings, they were not good enough. So that's the other part of how that plays out with price. Sometimes that could help you, Maybe sometimes you don't like it when you find a play, and then they do really good on earnings, and the stock goes down. You're like, screw you, analyst, but if there's ever a play you wanted, and it does good on earnings, and then they sell it off because the high bar, that might be your opportunity. All right, well, new low, SPY, now negative. Dow is about to go red as well. Only up by 0.03. Like I said, actually, NASDAQ just lost 0.3. So like I was telling you, NASDAQ will have 0.5%, 0.8. But yeah, NASDAQ just literally sold off 0.3 on that 2 minutes. KHC. And now TAP. So now this staple land is... Now they're all catching up. Well, yeah, staples are on the high. Staples just moved 1/3%. Cube, SpaceX, they broke that 150. 147. Russia ready to help Mozambique. Rep John McGuire bought SpaceX. He sits on the House Armed Service Committee. 2 members that bought it since IPO. Cigna. Yeah, Cigna, and out of all of them, Cigna's kind of ramping. That's a computer, bro. That's not, something's going on with Cigna. Let's see if that either fades or not. If there's a headline, that'll be very nice. I don't see nothing. Citibank's Biogen now. Biotech land. Okay. So yeah, that little thing, that moved the NASDAQ down. SPY came back up. The NASDAQ took a step down. Now Russell is your best on the day. 0.8, NASDAQ 0.6. QGen, is that a rumor? I feel like I've heard one on there back in the day. Oh, is there another one? Let's see. Yeah, I was going to say, I think Qualigen. I think they had one at the beginning of the year. That sounds familiar, but I don't know what's going on with it right now. I could check. Is this Chinese robotics? Holding in the sample insight, gain valuable molecular insights into building blocks, isolate DNA, RNA. Headquartered in the Netherlands. Got a Zuck comment on pricing and margins. Strait of Hormuz threat level remains severe. UKMTO. I don't know if he is. Yeah, Dell just got volume and popped. And then cybersecurity, they're getting another round here on the high ticker. And Dell is leading the chips right now. So yeah, you just woke up again. Yeah, NVIDIA off the bottom. Again, Dell was up and then broke out. Dell's up 5%. Yeah, so those are all starting to go. Check ARM and CoreWeave too. Yeah, ARM is at the high. CoreWeave went down. And then the energy plays. Apple. No way, Habibi. Apple's on the high. So Apple might go green. I'm surprised, but yeah, Apple's finally. So that right there started with Dell, a couple of other chip names. Your other rotations that just went on that little broadening out, they didn't like give it up. You see XLV. XLV gave up a little bit, but XLF held up. And now you got tech and more. And again, another little round of cybersecurity stocks as well. I don't know what happened to Palantir. Qualigen and CI related, is it? It doesn't show up on my wire, so that it is rumor, but yeah, I didn't know they were DNA. From Advent, EQT, and KKR. Yeah, I can't find the source on this rumor though. That's the weird part about it. Let me see who did the last offer. JBS. Oh, I thought that was Cerberus. No 5-span. There was a rumor in April 15th, 2015. Yeah, but yeah, I don't see anything. That's an interesting one. SPY candle is getting bigger. NCLH. I mean, oil is near the low. And then, again, more health. KKR, again, that's tied. Is Cigna, if those are linked, that'd be cool. But, again, the one thing I see is KKR. But I don't have any confirmation on that. Like, usually I have some source. Oh, there it is. Bloomberg. So, yeah, that's starting to circulate now a little bit more. They reported back in January they were exploring options after drawing renewed interest. So yeah, Bloomberg is the source. And then but Bloomberg pumped this thing in January and then that thing never went. But yeah, but they said the same thing 4 or 5, 6 months ago. And then SPY, all right, back up to open. A little bit higher. So again, like you're saying, Apple turns on. You get your Dell. You get a couple of these techs, SMH. Ta-da, your IGV didn't go down on it. And then that just brought up, you literally just got Staples, Financials, and XLV to tag along. Like I said, it's not bad. Today is long. If you get everything going up, awesome. If not, I mean, just get ready to the fuckery back and forth you've already dealt with the last couple of weeks. Airbnb. It's good, dude. I don't know, man. I like Airbnb, but that pricing thing yesterday, it's so weird, bro. Zeta Vera. Didn't we get a headline on Vera yesterday? And then Oracle's still chilling. I think we are in the box, low-key, until, that's why after this week, we'll find out, but, you know, our runway is set. You know, we have a lot of big events coming around the corner in the next couple days, and then it'll cause pops, and then it'll stop as we wait for the anticipation of the next one. But for the most part, I mean, just when you zoom out, this is the motherfucking box. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem, is as much as I don't want to be like, yeah, the box, and I know that we have all these events right around the corner, but like, zoom the fuck out. We are in the box. We have been in the box since May 13th. Arguably, the low end of the box was set on Cinco de Mayo, May 5th. If you really think about it, this range of 720 to 760, you've been there since May 5th. Just back and forth and back and forth. That's what I'm saying. The last couple, the staples and leadership change has been chill. But now, you got to you get a direction, and then like a war headline just makes the rotation that much weirder. Then you got to do the chip stuff. But then we have the earnings and Kevin and everything else. So, yeah, it's our runway is set. But for now, I mean, you know, don't get lulled to bed, but you take a step back. I mean, we have been in the box. Unfortunately, the worst place to be. That's what I was telling everybody. I was like, you don't want to do this. I said, believe me, I know we all want straight up or straight down, but oh man, if any of you we were in the box last year, bro. I want to go back. But yeah, I was born in the box. Molded by it. You think the box scares me? With my long term. I forgot how to do my Bane voice. You hope it's not as long? No. Embrace it. Embrace the box, my friend. You know? Just as long as you enjoy it. You must... We must believe that... what was his name? Ephithesis? Why am I blanking on it? We must believe he was happy. Sisyphus. We must believe that Sisyphus was happy rolling the ball up the hill. Do you understand? That's how I feel about the box. There's a philo on it. I will roll that's how I feel in the market every day. I have to wake up and roll the ball up the hill, and then every day it comes back down. You must imagine he was happy doing it. Otherwise, that would be misery, brother. That would be misery. Every day, roll it. Every day. Every day. You're rolling the staples up, and then they roll back down. Roll the staples up, and then, you ran. Roll the cyber up, and then, chips. So yeah, I must believe he was happy. You have to. The happiness and joy in there is actually the only way you're going to survive. Otherwise, you're in hell. That's actually the moral of the story. Like, they don't get it. That's what I've been telling you. I mean, at least now Qualigen, fuck you. I'm sorry. Yeah, Qualigen, though. But that's fucking the Bloomberg scoundrels. We can't really... You could flip shares on that, low-key. But yeah, Qualigen, now it's up 15. Shout out to the Chad, bro, who brought that up. Like I'm saying, that one kind of slipped through there. Just because I think it got downplayed off of the last time. Because that didn't hit as an official rumor till later. But yeah, that one's going. Again, the plays weren't cheap, but if you get a real follow-up, that could get exciting. But yeah, great call out from the Chad, man. Now Sentinel on big volume. Is that real? Big for today. Pep is looking very attractive. That's why I said, though, the problem is, like, ideally we saw this thing $10 lower, but then even if it dropped another $10 more, we would, like, need it to stabilize. But yeah, but that's what I was even saying. Last time it was literally here just before. I was telling you, I was like, if you want this, you should just, yeah, I mean, if you wanted it before the price range, I would have made that decision a couple days ago. Because, like, I don't think if you really, really want it, this $5 or whatever isn't, you know, I think you could build around it. Otherwise, if you really want the lower end, you might need to wait a little bit. Okay, a high ticker, more consumer travel names. Literally like consumer clothing, airlines, Booking, Abercrombie, Groupon, for crying out loud. So yeah, now even the credit cards. So this is like a consumer wave triggering right here or something. But then, and then again, that Qualigen, you have that. Again, the plays are not, if any of you find a dirt cheap one, but they're all several $100s. And then again, we don't have details on that, unfortunately. That Nivda again, or DoorDash? Again, more consumer, dude. The fuck just happened? Yeah, again, Airbnb, airlines, travel, you name it. And then a couple of cyber. Again, Sentinel starting to take off. CFTC blocking CME plan to offer 24/7 oil futures trading. I don't know. CBOE or ICE might move off that. And now Fortinet. All right, well, high ticker's going, but no, you see how the SPY's not moving as much? You have so many names going up right now, but they're just like the smaller consumer ones. That's why that's why you don't feel it as much. But yeah, watch your chips. You know the vibe. All right. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom chat. What up, Motley? What up, Carter? We don't need 24/7. What do you mean we don't need 24/7? I need to trade a perpetual. They have a perpetual future. You know that? A perpetual. You know how many mother effers don't even know what the word perpetual means, let alone they deny eternity in their Holy Spirit, yet they are involved in a perpetual commodities contract? Are you, what the, do you understand how crazy that is? Perpetual. Perpetual. So yeah, I don't think, and then 24/7, yeah, these crackheads. But I gotta go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We're just, I don't know if it'll be 7 hours to nowhere. You have that opportunity. Like I'm saying, man, if these rotations hold up, chips, everything else, it could be a really good day. Also, you just saw how it could turn ugly if two of those chip names come down, and yeah, everything else. So, gonna be an interesting day so far. Been kind of dry on the headlines. I mean, Chad, y'all just called out a nice little rumor there, but Bloomberg called this rumor out 6 months ago and nothing materialized. But yeah, I'd keep that one on watch too. And we'll see. But I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And God bless America. Woo! Where is it? Where's my political propaganda? There it is.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nick American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war if we would have had price ceilings and pricey floors. Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I.
Hey, man, woo! What's up, baby? What's up? SPY up 0.3, Russell 1.1, NASDAQ 106, Dow a quarter, and we're barely above open. It's still early though, dude. It's 7:41, an hour and 10 minutes. You don't know why you bought SpaceX? It ruined your portfolio. You know why. You bought it because of the hype, but I wouldn't be discouraged. Like I say with the long term, man, one play isn't going to make or break it. And if it did fuck with your portfolio, that's a lesson to sizing and make it. That's what I was talking about yesterday with Oracle and some of these growth names, is that I like a lot of things, but we want to make sure we don't want to over leverage them and make sure we have too much of one thing. But yeah, if you're on a 10-year plan, it sucks to take a bigger decline, but you could work around it and just, use it as a learning lesson. But I think I know why you bought it. It was hype. It was the most hype thing in the world. I mean, let's just be real. Everybody was oversubscribed, massive amount of volume. Everybody wanted it in so many ways. So yeah, I think it was just an extraordinary amount of hype, which it influenced a lot of people, and they know it because it is a good company. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is going to be around if all this AI stuff, like, again, how many times have you said it's the greatest company in the world? It's going to do this. It's like there's some truth to that, but it's not, things take time. And things take time, and just because the price, that price doesn't always reflect it. I have a great example. Actually. You know why? Because Wall Street brought this up yesterday, actually. It was either Goldman or I think it was Deutsche Bank. But do you guys notice? I brought this up at the beginning of the year. I know I say that a lot, but because I do. I have the evidence. But at the same time, do you guys remember at the beginning of the year, banks are going again, and then more cyber. But do you remember at the beginning of the year, silver and gold? Do you remember when silver was going to 120 and silver was at 120? And even like from like 90, 80 bucks to like, it was like $65 really to like 120 on silver. Everybody was hyping up a dollar debasement trade. Do you guys remember that? And this is what I want you to realize, and this is what I'm saying with like SpaceX too, because at that time, everybody was saying dollar debasement. The price was at 80, 90, 100, 120 on silver. And they're saying, well, yeah, it's hype because of the dollar debasement. This idea of the dollar, it was the dollar debasement trade. This is how you were going to benefit, protect yourself, all of it. So they had, again, it was a good idea if that occurred, but the whole thing was that they were promoting this idea was getting hyped so much. I had to make a video telling people, if I were you, I'd look the other direction. But it was getting so hyped that people were coming to this conclusion that, okay, we are going to get a dollar debasement, so I'm going to protect myself now at this really high price. And then what happened? The price came down. Even if there was a dollar debasement today, it's like, yeah, this would be a better price to get involved in that. But now no one even talks about it. So I think SpaceX is not gonna be like silver. I think people, you're gonna hear about it more, but you got to think about where the hype theme comes in and where the price is. Because that theme of the silver was at the highest price. Even if the theme was correct, if you buy it at the high price, it's hard to benefit off of it, or you'll put yourself in a position where you could be very underwater. Another example is inflation. The inflation trade from 2021, 2022, where people were like, I'm just going to buy assets because of inflation. I'll buy anything because everything's going to inflate up. But then if you bought the asset too high, even if inflation kept going, those assets would come down, and now you still had inflation, but the idea didn't, the investment towards it was too expensive when you first made it. So that's what pretty much it's hype leading people to buy the idea, and it's the right idea but the wrong time. That is what my uncle told me. He said, you picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. And that's kind of this idea with some of these narratives and all of that. So like I'm saying, SpaceX is going to be around. I think you're going to see it, just that range and the price is, at what price does SpaceX give you this life-changing investment? That I don't think anybody knows. And that, I think, is where it's going to take time and be a little bit more challenging. But build around it. Build around it. Go slow and don't go too big. But one purchase I have many plays in the long term that did terrible. Again, you should see it. When let me tell somebody what I did with Meta Intel, there's going to be a motherfucker and be like, hey, John, what about Snapchat? What about Beyond Meat, Joshua? Joshua, Snapchat. What about Snapchat? Tell us Snapchat. What about Whirlpool? So it's not like all my plays have gone up. I've had plays do terrible. And our long term is killing it and still outperforming, still surviving any environment that's getting thrown at it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like time, build it around, let it learn from this. Please do not break the rules. So I hope you didn't add SpaceX to your long term and are going to sell it now that you're down. That's not a good idea. But make sure you use the right time with it. And you're going to make a bad play every now and then, but I would not make a habit of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, the one thing I like about the long term that I've told everybody, think about it. I'm doing one deposit a month. Lately I've been splitting them up and maybe I've been buying one or two names, but even if you buy one stock every month, that's 12 stocks a year. That's 12 different shots. Put it in the magazine, load it up. You got 12 bullets. Think about that. That's the beauty of going consistent and little by little. Because, bro, the only way you're going to mess up, you have to miss all 12 shots. You have to keep missing small over and over. You would have to keep repeating the failure for this thing to actually work against you. You guys understand that? That's what I'm saying. It's like, play your time, use it to your advantage. And, you want to be wise with how you're using it, but small good decisions, right? Little successes add up. One good play, two good plays, those all add up. They create something big. The only way it's pretty hard to do 12 bad decisions in a row. Have you thought about that? Think about it. What do they always say? A broke clock is right at least what? Once or twice a day? There's 12. Right? Isn't there 12 hours? And then there's 2 sections of 12? Think about it. 12. Oh, I don't know if they feel me, dog. So to miss 12 times in a row, to make a bad decision, to buy at the high 12 times at a row, you see what I'm saying? You got to try to do that. It's harder than you think to fail in that way. And that's what I'm saying. Just one adequate little success. If you could do 12 adequate moves in a row, even if you do 10, 6, it's like, you see what I'm saying? RTX? Oh, you meant Palantir. Yeah, I don't know if that was on the contract, but After that little sell-off, those started dropping. There's a couple of the software names. Iran foreign minister condemns military attacks. SanDisk going up again. Do 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 do. All in on SpaceX. Kidding, but kinda. Yeah, well, that's like, see, that's just not wise. That's what I'm saying. Even if homeboy is like, man, it ruined my portfolio. Like, I'm telling you, it shouldn't. And there's ways around it. But at the same time, if you're over leverage and you put all of it down on one play, I mean, unfortunately, that will, you are vulnerable. You're extremely vulnerable. And like I'm saying, even if SpaceX becomes a big company or the greatest thing in the world, it's still the timing and the price of which. So I know a lot of people are committed to holding it for 10 to 20 years, but I guess my question would be, at what price? And and at that price, are you okay? What if it took 10 years of stability? What if it took 10 years of no price movement? So like I'm saying, I mean, I like sizing up on plays I believe in. Like Intel was a great idea. That by going bigger, that helped me out a lot. Meta, I did it smaller, but a great investment goes a very long way. But then Airbnb, I went bigger on that, and guess what? It did nothing for 3 fucking years. Dead money. So if you're not comfortable with that, and that's what I'm saying, that's when you play the all-in game, that's what you got to be ready for. You might have dead money for a couple of years. So and then you got to make sure you stick to the plan, because there's nothing worse like dead money for 3 years, 4 years, and then you're like, it's dead, I'm gonna switch it. And then you switch it, and then I bet you it's gonna run right when you switch it. and then that's where it's, so you just gotta, like I'm saying, I mean, the plan we do with the long term, how we've survived so well, whether it's inflation, growth, calamity, war, you name it, whatever it may be, it's always been about the balance, the diversification. Yeah, even if you're in at 20, I mean, that's good. So if you work for them, but like I'm saying, my whole strategy of money and wealth building is everything. You know that, right? Never all in one. Never been a one-trick pony. We go all in on one thing. No, we want all of it. You want to be diversified. You want balance. I want to be in a win-win no matter what. Have you noticed that? If the market's good, if the market's bad, if the market's stable and does nothing, we win. Isn't that weird? I don't think it is. You would think I'm making it up, but y'all have copied the portfolio and now y'all do it too. Think about it. It's because of it's just balance. It's the whole thing is that just diversified. We're not putting all of it on one. We don't have to, we get to choose if we're going to be in a win-win situation. So I hope it works out for you guys. I really do. But like I'm telling you, just, it's your future. It's your gamble with time and everything. So, and like I'm telling you, I would always have one account that always goes up and plays this game that I'm playing, because it might help you out a lot. Yeah, Intel did too, because before I even went big on it, we sat on that for like a year or two doing nothing. Always take the win-win. Always. Today's your birthday? Can't believe how time is flying. I've been here since I was 19. Shout out that chat. Oh, wait, how old are you now? 20? I don't know. He's like, I've been here since I was 19 last year. What's up, baby? Amen, man. I hope. I don't know, man. I don't know if I have another rant for you, young guys, because I gave you one not too long ago. Like I said, man, I think some of y'all, bro, especially if you're younger, bro, I hope you guys don't listen to any of the doomerism, bro. I hope you realize if you start early, especially with finances, I want to do something with my life. Oh, you guys are in a great time of life, history, everything. So utilize it, my friend. Utilize it. And the time you have, brother. Oh, yeah, you're 22. 22 oil. And then Wall Street Journal, expectations on every calorie. Pepsi's CEO is navigating GLP-1s. Wait, what did I want to see on there? Why did oil drop like that? I think there's an oil headline or something. And then banks, JP Morgan, Bank of America, did Meta. That contract wasn't a daily, so that should have, I might even hold a little bit. I haven't checked it, though, ever since I made it free. The Bank of America, they gave us the bid back. Bank of America. More banks, USB, ACOM and Young Jeezy. GLP-1s, dog. I don't know. I heard somebody say it, though, yesterday. It's so funny, and it's so true. Because they're like, even without Ozempic, if you just treat, like, once you start watching your diet, if you just start treating calories like money, it makes so much more sense. Because you're going to be like, what do you mean, $1,000 for a drink? Oh, hell no. I could go spend $200 and get 20 grams of protein. You know what I'm saying? You like, oh, you want a donut for $600? I'm like, I want a donut. Give me a fucking carrot for like $50. You see, I don't know. Like, if you treat it like money, it kind of makes it without the Ozempic. Yeah, if you just like, if you actually look at it like an economic, if you treated a calorie like $1 and what you're paying for it and what you're getting, you would, especially if you're cheap, oh, you're going to fucking, you're going to be like, oh, fuck that. Macroeconomics. What if people say you hold too many different stocks? That's, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I think Ben Graham and Buffett, they said that people who diversifies for suckers because then they have no conviction, or that could have been Druckenmiller. But the whole idea is that I don't think having too many stocks is bad, but it slows you down. You know, you want to have the balance between not too many and not too little. You don't want to be heavily concentrated, and then you don't want to be spread thin. So you want to kind of be in the middle of, you don't want to be buying a new stock all the time, but then you definitely don't want to have just a long-term 10, 20-year portfolio of 4 or 5 names. That I'm not a fan of. Bibsy. Yeah, those metas are still up, dude. That extra day. Because that was a daily. Remember yesterday, those other NVIDIAs, those were hard. I got my jet 48 months. Harder. Hey, man. The house is next. The house is next. And everybody should get more houses. That little talk yesterday about the rental arbitrage. I think some of you were surprised. And I don't know, too. Anybody do I have any ambitious folks out there? Is anybody ambitious? Got anybody with a little bit amount of money, but you got a lot of time and you're a hustler? You should go in Airbnb arbitrage. I think you should go find one. Not too many. Go find 1 or 2 in like a hot area and just, get you an extra source. GMP. Ambitious with 70K. Is that enough? Dog, I'm telling you, if you, bro, give me fucking $5,000 in ambition, you could fucking do it. No, not for events, for like small, like I'm telling you, just go sublease a property, go call a bunch of, you have to find the area, go find the tourist destinations, go find the areas that are popping right now. Because I'm telling you, bro, like I said, I had one bad time with the government shutdown, but dude, some of the Airbnb stuff, even this year, bro, Airbnb is like, I've been impressed by it. And there's, like I'm saying, the opportunity still exists, but you just go find somewhere to sublease that if they let you rent it, it's a good area, then you go spend that money on furniture, and then boom, and then just start renting it out. And that's what I'm saying. It's we talked about this yesterday, but I do think I think it's harder than it was a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, this was the easiest shit in the world. Now I think it's very limited towards the areas, but that's why I said, if you got the ambition, if you're the right type of person, but like we talked about, the thing I'm thinking and what I want you to think about is like, this is like wholesaling. Like when I wholesale, and why I liked wholesaling, because wholesaling allows you to get real estate money. You know, you could get money for a house flip without having to put down house flip money, right? Same thing goes here with the Airbnb. The whole idea is get rental income, get short-term rental income without spending short-term rental income money. That's accomplished through the sublease. Yeah. I'm not telling you to do this shady. I'm not saying go and do it secretly. I'm telling you, go find units and call the landlord and say, hey, would you be down to let me sublease this for Airbnb? And then I'll give you a cut and I'll handle it all. I'll furnish it, and then that way you tell him too, if ever he wants to rent out the unit, it'll already be staged and furnished, and then he could even get Airbnb data if he ever wants to sell the property in the future. So it's a win-win, and you could give him 10%. So that's what I'm saying, but then now we're talking a contract sign, a furniture investment, and then now you're pulling in anywhere from a couple hundred to a couple thousand a month, even if you just took 10% off top, for crying out loud. Yeah, there is rules though. You have to figure out the licensing, you got to figure out the area, but that's why I said, how ambitious are you? But there is a way to get into the short-term real estate income without putting up a fucking down payment, is what I'm trying to tell you. Do you live in the Airbnb while renting? No. You can, but sometimes I'll use my Airbnbs, so when they're not rented out, or if like a season. But yeah, I don't like live in them at the same time. You know, or if I want a weekend at the cabin, I'll just book it and use it. You just block it out. You're scared your first rental, your tenants were a nightmare. It's bound to happen. Is there, my question would be, was there any takeaways from it? Like, is there anything you could have learned that would help you in the future? Because bad tenants are bound to happen. That's the thing. It's just, I don't know. It's like you're gonna all date somebody, man or female, and you're gonna have a really bad experience one day. It's bound to happen. But I do think it's you know, once you learn the common pitfalls, it's just some of those things where you're like, all right, I'm not doing that. But I wouldn't shy away from it. But short-term rentals are a completely different beast. It's really like, I don't know, short-term rentals is kind of like gambling. It's very it's exciting because you don't know when it's gonna book. That's the thing. And so it's like, and it's a gamble because you know, if you don't get it booked, you don't make any money and you have cost. But then if it gets booked, you don't know how and when or how often, how consistent, the payment is substantially more than you would have made if you were just normally renting the property. Yeah, Yum. No other food play is coming down except Bungie. And then the China Yum didn't even react. Yum. I still can't believe they sold Pizza Hut. I don't see... What? No one talked about this? Yesterday, Kylie Jenner partners with Dunkin' Donuts? No. I guess I don't know if Dunkin's public. Taco Bell chatter of parasite outbreak? Oh. No way. It's gonna turn him into Scott Best... Have any of you heard that theory? I think it's a very interesting theory. That's crazy. Bro, ever since I'm mad. I ripped the Myrna plays from Hanta. I got like 30% or something, but yeah, no, those have been ripping, dude. Myrna has been a weird one this year, but not for parasites though. Like parasites aren't there's no like vaccine for parasites, unfortunately. That's just more like Ebola and like the E. coli, the shit like that. It would be bad for the company. It's not. These are things that are like well known. You know, like salmonella is not. I don't think there's a salmonella vaccine, but it's just like it would hurt. It would damage think like Chipotle, like 2016 or 2015, like when the Chipotle away, shit like that. It's bad. It's bad if it spreads, if it leads to like closures, and then it's one thing if it leads to closures, if it leads to a health event, a death, an injury, that's how it starts to affect, and then ultimately the final death blow is the hit on like the goodwill. Like how people view it. Like if you got like a global salmonella spread because of Taco Bell, for the next like 3 years, motherfuckers are gonna be like, it gives you diarrhea and salmonella. You know, that's what happened with Chipotle, and that was one of Chipotle's biggest drops. But then again, Chipotle did recover. They pulled stuff. So the next reaction of this like type of headline, it will be when we find out how many people were infected and who got affected by it. And then it'll lead to the next stage. Because that's only 0.7, but they gapped up a little bit. That house in Joshua Tree got a price drop. Did it really? What's the address? I forgot. See, that's not good, though. I'm glad we didn't buy it. I forgot about that one. What was the address for that Joshua Tree one? Because that's not good, though, now. Because remember, I looked at it, and I was like, damn, that looks cheap. But if you're telling me it's been another month, and it hasn't sold with a 20K price drop, that means if I wanted to sell it, but that was one I wanted for an Airbnb. I just need that one cheap enough. Semi-soft. We had that yesterday, I'm pretty sure. It's not too unusual, but that's why I'm saying if we could get everything moving up, it would be nice. It's just, yeah, I think it's just the scale of it all, though. So again, chips are moving way, way more than all of it. And then it's just slowing down some of the other rotations. FAA is alerting air traffic controllers. Palm Beach International. 3-letter identifier change from PBI to DJT. Shut up. That's crazy. That's pretty hype, dude. Like, bro, if that was me, oh, dude, you guys wouldn't hear the end of it. Dog, that's crazy. They just changed the airport tag in Florida to DJT. I guess he is a fucking sitting president. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, now you guys are like, yeah, he has a freeway too. I'm like, well, he was the president and he is the president now. So maybe we do tend to, I guess that does make sense. But yeah, that goes pretty hard. All right, man. Well, spy at the hide. Bonds are catching a bid, dog. Well, well, well. Those metas are still up 100%. Fuck me. Well, well, well. Oh, there's a meta. Fry, pelican, fry. Oh. Yum going down again. See, you're going to get a follow-up headline on that. Or go to the CDC website. See if they put out any updates. P on the high. Again, where is the Mag 7? Because metas, they're all still red, dude. That's so funny. Literally, all of the Mag 7, even NVIDIA, is in the red. Ongoing advisory, not yet identified. IDs. So yeah, wait, 610 or 710? So they had this a month ago? Oh, watch out then. That might be delayed. Double check that. Because if this was a month ago and you're hearing about it now, that means there was a month where we should have heard the cases and the numbers probably aren't that high. Yeah, that was a month ago. So you're just hearing about it now. So like, remember E. coli, we heard about it like in real time. It was like a 1 or 2 day delay and then we heard the infections. So that means if that was a month ago, they're either finding out more stuff now or it's kind of wrapping up. Yeah, that's interesting. But what's the what's the details though? Like, how many people impacted, infected, all that? Oh, but that's weird. That was a month. You're gonna get another update. Yeah, that property. Last time we called him, it was at 369. Oh no, wait, he had it at April at 345, and then he raised it and then lowered it. But yeah, they can't sell it. I don't like that. And then the neighbor's for sale right now at 480. Holy shit, they're all for sale. Oh fuck. See, that's a new development. Yeah, so look, that didn't exist before. Same property. Now the neighbor and the property behind you is for sale. And then your two neighbors next door and behind you have sold for 30% less. They probably did it a while ago. Yeah, that was purchased a minute ago, but still. Yeah, that's crazy though. Yeah, that's in Cali. I called this property live. I thought this one could be a decent Airbnb. It's a short sale, so they owe more than they're selling it for. It's really updated. It looks really nice. I called the agent. They haven't Airbnb'd it. They pretty much, two people invested in this property. They put all this money into it, and then they ran out of money before being able to rent it. So now they want to get out of it. But yeah, it seemed a little weird. I thought it looks like a beautiful property, man. I'm telling you. For like an Airbnb, this is already done for you. You just buy this as is. You take all their furniture. You know I've done that, right? One of my Airbnbs, I bought it as is. It was already furnished. I didn't even furnish it. I just literally listed it on Airbnb. I bought all of their furniture. So yeah, they would probably do that here too. But I don't like it though that house hasn't sold. Because it looked like a good deal a month ago. But if you're telling me if you're telling me they can't even sell it in another month and it's already undervalued, that maybe it's not undervalued. But then again, I think the supply, you now have 2 other properties all within a door knock distance, play on the high. Apple. It is crazy cheap for Cali. You know what's even crazier? A couple years ago, that property would have been like $100K. That's a Joshua Tree. Apple. Hilton 2. Another round of travel consumer. I mean, again, Crocs, Urban. I mean, shit, even Dio. But yeah, we're holding up pretty good. The dirt neighborhood. That's Joshua Tree. It's like that. See, Joshua Tree, Joshua Tree's ghetto. It used to be really cheap. It just became like an Airbnb spot. People go there to camp and do mushrooms. And yeah, their short-term rentals are good, but we looked at it, though, last time. I looked at some of the competition. The demand isn't that crazy. Baba. So, yeah, K-Web, dude. If you haven't noticed, all these days, you know, overnight, K-Web's ripping. Anytime there's problems with, like, the chips, there has been a Chinese rotation. Even Goldman has been calling. Now, it's back to the same price, dude. It's crazy. But they're calling for this Chinese rotation. But at the same time, the Chinese economy is like getting weaker in real time. So it's an interesting one, but I'm not going to be too confident unless it gets either really abysmal or we actually start to get a less annoying rotation. And then again, even towards September, you are going to do the Xi Jinping meeting thing again. JLHL. Jaleel. If they're banning or about to ban, yeah, you do, because that has a very big difference. Like Palm Springs got affected by that, and then there's other places that just limited the license. But that's why too, it could either help you or hurt you when it comes to the government. Just remember, regulation. This is what I've been trying to explain on some of these political things for the last couple years, but just remember, regulation determines winners and losers. So that's what you got. So sometimes the Airbnb regulation can screw you over or it could help you. So like I had one situation on Airbnb where the local government banning Airbnb ended up helping my Airbnb. Because what they did is they banned all new Airbnbs, then they limited the existing ones, and then they only let a certain amount of people keep an Airbnb license. And guess what? I was one of those people. So it ended up literally doubling up my income in that area. Yeah, bro, yum. I mean, bro, it's an expensive stock. It might walk. No, there's not too much volume. Oh, when have you got a 4 center? But yeah, now it's down 3. Remember, it was down 0.7 when we were talking about it. No, the Joshua Tree, it's not, I wouldn't call it a phase. It's still up there. It's still active. It's an active Airbnb area. The price is held up to a certain degree. But it's not. The demand is, there's a lot of competition. That's the part that people don't, oh shit, my bad. I meant to type it here. That's the part people don't realize. This competition in Airbnb is really real. You know why? Because you could be on fire and then a motherfucker lists a unit next to you and then lowers the price. So that's what's happening. Like Joshua Tree, there is still I think more people are going to Joshua Tree than ever before. Like the statistics are, it's a great place for demand and travel, But why, when I look at the Airbnb stuff, the demand is not really there, but it's there. It sounds contradicting, but why? What am I saying? You know, you see this in stocks in the market too, believe it or not. This is actually something we've been talking about a lot in its own little way. But why would that? How could the demand not be there, but the demand is growing? What the fuck are you saying? Apple, again, Pepsi. Apple and Mattel. Another round of consumer. Again, Pepsi started going up. Yeah, it's like overcrowded, but the real answer is competition. That's exactly what it is. So you have demand, and it's up there a lot. Here. Let me see. I got more data. Why is this doing that? But yeah, it's competition. So these houses were cheap, and then the demand keeps going. So what keeps happening is people are going to this area to visit, but then people are going there to invest as well. So then what's ending up happening is that there's a lot of people going to Joshua Tree, but there's even more people putting their house up for sale or for rent. And then you know what they start doing? You want that demand, you start lowering the prices. So the competition, it creates a lot of winners and losers. That's why Joshua Tree, I think that's why when I looked at some of the rental stuff, it's very, very spread out, and like some have good demand, some don't. But then it's, again, there's a big difference in price, and there's just so much supply. You have a lot of people are going to visit Joshua Tree every year and getting an Airbnb, but there is a lot of supply of homes they could choose from. And that right there is kind of what makes, you know, if you want to get into an Airbnb business out there, you got to be, that could either make or break you. If you come in cheap, you could fuck up everybody. But if you need to make a lot and your costs are high, you're probably going to get ran out of the city. All right, SPY on the high. Again, Apple is trying to go green. We got a couple of things moving. Actually, Apple did go green. I think even now went back to the green. And Microsoft and SPY. That's what I'm saying, bro. So if we could get everybody up today, that will be kind of unique. And then again, we'll probably tweak out tomorrow on SK Hynix. Yeah, NASDAQ 59 in the green, 45 in the red, or 41. Dow Jones. 10 green, 20 red. And then SPY, 320 green, 178 in the red. That got a lot better. Damn, I need the other one. I need to get the, I need to go back 10 years. But yeah, here's the traffic. So from 2021 to 25, this was when it was insane. But yeah, it's down 10% from the peak. But we're talking about 3 million people a year are going to Joshua Tree just to visit, which is kind of crazy. And that's just the national park. So there's a lot of people who go to Joshua Tree. They do not even go into the national park. They literally just get an Airbnb and do a bunch of drugs. I'm not even kidding you. So it's, yeah, it's the demand has been, I need to show you where it came from though. That shit popped off, but it's not giving me the 10-year. IP. Oh, is it on Etrade or no? Actually, I don't know how they're gonna offer the SK Hynix because it's foreign. But after SpaceX, the best allocations were from Etrade. Etrade and Schwab. Some of you guys got a ridiculous allocation. Let's buy a hotel or get a hippie bed and breakfast and sell the allure of getting high in a nice environment. I mean, that's not really my industry, but at the same time, even if we wanted to do that, I'm telling you, it'd be extremely hard unless we could do it for dirt cheap. Because even, like I'm saying, buy or build a hotel, go spend money, make it nice. How much are we going to rent it for? You see? And if it's too expensive, and then there's all these cheap options, you're not going to get it. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you could do it for dirt cheap, it'll work. But if you have to spend any money to do that, and then you have to compete in pricing and volume, it's going to be very challenging. Yeah, so here it is. This is what I'm telling you. This is where I first remember. I was telling you, I was looking at this thing back in the day when Joshua Tree first popped off. It was here. You went from 1 million visitors to 2 million visitors in like a year and a half, 2 years. And then that 2 million went to 2.5 in another year. And then this, right, I was saying, right ahead of COVID, this is where Joshua Tree was going insane. Then it dropped after COVID because we were all locked inside, but that was still way higher than the last couple years. And then now I'm saying these numbers are still elevated. So that's why it's like, that place was a very fascinating place. It was even cheaper, but, this is what's driving the economy. And that's why it's such a unique place for rentals, and it does work if you have it for cheap. Oh, it might be. The thing is, like, Joshua Tree, though, is not like, I think California San Diego might have been bigger. Because but then that's the immigration. Because let me put it this way. Motherfuckers are not immigrating to Joshua Tree. It's not. So, like, that's like, you only go out there simply to see the national park and do drugs. But that's why it's like, I don't think, I think that was just natural. Like, it's just so far out there. But yeah, I think you are. I would argue San Diego might have even been a bigger increase in volume and demand. But that's why from like 2015 to 2016, remember, these houses in Joshua Tree, as that was happening, these were $50,000, $100,000 properties. That's why they're at $300,000-$400,000 now. But then again, selling them at $300,000-$400,000 is still kind of trippy, because a lot of people do remember when they were $100,000. Okay, Apple went green, my friends. We have everything in the green. SPY back to that 0.58. We were up there kind of near the morning. Russell 1.2. NASDAQ 1.4. NASDAQ's actually kind of lagging. It's up. It's leading the day, but you were up 1.5 on the NASDAQ way earlier. So this move just tagged along way more names. And then 0.2 on the Dow. The war's already over. Paladine. Your property value is going up during Biden, as it should. That's what people don't believe me, but I made my entire real estate fortune all under Democrats. Because that's when the prices move. Every Republican, real estate does nothing. This is, again, IPE lessons. It's not typical. It doesn't mean it has to happen like that, but at least in the modern era, I mean, Democrats in housing prices has been a nice little strategy. But that's why I even said, like, this year, you know, the real estate's been very, very stable. Some areas up, some down, but it's very well lagging behind stocks. But yeah, stability is kind of the name of the policy game. Your friend and his wife moved there to start his leather company and to do drugs. Yeah. I can see a leather company out there. Why do they go there to do drugs? I don't know. I've never been there to do drugs. When I used to do drugs, I didn't like doing drugs in the dirt. I would go to very nice locations, actually. That was the kind of part of the appeal. But I don't know why people do that. I've never tried. I didn't understand the appeal. Again, I only went there because of real estate in 2015, 2016. I started hearing it, and I've known about this my whole life, Joshua Tree. It's just like that place outside of Palm Springs. It's a weird location, and then I started hearing about doubling and tripling, and I'm like, what? And then it just turned into it was like one of the first like social media hypes leading to like a real world travel real estate effect. It was fascinating. But yeah, and the stars are nice though. It is nice at nighttime. There's no lights, there's no light pollution. It's like kind of in the mountain. It does look dope at night. Maybe that's why they do drugs there, now that I think about it. The stars and the shit, yeah. The trees is dirty. I like the star because at the farm, did I tell you guys the last time I had to stop by the farm like a month or two ago? And it was at nighttime, and bro, I look my ass up, I just stare up, and I was mesmerized. The stars near the farm, dude, insane. No, bro, it was the crazy. I was like, it was a very spiritual experience, but that didn't require any drugs. I was just like, whoa, dude, I was tripping. No, dude, it was insane. It was so yeah. I think the lack of light pollution goes a long way in California for certain views in nature. The veil is not too thin in Joshua Tree. No. If that's what the veil being thin looks like, then I don't want the veil to be ever thin. There's just a bunch of crackheads walking around, bro. Believe me, I know when the rich LA people go there to do drugs, you could spot them. But I've been there enough time. I scouted a lot of properties back in the day. It is just people fucking zombie walking in 120-degree weather. If that is what the veil produced, fuck that. But Sonoma, go to Sonoma, Arizona. That place is truly, truly unique, if that's what you're looking for. No drugs required. Or Sedona, not Sonoma. No, Sedona. Dude, Sedona is actually, I think the pyramids of Giza are the only thing comparable to like its like magnetic field. And it's weird. Dude, Sedona's a weird place. I like it. But then again, that's what I'm telling you. I would say the veil is thin there, but then you go look at what it produced. It's a nice place. It's a nice place. The people there, the way they, like, it's a very fascinating thing. Yeah, they got like vortexes and shit. It's a trip, dude. It's a trip. Cadence. All these chilled out. Oh no, it'd be nice if we could get everything moving, but by this time, I mean, it's 4 minutes. You're real close. Let's do a push-up. Nope, it does. It does. It does feel slow. That's what I was just saying. I'm like, dude, well, if we don't get everything moving and like some of these like rotation things, unfortunately, we might just kind of dance around now for a couple of hours. And that's the problem. But like what you're experiencing is like we need to can I have everybody's attention? Unfortunately, although I do believe we have a nice runway approaching and we are going to AstraZeneca, remember, they got killed on the drug thing this morning. They're popping now. There's a lot of calls on there. There's a 5 center. I don't think it'll hit, though. Go for the 40. Nope, it's gone now. Never mind. I would say that don't take the 195's a little jack. That was the 190 was just at 40. But yeah, I'm not going to play it. I don't know. But again, if you got it earlier, that one would have already hit. But yeah, can I make a public service announcement? So before we do push-ups, I would love all of you to do a push-up too and take care of yourself. Trust me, you'll need it. The stamina, you know. Trust me, you want to stay alive, baby. But yeah, you know, it may feel slow, exciting, pops and drops. It's just like here's the reality. Like I'm saying, our runway is approaching. The events, everything right around the corner. There might be a little bit more stop and go that we have to deal with, but there is an opportunity that we don't have to deal with the stop and go. That's the good news. The bad news of this public service announcement is that we are like officially in the box, you guys. This is what we wanted to avoid. Remember on the way up, and you know, you did it for a little bit, like this was nice, but unfortunately, you've been in the same price range since May. So we are kind of in a nice little 2-month box. And yeah, just you've done this before. End of last year, end of the year before that. And unfortunately, it does create this prices high, momentum elevated, but not high. And then a lot of back and forth, Mag 7 leadership, chips, and then we have to play that game. So unfortunately, that is not, it's one of the least favorable environments to be in. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like at this point, like we've done this so much already. It's like, yeah, it's confirmed. You're in the damn box, dude. So it doesn't mean we can't get out of it, but as long as we keep staying in this little range of ranges, then that's it. That's why too, you know, if you remember a couple weeks ago, oh, everyone's freaking out. I'm like, we're going to stay in this range ahead of expiration. Same thing. We're going to stay in the range because that's what we've been boxed in, unfortunately. So as long as that persists, I wouldn't get your hopes up, and I would don't be too jumpy and have enough stamina to be ready to move once we need to get out of here. But yeah, that's why thankfully it's right around the corner. But if that right around the corner turns out bad, oh yeah, we're gonna be stuck in that box. Ta-da! So now can we do some push-ups? Chatadonia, you've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, my friends. Get your body moving. Stay alive. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. And, you know, get your body active. You know, get your hips. Make sure your ribs are above your pelvis. Have you thought about that? Where are your ribs right now? Stop. Stop. Freeze. Look down. Where are your ribs right now? Are your ribs over your pelvis? Or are your ribs leaning forward over near your knees? That's weird. It's not the structure of a human. Are your legs wrapped behind your computer chair? Like you're LARPing that you work at SeaWorld and ride dolphins for a living? Think about it. This is not normal. It's not normal behavior, brother. I'm just saying, as the God designed us and the structure of the human body, your legs should be in front of you. Your ribs should be atop of your pelvis. Don't lean forward too much. You know what I'm saying? So let's go, baby. Relax your eyeballs. Breathe in deep. Relax your jaw. Move. Move around. Jump, jump, jump around. Let me see. You want propaganda? I need to do the floor stretch. Bam, 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 bam. Again, CDNS.
That cannot stand
I'll give you some
our
prop.
ability
It's been a
to
while
use
since
the
we had
strait as
propaganda.
leverage.
The strait clearly being used for leverage. Penny, I'm curious if President Trump follows through on his threat of taking aim at Iran's critical infrastructure, that's water and energy, how that could perhaps weaken Iran and bring them to the table.
I don't think that would work, and also would probably cross a very clear legal line if you were to do that. But let's say he follows through on that. In the past, when he made that threat previously, Iran said, we're going to respond in kind against the Gulf countries. And they've proven an ability to hit in energy infrastructure and desalination plants. So what you could have is a regional humanitarian crisis. You could have a global economic crisis that results from that. So I really don't think that's a realistic path to go down, nor would we come out of that looking very good.
There's also the view that the lifting of the blockade gave Iran some breathing room, but that the rial, given the weakness in the currency, maybe the U.S. has some leverage to roll some of that back.
Certainly there's a little bit of leverage there to be had, but let's go back to that dynamic. When we had the blockade previously, they also imposed a blockade. In fact, our blockade was in response to their blockade. And what happened in that case? Essentially,
you guys want a trippy stretch?
Agreeing to an MOU, which was very much in Iran's favor.
SPY new high.
Because we
Go
saw,
do the 90-90
that
I showed you yesterday or the other day.
To run low.
Do the
so
90-90.
Iran has a great deal of leverage here.
Put
and I
it
have
to
say,
one
this really
side.
Goes back to the very beginning when you and I
Make
were
sure
talking about this at the start of the conflict.
Ribs are
of a
above your
war
pelvis
that was really launched on
while
faulty
sitting in the
assumptions.
90-90
And we're seeing that
on
play
one
out
side.
now, where the president has really painted
And then
himself
take
in the corner
15
and
deep
not
breaths
very many good options
while
for
making
himself.
sure your ribs are above your
Does
pelvis.
the U.S. start to rethink
It's
the
trippy.
use of Pakistan as a
You might
negotiating
feel
partner
muscles
with
that
Iran
it's
if diplomatic
weird.
efforts
But
continue
yeah, just
to
breathing.
set
Just
back?
go in the position and breathe.
I don't think
making
so.
Sure
I think
your
there's
ribs
a very
are
close
aligned.
relationship there, particularly between President Trump and Field Marshal Munir. But I think some of the gravity seems to have shifted over to Qatar more recently. But Qatar and Pakistan have been managing this, and I suspect they're burning up the phone lines right now with various parties. We've already seen Qatar doing that, and Pakistan seems to have a line into the IRGC. So they will still prove useful. What I would love to see, actually, though, is direct communication between the United States and Iran. That is the best and most efficient and effective way to really move things along quickly and to remove the concerns and the interest that third parties will always bring to the table.
Meantime, a couple items on the wires this morning about Israel, saying that new threats are emerging. I wonder if this emboldens them to get more aggressive against Hamas or just act as an irritant to any kind of resolution.
Yeah, I mean, I think Israel was very not happy at all with the MOU and with the pressure that was put on it with regard to Lebanon. And so if the diplomatic process starts to weaken and break down and we resume force, I think Israel will see that potentially as at least a yellow light, if not a green light, to then resume activity in Lebanon in particular, if it feels a need to.
Seems like things could get worse before they get better. Panid, you're looking at the markets, which seem to have brushed off so far the idea of the ceasefire breaking down, suggesting that investors think that over time a solution will come to fruition. Are you as confident?
I don't know that we'll get to a solution, but I think we can probably reach some sort of a steady state, which the markets price in a certain degree of instability and this low-level cycle of escalation and de-escalation, which we're likely to see for some time. And the reason we're going to see that is because, again, Iran does not want to give up the control it has over the Strait, and the United States, as a global matter, cannot really accept a country being able to impose its will on an international waterway and prevent freedom of navigation.
Finally, two questions. One is, if this goes past the midterms, does that erode any kind of leverage for Iran? Does it embolden the president to increase escalation? And then on LNG, I don't know if you noticed today, Qatar was going to try to ramp up some of their output. They put that back on pause. You know, these countries in Europe are going to have to start stockpiling for the winter. That looks to be a slightly more dire situation.
Yeah, listen, I think that basically what we're seeing here with Iran is that on the question of LNG and so forth, that you know, there's just too much instability right now, too much uncertainty. And I think that Qatar is probably wise to hold off on that decision for the time being. And when it comes to the midterms, I think the Iranians are effectively calculating right now that they don't really trust the president. They believe that the plan, if we look back at the past year, when they believe that we were in negotiations twice and those were broken off to start airstrikes, that could happen again. And so they're very worried about a trap here. They're preparing for a resumption of military force at any time. And with Vice President Vance's comments a few weeks ago that the president said, let's refill the reserves and let's see where we are, then I believe Iran hears that and they say, okay, this means we have to be ready. And certainly the midterms could be a point where they say, okay, you know, the political cycle has changed in the United States, and that might give the president a freer hand at that point to move.
I mean, bro,
so
high
we're not out of
ticker's
the
almost
woods
maxed
by any
out.
stretch of the imagination here. And I think that, you know, this could continue for a very long time because fundamentally the positions of the two sides.
Well, thank you. It's good, refreshing. Get some propaganda. Oh, no. But yeah, one time I did this thing where I did like a bear in the woods stretch. And then like you're supposed to like hold it deep and like move your hip. And I did that and I swear it like pinched my back for like a month. It was terrible. And then oil's going lower. DuPont NYAG is suing Attorney General, nation's largest chemical companies, over toxic pollution from consumer products. Again, P and IP, they might be related. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, again, so many things are up right now. So some are still in the red, like Microsoft. Again, that dynamic we talked about this morning of just, you know, it could be going up all day and still be in the red. But yeah, we're doing pretty well here. I mean, there's still a decent amount of names that are down, but yeah, you're building it up. Ideally, small, slow climbs would be better than if we go do the little VWAP dance again. So you guys should be prepared for all of it. Run. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. DFTX. Yeah, silver, dude. It's crazy, though. I'm telling you, man. Silver's just amazing. Gold and silver, but I forgot. I think it was JP Morgan. But yeah, people have gotten over it. I mean, in the sense you don't hear the debasement trade anymore. And what I mean by people got over it is in the sense, like, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago when JP Morgan put it out. I heard people talking about gold going back to 3,000 now. Gold has disappointed so many people in the last, like, quarter just off of this war, inflation, favor. Gold should be up. That's what Deutsche Bank was talking about. But, yeah, it's just now that it keeps slipping, there's some low targets on gold and silver that, you know, if that people were not, they were not down with it. If you said that at the beginning of the year, they would have said you were insane. You know, again, because, I mean, you guys watch it, hit 6,000, but now I'm seeing people talk about 3,000. So, kind of nuts. You knew it was never a debasement. I feel, dude. I feel. Tesla, bro, the high ticker is going. Yeah, Tesla's like actually in the green. And Apple, but like I'm saying, still a lot of those other names just kind of, they've been moving up all day still to be red. Dow 19 green, 11 in the red. NASDAQ 45 green, 55 red. It's kind of matched up, and SPY has a lot, 317 in the green. COG T 8 is still early on this Friday, Junior. Do you think the price was raised to cause hyperinflation? No, I think what happened with gold and silver, there were so many things all at once. Remember with that Swiss move we spot when we really were playing it like a year or two ago? That's where like it started with central bankers, but I think the second half of that gold, end of last year, beginning of this year, I think it was off of China and AI, even arguably Korea. Because I think that build out mixed in even with the war stuff, there was a fat industrial build out that occurred, and I think it impacted, again, copper, and a lot of things went up. I mean, that's why it's just like it tracked it just like the ISM. So pretty much gold, the AI chip mania, it all tracks the ISM. Usually actually as SOX and ISM go hand in hand. So that's why it's like literally, I think there was just a lot of industrial production. It was booming, and it was running from end of last year to the beginning, all this front run of AI with companies and countries. And I think that led to a little mini shortage in these metals and the demand, and that's what sparked it up. And then everybody thought, there was just too many reasons though, because even when I tell you that, if you're hearing me, it's like I could acknowledge 5 different things that happened in that time frame. There's so many things that could have been the real reason for it, but I do think there was a closer link to industry, and it correlates. Silver, gold bubbling up while that AI was bubbling up. That I think about SK Hynix, Samsung from that time period too. It's like all of this stuff was going on, so I think that's what caused I think it got to benefit. It was a beneficiary off of the AI boom, but then it had so many other reasons, and then people started blaming other things, and then ultimately they chose let's be afraid of inflation and debasement. So yeah, they chose the scariest one. How do you know what dates to choose for expirations? It depends what you're playing and why. So like if it's earnings play or the short term, the choosing the date, it really depends on what you're actually trying to achieve. But understand, more time costs more money, but then also too, more time, if there's a lot of volatility, it could give you a little bit more protection as long as the stock goes in your direction. But if it doesn't in a volatile manner, at least the pricing, more time can help you rather than hurt you, but you got to pay for it. But other than that, it just depends. Like I get, earnings plays, I'm playing a time frame around their earnings, and after certain news plays, I'm doing very, very short term. Other plays with broader ideas, I'll even go out to a year or two. So it just depends on why we're playing it. And then also too, the pricing sometimes. So like some plays like Sentinel, I didn't really think I didn't want to play this for several years, but when we were making the play, it was just like the short-term plays, they cost a lot of money. It's like you would spend a little bit more to get like 10 times the amount of time. That would have been better safety. And that's what happened with this play. Any short-term didn't work, but the ones with time, they went down, and then right when it goes up, you go up with it too. Come out to Idaho and you'll bring you to your gold claim. Can I go panning for gold, dude? I'm so down. What happened to Qualigen? It's not even called Qualigen. I think I just make that name up. A Department of War post on 2 laser weapon systems. Valued at $86 million. Ceiling of $840 to Enlight Defense and Lockheed Aculite. Yeah, Light. That was a great call. I thought only wait, Enlight is Enlight light? Because I know AccuLight. I don't think we had exposure to it. Will this SK Hynix IPO have a bigger impact on IPO day than SpaceX? Kind of. I don't. The only thing, like, I think kind of. I think there's similarities between SpaceX IPO and this IPO, but just in terms of size, supply, momentum, all of that. But the big difference is that this is an IPO directly related to the bubble and the concentration. That's the difference. SpaceX was its own little bubble. SpaceX caused a bunch of space stocks to go crazy this year. You know, you could tie it into the robotics in the data centers, but at the end of the day, I do think, I don't think it was like, it's not a chip stock. It's not we're selling memory making 20 times what we did last year. You know, so this IPO is at least related directly to the chips, which I think is, that's going to be the X factor. I think that's what's going to make it play out a little different, but same dynamics, a lot of money, how they IPO it, the volume, all of that stuff. I think all of that is still in play. And it's weird they're doing these on Fridays now. I don't know if you guys noticed. They usually wouldn't do these on Friday. You wouldn't have your biggest IPOs in the world on a fucking Friday. So they did that with SpaceX, and now they're doing this one on a Friday too. Laser Meta. So Meta's green now too. Got Apple, Meta, and Tesla. Oh, the Koreans. I don't know though. I don't know if I don't know how the Koreans have access to what we do. I mean, I know the Chinese, they don't. But that could be why. I don't know if you remember, like 2-3 weeks ago, there was data, that Korean chart, and it was saying how foreign investors in Korea, they were exiting as retail was going up. So maybe I think there's a portion of people in Korea that may have already prepared for this, or Hong Kong and Singapore and other people in Asia that have a US link and that can. I think that's going to be the demand that you get from, you know, international. But I think the Korean retail is just going to they're just going to rip their Hong Kong stock all day. Cipher, Meta. Again, those plays are up like 150 now. Korea. Qubits. Micron's going now too. Qubits with a little pop at the high. SPY's looking good. Just you gotta all these little stall outs. You know, we're traumatized from the being in the box. All it takes is one stall out, and then we're going nowhere for 7 hours. Why do they set a price when the stock's already listed in Korea? Why it doesn't just trade with Korea price? Because you're not buying that. That's the reality. That's why. That's the deep, dark secret nobody wants to talk about. Because you're not really buying SK Hynix. You're buying a holding company that's probably going to be established in the Cayman Islands, and the holding company owns the shares of foreign SK Hynix. It's going to be like a ETF in a weird way, but that's why. But then also too, the company in Korea, the actual equity is already established and distributed. Again, the company could issue more shares, or maybe they have a reserve, but think about it. They've already been issued and selling for a long time now. So when they come and offer this new entity, which is SK Hynix, but it's not, they're offering a portion of it, and then they're setting the price based on what they're releasing. The overall value gets some hint to what the Korea stock is doing, but they're not releasing all of the stock tomorrow, just a portion of it. So that's why whatever is released in that portion and that price, that has that reflects something different. But yeah, ADR. So like people, that was why, even though I own Baba, I remember on Baba, this is what I always would freak out about. But yeah, like Alibaba. So like you guys, like when you buy a share of Alibaba on the U.S. stock exchange, do you think you own a share of Jack Ma's company, of Alibaba? Because you don't. You don't own Alibaba. You own Alibaba's ADR, an American Depository Reserve. Alibaba is a Cayman Islands company that owns the shares of the Asian Alibaba, a portion of it. So you're buying a share that represents a share in China. You're not buying the Chinese company. That's why some people don't like these foreign companies, because when push comes to shove, you don't really own, there is a vulnerability, but, again, most people have done it for a long time, and, it's worked out better than not, but there has been issues where that has proven to be a problem. But yeah, that's what's going on with any ADR, so some differences. Does it always track 1-to-1? Like, will ADR Baba ever be down with the real? It could be. Yeah, or sometimes what you see a lot with these companies, like it happens with Baidu all the time. Like Baidu will go up 10% in Hong Kong, and then it'll only go up 2% in America. So there is somewhat of a gap. They do not track 1-to-1, no. Yeah, it is technically a derivative. Exactly. Your ADR share derives its value from the onshore share in China, but you technically don't own the China share. It sounds like perps in a way. No, because perps, the idea is like betting on the price. Right, locking in a price to a certain degree. Futures are used for pricing. Think about like hedging oil, hedging gold, commodities, stuff like that, or hedging large, short, or long positions for a fund. But ADRs are just a loophole. That's it, right? China says no American can buy. Okay, technically they're not buying. ADRs are just a loophole. It's a loophole to get people foreign access that they couldn't get based on the other local laws or whatever it may be. So it's just all a loophole to get you the thing you couldn't get. Because if you wanted SK Hynix right now, you would be limited. Alibaba, if you couldn't go to China and buy it, they won't let you. It would cost a lot of money and take a lot of time. So this ADR thing is just the scheme to get to the money and getting around the red tape, essentially. But then it comes at the risk of you're not really owning what you think you own. Exactly. It's like a VPN. 100%. It's a VPN. That's a great way to put it. That's a more, I think, a 1-to-1 example rather than the perps. what's stopping anybody from doing the same? Like with ADRs, people have to want it. That's the irony. So any of you could do that. You could go invent companies and then go put foreign shares in a Cayman Islands company and then try to sell the ADR that you could do it, but if nobody wants to buy it, like, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't everybody could do this. That's what's the ironic part about this, because it's such a, it's obviously a loophole and a workaround, and it comes with vulnerability, but why are people doing it? Because they want to own that. They want some of that profit. You know what I'm saying? They're enticed by it. So that's why they're like, give me it. They're in demand. They're like, okay, I don't care besides the risk. I know it's risky, but I want in on that. Give me that investment. And they want it. So anybody could do this, but will the demand show up millions and billions of dollars? Probably not. But that's why these companies that are extremely successful in other parts of the world, we want a piece of that. We want our hand in the cookie jar, and we're willing to overlook the risk. And there's a lot of people demanding their hand in that cookie jar. It doesn't go back to the company. It can. It just depends. It depends the structure, how they IPO. That's why they tell you use of proceeds. Who's the one selling the shares? What is it? The company that's making the deposit of shares into the ADR, into the company? Is it private holders, big shareholders? Just like when we IPO a company and they determine who's going to be the selling holders and who's going to be the people locked in. SYY Striker? Isn't that food? Or that's food Cisco. Yo. That could be related to Yum. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the right Cisco. All right, I got a negative change close. Yeah, that's a negative change close or break even now, just in case. Because the Yum one, I couldn't find anything that cheap near the money. So like I'm saying, I'm pretty sure that's Cisco food. If I'm wrong, then I'm just an idiot. That's Cisco food, right? That's not Cisco fucking networking. Yeah. Oh, no. Navy food contract. You know what I'm saying, though, right? Believe me, that will make a very big difference in this play idea. Because, again, that's why when I see this drop right now on big volume, kind of by like 1%, it recovered a little bit. Remember, we just saw someone get killed 7% on a food issue. So that's why if I'm like, yo, this is Cisco food, that's connected. If it's Cisco networking, then fuck no. I think the food one is with the C. Warren Buffett, he probably owns what's it called? He owns a lot of real ones. I don't know. He might own a couple of ADRs. He owns some foreign companies. But yeah, it just depends what stock we're talking about. See, Berkshire is a holding company, but it's established in the United States. And you own a share. By owning a share of Berkshire, you get a portion of what they hold as a company. But you actually you at least own a share of Berkshire Hathaway. So even if Berkshire Hathaway sold off every single asset it owned and had to liquidate, you have some level of claim to that. Whereas if it was an ADR, the ADR technically just owns a share. If things went bad and it had to sell everything, you're last in line. You get nothing, essentially. Cisco XD. I don't know. It could, like I'm saying, it could be the Taco Bell thing. Those didn't move though. Got a good price on them though. I guess technically they're up, but yeah, like okay, now it's moving again. You can make them free, I think. Let's see. Interesting. They won't even show that order up. Yeah, I'll let it move around a little. Again, those are cheap. There is another food company that starts with a C. I think there is. SRXH popping. Looks like a biotech. Whoa, SRXH. I don't think it has options. Nope. You got to go shares only, 30%, but that's happening right now. Usually these are already up by the time you see them. Resume trading. Oh, 20 billion stock buyback program. Authorized plan of up to 10 million shares or 50% of its shares outstanding. Huh? What? Did I read that right? Yeah, it is a reverse split scam. They just did a reverse split, but now they're saying they are, what's it called? Now they're saying they're going to, they're going to buy back half of their float. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Have any of you noticed this? Oh, hold on. Oh my gosh. Are you guys, have any of you noticed this? Can you guys do me a favor? Type in bird into your stock platform. Type in BIRD ticker and tell me what name you see. Yo, bro, did you notice that? I didn't. How come I didn't notice that? Did you guys? Are you just figuring this out right now too? Or did any of you know this before? Because I didn't know. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, what? Oh no, their website. Oh no. Is it new to, dude, I'm trying to say, I'm like, dude, is this, am I tripping? I know I didn't really pay too much attention to this. But interesting. Yeah, they changed their name to Smartbird. Bro, this is Allbirds, the shoe company short squeeze data center thing. That's it. I hit the wrong ticker and I was looking and I was like, what the fuck is Smartbird? And then I'm like, why do I own this? Because I have those free shares that I was like, what the fuck is this? And it says Smartbird, but yeah, it's Allbirds. This is the fucking data center one. CLWT, teasing something new is coming. That's hilarious. Yeah, so none of you knew that? I don't know if they're going to make an announcement. But yeah, they changed their name to Smartbird. I didn't see anything on their website. That's hilarious, dude. Smartbird. Oh, I guess they announced it on the day. That was the day that we played it. Apparently, they announced that they are going to be called Smartbird. It just happened. I don't remember that as part of the announcement. That's crazy. All right, I kind of have a dumb idea. Oh, that's not it, is it? Oh, okay, no, it's not related to it. Okay, thank God. All right, no more dumb idea. No more dumb idea. I say they keep. If I had one confirmation, I had a really dumb idea, but no, it was the wrong thing. That's hilarious. Spy, Tesla, Ulta, we're still going, baby. Happy Friday, Junior. Like I said, I don't want to stall, bro, because any little stall just means we might go back to the open. So as long as it keeps melting away, bro, I think you're gonna be chill. Mm-hmm. I do blame CERN. Hey, Tim Whitman. The Chad wants to know, is it true that Josh has 3 balls? Why are you spamming that, bro? Just come find out. Why are you so curious? The fuck? Mm-hmm. And then Chad, are you guys ready? Do you guys know I love you, right? You know that? I need to start this like Paul and be like, you did so good. I love you. May you be encouraged and God bless. Okay? But to the people of Corinth, to the church in Philadelphia, okay? Here's the deal. I'm pretty sure Yash is coming back, you guys. Especially as we enter earnings season. I keep telling you we got our little runway. This is where we got to make our money and do some shit. So yeah, we are going to. We might be going to zero tolerance. Even then too, bro. I don't know why. I think my video yesterday, the YouTube people, they're like, Josh, I hate you, Josh. I hate you, Josh. So, you know, I don't know. I think some people from last year, they came back around. Same energy. I'm like, I don't want to attract you guys. I wanted to get rid of. That's why I just please. So yeah, I think Yash is back, you guys. So I will ban the fuck out of you. I will not unban you. It's zero tolerance. I don't want to explain any plays. If you don't understand them, don't touch them. Get a long term. And if you have paid attention, if you take the dimes I'm dropping, they should have all made you money by now. That's what I'm saying. I get disappointed in the people who don't pay attention. They don't get to make money, and then they become a nuisance. So I would prefer that we all make money. You'll enjoy it. You won't be a nuisance, and then yeah, we'll go. But yeah, I do think the return of Yash. He's very happy though. I'm very happy. Yash is very happy. But yeah, we don't got no time for host shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I should call back Bird. Remember I did call them? Nah, the rules are not back. I'm just gonna fuck you up. The fuck you mean? It's called the Wild West, son. That's over. This is the real Wild West. Not the, oh yeah, I can say whatever I want and I know he won't ban me. Oh yeah, that's not fun. There's no cost. Come on, brother. So yeah, no, I'll show you. We got some real Wild West. Oh yeah, you don't know what's gonna happen. You want to roll the dice? Let the Lord determine the fall. Doesn't that vibe usually mean we're about to make money? Ding, 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 ding. Yep, 100%. If you have noticed, you know, since YouTube does fuck with our traffic and, you know, the connection and all that, the Chad, and then again, we have the locked-in Chad, so your Chad VIX numbers are a little skewed, but we definitely noticed last year that when there's like a certain uptick in like violence towards Josh, there's usually a fucking opportunity right around the corner. When people get like mad, angry, violent, trolly, there's a direct correlation with opportunity right around the corner. So like I'm telling you, there is, it tracks very well because I'm telling you now, you know, we're either going to stay in the box this earnings season or this runway right around the corner. Yeah, we got some opportunity, baby. So I hope you use it. I hope you use the content I'm giving you. You know, if you think I'm holding back on you, you might as well just stop wasting your time because you're missing it all. Because I'm dropping the dimes for everybody, whether you pay or not. But if you don't want to pay attention, I can't do anything about it. So yeah, that's what I'm telling y'all, man. Just lock in, even if you don't want to pay $50 because, woo, it's coming. I'm coming. Another meta headline. I got Google control for advertisers to disclose generative AI made appear on ads. Meta's just killing it. I'm happy that contract wasn't a daily because yeah, those have climbed very well. Damn, what did I tell you? Remember the good one? If you took the good one, that one you would have a way better shot. Our plays are still up like 200-300%, I think. I can't find it for some reason. Why are you doing this, Meta? Did I sell them all? Hold on, I can't find it. Oh no, yeah, 350. The Meta's 350, but if you took the good one, you're 4 or 5. You actually went up more. But like I told you, I didn't want to spend that much at that time. SRXH. That one, again, I think it's scammy. You might get lucky. Again, 50% buyback is awesome. Again, there's a couple people who were pumping it too. But yeah, just... Oh, dude. This was the fucking Eric Jackson one yesterday. This was that company. I was like, dude, $15 to $1? Yeah. Uh-huh. I didn't zoom out. That's the one from yesterday. Yeah, I remember looking. I was like, damn, momentum. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Buying back 50% of their flow is huge. But yeah, they just did the whole reverse split thing. So just approach at your own risk. But yeah, only shares on that one. It's cheap. You love this fucking guy? I love you, dude. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm saying. Let's run it up. But Yash is good, bro. You guys need Yash. Did you not watch the Argentina game? That's what I'm saying. Let Yash do what Egypt does best. Let's go. Let them run their mouth, son. It's game time. I show you Messi, brother. You want a Messi? I show you Messi. That's it. Just don't get confident when we take the lead. Because that's how we're going to lose. Because then they're going to try to rig it. Right? I mean, bro, we're back to 750. So this is very good. But we've only went above here one time. And that only lasted for a day. And then you had 4 other days of going down. So where is it? Yeah, that's the other day. And then 756. So yeah, I think 752, and then if we could get above there, that will make the setup look a lot better. You tried to tell me you didn't do a good job. No, I wouldn't have played it anyways, brother. That's what I'm saying. The ones with the like reverse split stock scams, like you could make money on them and they could move, but yeah, it's just not worth the PvP. That's why we saw it yesterday on that one headline, but I faded it. News on Meta, you bought and saw 175. Delayed, but still played. They did. I mean, in that first 3 minutes, they came down for a second and at another point. But I'm glad you guys got the headline early. You got to hear the opportunity. I did call out some ideas, but... You were at the game? Shut up. You went to the Egypt game? Egypt. Kava. I mean, see if food starts going up. What was the other one? SYY? I don't know. Those weren't, like, again, that one was really small. Same price. You could have got 100% for a second. McDonald's. We have new salmonella resistant Big Mac. What? $3M. It's good though. I think a lot of you guys were interested in the, you know, I'm just glad. For some of you, especially like my white people who live in the middle of America, I'm so happy that I could be the only Egyptian person that you know. So I'm glad. I think some of you paid a little extra attention. You're like, I have an Egyptian friend. I have an Egyptian friend. And like, man, and then you realize that the FIFA, bro. FIFA, I'm so sad. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't want to think the game was rigged. And like, I think there was some bullshit calls. But then too, bro, I know the Egyptians also got like, they got too confident, bro. That's an Egyptian thing. I'm speaking from experience. I think the ref's bad calls just triggered it killed their composure, and I think it fucked with them. But then again, that one goal that got taken back, don't even, bro, don't even. It was dude. I don't know soccer rules that much, but I don't know. Word on the street is you can't take back a goal unless the foul is on the shot. Like, you don't. When do they take back a goal from 100 yards away? That I don't know the rules though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not versed enough in soccer, FIFA. I don't know. So. But that's what they're saying. They're saying you can only pull back a goal if it's like in the goal area. If it's somewhere or not, if it happens past the other half of field, it should have been stopped there. When you say Habibi, people complain. It's because you live in liberal land. But I don't know. No one's ever gotten mad at me for saying Habibi, but then they don't know what ethnicity I am. But yeah, I've never gotten mad at anybody saying Habibi. Oh, we love it. Saudi Arabia PIF to attend Canada Investment Forum in September. Another food play, Wing. Habibi means baby. No, it's Arabic is a very deep language. You know, we don't. That's what my parents say. They say English so simple. It's not. English is so simple. Arabic very rich. So it means beloved, like beloved one. It has like its own meaning. It's like someone you hold dearly. Like it has so many. It's a way deeper meaning. So you could simplify it to baby, depending on how you interpret baby. But yeah, it's like beloved, my loved one. I got love for you. But yeah, it's deeper than that. Elf. All right, man. Just come on. Just watch out. It's still early, dude. It's only 9:30. But that's what I'm saying. Any stall, unfortunately, opens up the door to doing nothing. CXW, again, they sold off a prison the other day, I think. Why are the bots spamming that I have 3 nuts? I don't know. Maybe they're hungry. Bye. Like Miho Miha? Yeah. But isn't Miho like cousin? But yeah, I think so. Or is it Miho like little one? Miho. My son. Ooh, my son, yeah. GSY or GIS? Anthropic are you what? Anthropic appoints former Fed Chair Bernanke to oversight trust. I can't make this up, dude. This is no way this is our timeline. Fuck yeah. That's the funniest headline, I think, all year. Anthropic appoints former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke to oversight trust. So here, for now to trust the most powerful AI in the world, the now former Fed chair, I bet you this guy, I bet you he still asks his grandson. He said, "What do you mean? Who's the chat to GPT? How do I make it?" I don't even know if he knows how to use AI, but it's okay though. He's there for oversight and trust. Yes, so please, if I could direct your attention to the screen. This is a clip. I have it ready to go, motherfucker. I have this ready to go. This is Ben Bernanke. Please pay attention. Okay? This is 6 minutes. You're going to want to watch it.
Housing bubble, particularly, from the Fed, from all sorts of different places. Can you give us your view as to whether or not there is a housing bubble out there?
Well, unquestionably, housing prices are up quite a bit.
This is
I think it's important to note that fundamentals are also very strong. We've got a growing economy, jobs, incomes. We've got very low mortgage rates. We've got demographics supporting housing growth. We've got restricted supply in some places. So it's certainly understandable that prices would go up some. I don't know whether prices are exactly where they should be, but I think it's fair to say that much of what's happened is supported by the strength of the economy.
Tell me, what is the worst case scenario? So we have so many economists coming on our air and saying, oh, this is a bubble and it's going to burst and this is going to be a real issue for the economy. Some say it could even cause a recession at some point. What is the worst case scenario if, in fact, we were to see prices come down substantially across the country?
Well, I guess I don't buy your premise. It's a pretty unlikely possibility. We've never had a decline in house prices on a nationwide basis. So what I think is more likely is that house prices will slow, maybe stabilize, might slow consumption spending a bit. I don't think it's going to drive the economy too far from its full employment path, though.
So would you agree with Alan Greenspan's comments recently that we've got some areas of the country that are seeing froth, not necessarily a national situation, but certainly froth in some areas?
You can see some types of speculation, investors turning over condos quickly. So those sorts of things you see in some local areas. I'm hopeful that, and I'm confident, in fact, that the bank regulators will pay close attention to the kinds of loans that are being made, making sure that underwriting is done right. But I do think that this is mostly a localized problem and not something that's going to affect the national economy.
This scenario envisions that consumer spending, supported by rising incomes and the recent decline in energy prices, will continue to grow near its trend rate, and that the drag on the economy from the housing sectors will gradually diminish. The motor vehicle sector may already be showing signs of strengthening. After having cut production significantly in recent months in response to the rise in the inventory of unsold vehicles, automakers appear to have boosted the assembly rate a bit in November, and they have scheduled further increases for December. The effects of the housing correction on real economic activity are likely to persist into next year, as I've already noted.
So yeah, houses are already getting fucked by now.
Construction should slow as the inventory of unsold new homes is gradually worked down.
There's plenty of liquidity out there. He said he did not sense a lack of liquidity in the market. And he said we're monitoring the markets, but didn't really make any clues. So he went as far as he had to go, but not further.
He also calmed the fears about the subprime market, which were rippling through Wall Street yesterday, and said we're taking a look at it. But right now, it doesn't seem to be an issue, but we're watching it, certainly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So let's first take a listen to what Ben Bernanke had to say about the economy.
So we expect moderate growth going forward. We believe that if the housing sector begins to stabilize, and if some of the inventory corrections that are still going on in manufacturing begin to be completed, that there's a reasonable possibility that we'll see some strengthening.
What was I doing at this time?
Sometime during
I
the
was
middle of the year.
double shotting motherfuckers on Halo 2.
The subprime market, another fear
My
yesterday
BXR was
that there'd be
insane.
contagion.
I was one of the
but
top in the
Ben
world,
Bernanke.
actually. But yeah,
Our assessment is that
I was actually making.
there's not much
This was 1 year
indication at
after
this
my
point
first
that
stock trade.
Subprime mortgage issues
But
have
yeah, I got
spread
into the market around here.
The broader
a
mortgage
minute ago,
market, which
by
still seems to be
2007.
healthy, and the lending side of that still seems to be healthy. The pace of home sales seems likely to remain sluggish for a time, partly as a result
July
of some
07.
tightening in lending standards and the recent increase in mortgage interest rates.
See, you guys
should
think you're
ultimately be
bad luck.
supported by growth in
Imagine
income and employment,
I get into the stock
as well as
market
by
for the
mortgage
first
rates
time.
that, despite the
I get
recent
like 3
increase,
months, and
remain
then the whole
fairly
entire
low
world
relative
collapses
to
and we
historical
lose
norms.
everything. Isn't that crazy? So imagine what I
However,
was
even
thinking.
if demand stabilizes as we expect, the pace of construction will probably fall somewhat further as builders work down the stocks of unsold new homes. Thus, declines in residential construction will likely continue to weigh on economic growth over coming quarters, although the magnitude of the drag on growth should diminish over time. The global economy continues to be strong. Supported by solid economic growth abroad, U.S. exports should expand further in coming quarters. Overall, the U.S. economy appears likely to expand at a moderate pace over the second half of 2007, with growth then strengthening a bit in 2008 to a rate close to the economy's underlying trend.
Look at that. Isn't that's so Anthropic? I think that's the craziest one. One of the world's biggest AI companies just hired Ben Bernanke as the head of trust. I am blown away. That's so weird. My first options trade came like it was either 2013 or 2014. It was like 7 years later. But I knew about options within a couple of years of, again, I started young. And then again, I got distracted with gambling like everybody. I had the same setup as all of you. You guys don't realize it. You learn about the market. You're like, wow, rich people do this. You can make money. And then you spend a little bit of time, and then you're like, what the fuck? They're trading random shit and making 1,000%. And you're like, I want penny stocks. I want this. And then, yeah, so I did that for a little bit. You play the game. But then I look back. I kept my little long term that I started. I have my 1 or 2 shares, start building. And then I look back. I'm like, damn, those are the best. But essentially, fast forward 7 years, the options was when I saw a motherfucker trade an option without owning a stock. And then he made a bunch of money, and then he lost it all. And then he came to me asking me what I would do. But I was like, what do you mean you lost 30 grand in a day? I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then 30 grand was a lot back then. I don't know if y'all feel me. It still is a lot. But he starts telling me these options. And I'm like, you don't own the stock? I thought he was insane. That was when I first discovered naked options. That there was motherfuckers in this world buying calls without shorting a stock. And then there was people buying puts without owning a stock. I said, that's insanity. And then I said, how did he lose that? And I tried to help him. And then in the process of trying to help him, I found my newest addiction. But they were dirt cheap. And then, yeah, because I was like, why the fuck are you putting 30 grand down? Put $1. And that opened up a lot of doors, bro. That opened up a lot of doors. You know, he said 30,000. I say $1, Bob, $1. And I learned a lot from that. And then, yeah, fast forward another 7 years. And, yeah, I think we're here. Is it? No, that'd be another, like, fucking, oh, my gosh, I'm old. Yeah, a little more than that. Bernanke also thought the internet was a passing fad. Yeah, now he's on the board of Anthropic. That's so weird to say. Man. Does Dario? Dario's older than me. How old is Dario? Did this motherfucker not grow up? Dario! I'm confused. How the fuck does Dario have so much knowledge, but he don't know Ben Bernanke? There has to be some political angle with this. But even then, it's so weird. I don't know if the heavy tech bros are... I don't know what their view is towards Bernanke, but most people who live through that, they're not... I mean, Bernanke is not the guy you associate with trust, technology, or... anything, actually. Now that I don't even know what to associate Bernanke with, except for being late and very confident in the wrong idea. It's bad decisions. Intuit team came back. Where's IGV? Well, you got IGV and chips. Second half of the day, chips didn't really move much, but IGV did. Individuals moved, but not the chip index. Jack in the Box. Is it lagging? I turned off a lot of the ads, so I don't know if the ad thing was fucking with it, but I've gotten less complaining since I've done that. So, but other than that, I don't... Yeah, man. You know YouTube. You know YouTube. Watch Google snap Janet Yellen. No, she works with PIMCO. Janet Yellen already got scooped up, dog. She was a first-round pick. Dog, Janet Yellen is more expensive than your favorite rapper. You know that? I honestly think the only person who could go bar for bar with Janet Yellen in terms of fees is Taylor Swift. You understand Janet Yellen's minimum is $250,000 a speech? You know she makes $250,000 every 30 minutes to an hour if she does one of these events? And she does at least one a year? She said, Janet Yellen, $250 for a feature. I don't think you really... Dude, she's already picked up. She was first round pick, straight to the Bond Vigilante #1, Bill Gross, and PIMCO. I mean, my uncle, he said, my uncle had a very prophetic line one time. He said, listen, son, I ain't ever worried about a bitch unless it's Yellen. And I said, whoa. I asked him a lot of questions, but then he said, you're too young to understand. He said, pay attention. So he went on a rant after that. But yeah, Yellen, dog. Y'all don't know the Yellen lore. I ain't worried about a dip. I'm never selling. That's a pretty hard line, though. You know, I really hope you could embody that. Because doesn't it make sense? Think about it. I ain't worried about a dip. I'm never selling. Why would I care? Dude, it's easy. That's what I'm saying. It's just you gotta just know the plan. You just gotta do it. That's all I'm saying. It's just like, yeah, it's just all emotions. Ooh, it went up. Ooh, it went there. What are you gonna do? I'm not selling. That's it. J Powell still works with the Fed. J Powell's playing a fucking game, dude. He doesn't, so he has to act like he's not gonna get paid until he's still trying to play the victim card after fucking God, man. Powell, just believe me, you guys. I'm only harsh on Powell because he is so good. Do you understand? I'm not talking like morally good. I'm telling you, Powell is a very intellectual man. He is wise. I think he has wisdom. I think he has great experience. The guy knows shit, dude. I'm telling you, I just have a high standard for Powell. That's all, bro. War is not over, says Netanyahu. Israel is ready for any second. Russian remains stronger. Air support superiority is key. Got some BB comments. Is he live? Hot dog. Oh, no. But yeah, there's Netanyahu comments. Remember when Besant was bashing Yellen for selling so many bonds at the short end? And then he did the same exact thing? Yeah. I mean, it sucks because I don't like it. I didn't like it when Yellen did it. And I don't like it when Besant does it. And I hate that I understand why. That's the part that's annoying. Because the whole idea is, if they did it, why? This is fucking bullshit politics. Because it's like, okay, well, why wouldn't we do the same exact thing then if it's going to allow you to accomplish your goal when they had the fucking easy pass? I'll give you an example. I talked to I know this is kind of bad, actually, now that I think about it. Yo, DT, please hold on this story. DT, Dynatrace, 3%, but it was already up. Hold on. $1. You did 1% on that candle. So not a trigger. One set of options on the ask is already higher. I'm gonna leave that, but there might be a shot. And that's all you, baby boy. Dynatrace, DT, 1.5. SYSS or SYY? SYY is coming down. Oh, and there was a synopsis too. I don't know if they're similar. They look similar. Kaba. So yeah, I was talking to I think this was last year, a couple months ago. I was talking to a college student, and yeah, this was bad advice, but this wasn't. I felt bad now that I think about it. I think I gave him good advice, but it was just a sad reality to the situation. So there was a college student who asked me for advice on a situation. And essentially, they're in a post-education, they're trying to become a doctor. And they were telling me that they want to quit so that they could trade. And I said, oh my fucking God, another one? But I said, please don't do that. I'm like, dude, you're already in too deep, man. But essentially, they were telling me that they have to pay for school, but now they're struggling in school. And I said, why are you struggling in school? And they were like, because one, they're trading, but then two, the curve of the class. And then he's telling me about the competition, his class, and all of it. But long story short, we get down to it, and he's like, well, yeah, but half of the class gets accommodations. And I'm like, what do you mean? He was like, well, there's a bunch of people who have these learning disabilities, and then they all get to take the same exact test, but then they're all given private rooms, triple the time on the exams, all of this stuff, and then and then his grade is weighed against that. So his curve, so he's starting to do poorly now, and then that's why he's thinking about money and if he wants to do this. But I'm like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I was like, how many people are in your class? And he tells me the number. I think it was like 50 or 60. And I was like, okay, how many people are in the room with you when you take the exam? And he's like, 20. And I'm like, you got 35 to 40 people on accommodations, and that is what's setting up your curve, and now you want to fucking quit and be a gambler? So, like I told you, the next piece of advice, I don't think this was the best advice, but it was, what do you think I told the kid? Yes, this is medical school too. This is high-end, this is past undergrad. This is bullshit. It's bullshit. That's what I told him, but what do you think I told him to do? Do you know what I said? I say, do you remember what I said last sentence? He said, no. And I say, okay, do you have difficulty concentrating? He said, no. I was like, do you have difficulty concentrating? He said, yes. I was like, oh, okay. I said, go get the fucking accommodation then. I said, before you're going to try to quit, become a trader at the very least, just go balance the fucking scale and then tell me if it's the same result. Because unfortunately, I don't think it's, I think it's wrong, but I'm like, dude, it's being used against you. You're now being punished for doing what the normal way. So I'm like, if you're telling me they're handing out these accommodations like candy, and this is now about to ruin your investment of fucking medical school and your involvement in all of it, I'm like, you go get the fucking accommodations if it's held against your curve. I'm like, it's either that or it's going to be the same thing. But yeah, so unfortunately though, that's what I think is happening with Bonds and Yellen and Besant. That's what I'm saying. Yellen used the accommodations, and Besant could obviously not use the accommodations, but it would set him back by a lot if he played that game. So he's like, fuck it, I'm going to get the accommodations and sell the short-term bonds. That's what that reminded me of. But yeah, that's why I'm like, it's sad because it's just bullshit, and it's just like the system and what we allowed, it creates this where it's a punishment, but it shouldn't be. You know, you get punished and held back for doing the right thing in certain instances. And that's what I'm saying. This kid was a smart kid, dude. I never went to medical school. My mom would be more proud of him. Like, I'm like, dude, that's just bullshit, dude. That's just the bullshit system. And I'm like, if that's the case, if this is what you really set out to do, like, yeah. But it reminds me of Bonds. Exactly. Besant is using the same accommodations as Yellen. And that's the thing. Because, like, Yellen, you're like, okay, she might need accommodations. But Besant, but then he's only doing it because if he didn't, if you compared the curve of not using that accommodation, his job just became 50%, 100% harder, if not impossible. You're telling me there's more than a 50% chance your doctor needed an accommodation? Maybe, I don't know. Like I'm telling you, this is just an anecdote. This is a story. I was surprised, but then it makes sense. I mean, I know what's going on because you need, those accommodations are legitimate. Like back in my day in college, people didn't get the accommodations because they were like, there was a social stigma. They were like embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? People had a different level of like honor, but then again, it was just the people who really needed it actually used it, and it was fine. That's how it should be, and it should be private. You can't deny somebody with a disability. All of that's correct. It should be like that. You see what I'm saying? But then what started happening, you started having one lazy person after the next. They're just like, fuck it, I don't care if you list me as disabled or this and that. And then again, these are the legal accommodations that need to be given and should be for the people who need them. I'm not against accommodations at all. I'm against people who don't need them taking them. And then what starts happening, more and more people, and then before you know it, you got half of the class, 75%. they're all doing it now. But then they're not changing the normal curves and scaling. It creates a really fucked up scenario. But yeah, it's just that's all I think that happened. But yeah, this is just one. I have not investigated this that much. Like I'm telling you, I just had somebody reach out to me, and I said that's kind of bullshit, and it reminded me of a Bond analogy. Yeah, it's like the PPP loans, but just now they're using disability and school accommodations essentially. Well, yeah, any institution in the United States, that's the thing. It's a federal disability law. That's what you got. You could go any institution in the world, in America, they cannot deny your disability. You see, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. And that's the saying, but there's some people who have used it for other reasons. And that's kind of what has created that. There was no accommodations when you were growing up? No way. We had accommodations when I was in college. I don't remember in high school, but I remember in college they had that, where the people would go into the other room and they would do all of that shit. But yeah, the problem is just it's easy to get them. That's what I was saying. People just go and they treat it like the medical marijuana cards back in the day, where they're like, do you have trouble sleeping? Okay. And then they just nod their head, and then a doctor gives it to them. And then that's it. And then the doctor gets paid. That's all the doctor don't give a shit. Maybe he'll get a kickback if he prescribes you Adderall too. And then they just do that over. It's easy. That's it. Now, and then kids spend $100, and then now his school just became 50% easier. The doctor's like, nice. I just got paid off of it. Got him a number, and then that's it. And then the school's like, well, we're accommodating our disabilities. They should do accommodations in NBA if you're under 5'10". Nobody closer than 5 could guard you. Dude, I say that to a guy at the gym. There's one guy we ball with, and he's like 47, but he played D1 basketball, and this guy is in better shape than I am, and this guy is just ill. But every time I tell him, every time he plays, I'm like, okay, man, you're not allowed to get offensive rebounds, and you can't go in the key. I try to put accommodations on him. He just laughs, though. He laughs at me. I don't know. I'm like, I laugh too, but I'm like, I'm serious. I didn't know. I'm only laughing because he's laughing, but I'm like, okay. But yeah, no, he just finds it humorous. I'm like, I think we need to implement this. The 30-year come out on time? If there's an auction. That 3-year auction earlier this week was good. The Palo Alto and Stanford kids are on Adderall. A lot of people are. You know, I had to explain Adderall to my girlfriend because one of her coworkers is a fucking junkie. And she was like, "What's Adderall?" I'm like, "You don't know what Adderall is?" I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Why?" She's like, "They always take something and they say it helps them focus. And then you know what they do? She has somebody she works with gets really nervous to present like briefs and shit. So this chick takes beta blockers. And she's like, "Yeah, it helps my anxiety." And then this girl just gets nervous, so she just pops a beta blocker. And then she just starts rambling. But yeah, there's everybody does. I mean, you would be surprised. Everybody at a certain level, but you'll realize if you want to get to the highest level, last thing you need is a fucking chain and a ball. That's what we call drugs and addiction. Think about it. That's why, like, you don't realize why people stop saying Josh does drugs. If you all saw me the first year, waking up in the mornings, yelling, screaming, Pledge of Allegiance, wow, plays, you got music, oh, imagine 7 hours. They're like, this guy's on a bunch of blow right now. Definitely Adderall. Do you notice they stopped saying that? Because I've done this every single day for over half a decade. You can't, that's the thing. If, you know, I would have to, my dosage by now, I would have to do a kilo every morning. Otherwise, I would be crashing. And that's the whole idea, that if you want to go a certain distance and do certain things, unfortunately, you don't want to be addicted to anything except yourself. Tap, please give me a buyout rumor. I would love one. That would be great. Second half of the year. Ownership up. I don't see anything. The philo about desire and sacrifice. When is it time to stop? What's your take on determine too much and what you want? What do you mean? I never said anything about stopping. It's whatever you want. If you want more, you got to increase your sacrifice. If you're okay with not having more, then boom, lower that desire. We're done. But yeah, it's not. It's about what you want. Decide what you want and have what you want, your effort match it. It's a done deal. You definitely thought I was on drugs in 2020. Yeah, I feel you. But then that's the thing. So why do you think I'm not on drugs? Oh, I drink a fuck ton of coffee. I love caffeine. I am a crackhead. But I remember I did no caffeine for 6 months, but like it's just too fun. I don't even like really feel it, to be honest. Like I could go down a Red Bull and go to bed. But like I love it. I don't know why. That is my drug of choice. Caffeine. I guess I am an addict. I am addicted. I am an addict by default, but I do think yeah, I'm getting fucking zooted off of caffeine every day. You have no idea. I enjoy it. I enjoy it thoroughly. I don't, you know, it's good. I don't take pre-workout though. That's the thing though. You know that? I just have my caffeine throughout the day, so I don't take pre-workout or anything like that. And I love it. I love it. Tesla. And Zillow play. Yo, Tesla. Oh, I forgot the Japanese candy. I don't have the... I think I threw it away. It's like a star. It has like a star on it. It's like a star gummy. If you find them, buy 100 of them. That's not healthy, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. I tried to, that's why I stopped caffeine for 6 months. It's actually what I was just telling you. I don't want to be addicted to anything. I don't want to, I want to wake up at 4 a.m. and I don't want to feel like I don't want to have to do something to do that. Does that make sense? I want to be able to go have my 12-hour days, and I don't want something to be externally fueling that. So that's why at one point I was like, you know what? I want to make sure this caffeine isn't my crutch. So I stopped. I stopped for 6 months, and I genuinely just didn't notice a difference. That's all. It was shitty for like a week or two, and then like I had like a withdrawal in my back, it felt like, because of so much caffeine. But then like after that week or two, I was exactly the same. And then I was just like, okay, it's not, I don't think I was really relying upon it. You know, it'll fuck with me for a week if I don't have it, but I still could wake up. I could still do my days, work out, do any work, anything I need to do. You used to drink a 24-pack of Dr. Pepper a week? That's insane. But yeah, I like soda. I used to never drink soda, and something happened like a year or two ago, and I had soda, and I was like, this is good. I like soda. But I think it's the carbo. All right, man. We're still kind of moving up. Your other staples or other rotations except financials chilled out. But like I said, as long as we don't do fucking death and destruction. Because like I'm saying, you don't want these annoying rotations. You just waste time. You should get more potassium, vitamin D, and magnesium. No, I'm telling you, bro, like, that's what I'm saying. I already have a fuck ton of energy. I'm even whether or not I have, I'm just a crackhead. I mean, the Lord made me like this. But that's why it's just like, I just like it. I don't know. It doesn't, that was my thing with it. It was just kind of enjoyable. That's all. I like the taste, you know, kind of gets you woken up a little bit, but yeah, dude, I will have energy no matter what. That's why I'm like a little puppy, you guys. That's why I have to tire myself out every day. I have to wake up at 4 a.m. I got to fucking scream, long term, you know, I got to do that for 7 hours. I got to fucking click a million times a day. I have to get this out of my system. Then I got to go to the gym, lift. I got to come back, do some others. I got to talk on the phone a little, go, get it out, you know, and then that's it. No, it's not sugar. I drink sugar free. Fuck that. Calories are money, dude. I only paid $10. 10 calories per carbo. Sometimes 0. I get it for free. Yeah. No. But yeah, that's why I have to just tire myself out. And then that's why I hit the bed. I go, you know that? I love it. I love it. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. God is so good, dude. And, you know, I'm going to just, because, you know, they say no sleep for the wicked. You know that, right? And my goodness, I sleep like a baby, dog. I love him. You have no idea. That's why I'm like, man, I'm just so grateful. You have no idea. Just pass out, dude. And that's it. Get your good early sleep. You know, you work out on it. Don't rely on anything. And then it's a pyramid scheme, too. The more energy you use, the more energy you get. Everything. I already gave you this philo. It's a law of life. It's the universe. The law of reciprocals. Whatever you use more of, you get more of. Same, you use more energy, you'll get more energy. I put use. I meant to type unity. All right, man. I think this is just mini mag 7s and then everything in the middle. But they're not enough to move this SPY. Zelensky says Ukraine will receive PAC-3 interceptors from U.S. in coming days. Oh. No way. Where's Tap? There was an article on the World Cup in beer. Fans drink more beer. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's told clients the great beer boom of 2026 has sprung a leak. I'm trying to see if they have any data, but I think they're saying the World Cup beer demand wasn't that hot. Morgan Stanley, they think the concentration of beer volume uplift comes from deep run games. Interesting. So if you don't have game, there's don't you love Wall Street? So they're literally saying it's you need good games to sell beer. And now if there's not as many good games, and then a Bloom Energy short report's gonna hit. Oh, you motherfucker. So watch, Tyree's doing this again. Yesterday he told you that headline before it hit. So this hasn't hit yet, but he's saying there's a short report out yet. It just hasn't circulated. So someone's doing another short report on Bloom Energy. And then remember, Bloom Energy came out today and they denied the other one from yesterday. So see, I don't know where that'll go, but if you're in and you get the premium before it circulates, it'll hit. Yeah, and then long the dump. Situation awareness collides with physical awareness, exposing a supply wall and hidden China risk. Crossroad Capital. OpenAI Anthropic employees could buy 1/3 of all the homes in San Fran with IPO earnings. Redfin estimates. Yeah, we had that conversation 48 hours ago. Like we were, so the real estate there is weird, bro. It's all tech. That's been your one bright spot that isn't New Jersey this year. Yeah, they're saying there was some boom in beer because of the World Cup, but they're saying that as these like hyped historic, big games, now that people are getting eliminated, they're not seeing. It was a boost, but not. Some people had very bullish. People were thinking World Cup would bring beer back, which it makes sense. I mean, I think people do drink a lot of beer at sports games, but yeah, it's funny though. They're talking about the quality of games related to the beer. Well, like those team games, obviously you want to see Argentina, France, and all that, but they're saying like the historic games, how many teams in the beginning, like Egypt first time, Switzerland first time, even America. There was a lot of like records were broken, and those were the games with big beer, big overtime games, big beer sales. But then now less games, less historical attachment to it, and now just the like big games that are like anticipated, they're kind of chilling out. I think that's funny though. Very fascinating. Broadcom, Habibi, that dropped Ampop. Remember, They benefited off the Meta stuff. Meta was down today off of their little chip thing. And then SPY slowly working up. So I don't know how we've done this, bro. But we are slow. We have skated every little stall. We're just don't look now, but we're still doing, this is kind of odd compared to the last couple of days. We are, I have the trauma. That's why I said every little stall. If it just stall, all it takes is one VWAP move, and then we're fucking back to going nowhere. Yeah, beer's doing worse than cigarettes. I think alcohol is worse than everything. That's it. I mean, you could go buy a pack of cigarettes and go to work. You buy a 6-pack and go to work, you're going to kill somebody and then probably beat your wife. Maybe that's why. Maybe, I don't know. I think demand for people beating their wife has gone down. So maybe that has changed some of the alcohol consumption. But at the same time, yeah, I think alcohol is just a heavy cost in terms of how it affects you after a couple of drinks. Cigarettes, you don't pay the cost till like 20 years later. Cigarettes is buy now, pay later. Beer is like buy now, pay now, and that's usually damaging. The dollar is flat. It was down earlier. Yeah, barely. Not bad, though. Oh, Sentinel. Check Crowd and Fortinet and Polyalti. It's almost time. Mm-hmm. That's why they call alcohol a spirit. Taking in spirits. Dude, I heard a crazy explanation for that. Are you ready for this? They said that why does alcohol mess with people? Is like, think about how you make alcohol, like wine. Wine is a fermented grape. So think about it. The whole idea is like the sun, and pretty much the logic is anytime you get too much of something that you're not ready for, it leads to something bad. And that's why they're saying all of the alcohol you drink, imagine the sun. So to ferment it, it's taking in all of this energy from the sun all at once, and then you're unlocking that energy right away without working for it, doing anything, and it's more for you to handle. But pretty much all of that energy from the sun that ferments the grape goes into you, and they say I don't know if you believe this or not. Like I said, I heard a crazy explanation, and I was like, I've never heard that one before. I said, that's very, very interesting. SpaceX, didn't it just hit 147 today? Yeah. All right, well, IWM 2, NASDAQ 17, Dow 0.3, a lot of names down on the Dow, and then Russell 13, SPY 0.79. DRAM go. That's what we're going to find out. That's what I'm saying. The X factor of the space, or Sky, whatever, the SK Hynix, Skynet, the IPO is that it's tied to the momentum. It's tied to the chip memory bubble. SpaceX was big, SpaceX was hype, but it had a loose connection to AI. So that's where I do think I think that's where we're gonna find out. It dulls our connection. It makes sense. Yeah, it's not like, it's like the concept they were saying is like the human concept of like people, you can't handle too much of something all at once, but we want a lot of things. You know, you want to know what the biblical example would be? The prodigal son, right? He said, give me my blessing now. Give me all of it now. Give me all of that energy now. Right? And that's kind of the idea, is that the plant and the sun put all of that energy into a fermented grape. And that's why you get a feeling when you drink it, because you're getting all of that energy now and you're not working for it. You didn't build, you don't know how to handle. It's just this idea that too much of something and without being able to handle it and immediately without developing it. That's why God develops us and doesn't just give us it all at once, because usually too much of something, even if it's a good thing, good energy, it backfires. So yeah, I think it's amazing. I think it's fascinating. Fermentation does nothing with the sun. Hey man, I'm not a scientist. I am just a whack job. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what I heard. Somebody said something. We was having a conversation. I'm just saying I loosely repeated what I heard, but yeah, I said it blew my mind. Never really thought about it. No news. This is all day today. Just the we've seen this reaction many times where we get worried about the war and then we wake up, everyone rotates back into what they sold off, and they're like, yeah, but it's not going to be long and extended. And then now getting ready for SK Hynix tomorrow. A couple of earnings were very mixed this morning, but didn't really tilt anything. And then again, you had a little bit of data, but then again, we even ignored the Fed minutes yesterday. So I don't think that's part of it. But yeah, I think this was just this stop and go momentum rotation. I mean, we did it a lot last week too, but unfortunately, we're still at the same price. And yeah, if we, again, above 750 is a good one. Like I said, 750, 250, that opens like another $2 range to 756. And then we get to 756, I think now we're fucking talking. Now you'll be closer to getting out of the box. But if SK Hynix or anything happens and we do what we did on the Monday, Tuesdays, then yeah, this is just a lot of repositioning and leadership changes and tension, as I've been describing. But yeah, I don't think there was any real driver headline of this on this morning. Exactly. Too much light too soon, you could ruin a photograph. Favorite analogy of yours. Amen. When you develop a photo. Amen. All right. I think it is time. Meow. I did not buy net for the long. Didn't you ask me earlier? You just want another answer? I swear you asked me earlier. No, you didn't. Somebody did though. I like it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna speculate on it, but I'm not. It would have to go down low for the long term. But I like the idea, and I think what they're doing is fascinating. And like I told you at the beginning of the AI agents, they were tied into it, and we were correct on that. And now that this natural progression, I think is it may not work. That's the thing. You guys should go look at the comments on my video. God bless some of you, man. We got some smart people. It was some good feedback. There was some. Don't look at the YouTube. The YouTube is kind of dumb. That's what I'm saying, dude. The YouTube comments, they're like, I hate you, Josh. Josh! I used to love you, Josh. I hate you, Josh. I'm like, okay. But, yeah, at the end of the day, it was... Go to the Instagram. There's people having like good debates. They were talking about it. You know, you could see a lot of people don't think it's gonna work. So what net? They're opting in. It's an opt-in plan. But yeah, it just depends on if this actually gets traction. So I like the people giving both sides of it, because yeah, it's just like if this works, that will be a real development in the AI bubble, and that could change a lot of both software subscription models all the way down to this could be a whole nother revenue vertical that hasn't really been talked about. So, but we don't know if it's going to work. This is all just like a trial. Mm-hmm. It is net. That's the thing. I mean, it's 20% of the internet. Tap is still going up. I don't know. I don't think the staples kept moving. All right. Well, that's the thing. If it works for net, everyone's going to start doing it. But then I'm telling you, like, there was some guy, he had really good comments on the Instagram, but there's a lot of people saying it's a really challenging concept. That's what I'm telling you. Like, especially if you've been on the internet forever, you know, like, the internet doesn't work like that. It should fail, but yeah, it's like if this gets traction and what they're planning to do, it could spark a lot of things, but then it's like, it's a pretty tall order. It's just like, you know, it's new, it's disruptive. It would really change how everything operated. So, but yeah, just go to the Instagram. You'll see it. You'll read some of the comments. There's like I said, I was impressed with that. SLS on the high. We're talking about neg. If you didn't see the video I posted yesterday, I might as well make you guys watch it. It's a good video. I like the animation, but I kind of don't like those. I don't like that. It took me longer. It was so dumb. So the AI video, just waiting for it, is so annoying. I hate it. But yeah, I think, I don't know if I really like this style too much.
Wall Street is about to scam a...
But yeah, here it is. So yeah, August. Oh wait, I wanted to do Philo though. Actually, you know what? I could use the extra time. I'm gonna play that and then we'll do the Philo. Cause I need to send something. The internet is about to change forever, and one stock that I've been telling you about since the beginning of the year is at the center of it. That stock is Net, aka Cloudflare. They came out with a blog post just a couple of days ago announcing something called Cloudflare Monetization Gateway, and their new idea of how they plan to charge everybody for how they use the internet. Essentially, anybody with a website or asset, web page, data set, or API on their server can now charge for people to access their site. Literally the ability to charge anyone or any bot simply for accessing your website. The way they put this is that for the last 30 years, the economic bargain of the internet was trade content for human attention. That human attention was monetized through ads, subscriptions, and e-commerce, and that funded the entire internet as you know today. But now, as AI agents are becoming the dominant internet user, they think the model is breaking. Agents aren't looking at ads, they're not buying subscriptions. They read a page, consume the data, and move on and do this hundreds and thousands of times a day, way more than a normal person. That is why they think the internet now needs a usage-based pricing model for everything. If you are moving from website to AI harnesses and AI written software, the agent should pay for the inputs that they need. That means a few cents per web search, a tenth of a penny base fee, 1 cent a megabyte for uploads, and 99 cents for resolve support escalations. It sounds a lot like the cell phone plans from the early 2000s, but they go into way more detail on the blog post. They explain how cloud and APIs have already been doing this for a while now. They just knew the buyers and how they see this all playing out. But this is absolutely insane, and it has profound implications. Simply put, if the future of the internet really does shift from a subscription model to a usage model, and Cloudflare controls 20% of the internet, 1 in every 5 sites is using their servers. I know it may sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but I hope this was at least entertaining. But if you want to see where the new bubble in AI might be forming, this is it. I brought up Net at the beginning of the year on this idea of AI bots and AI agents contributing to this, and this is the natural progression. If we see a shift in the internet from subscription to usage, this will rise and kill hundreds of different stocks. I hope you're paying attention. Woo! The internet. But yeah, so here, I'm going to post the link. You guys should read this blog post. I'm telling you, like I'm saying, do I know what's going to happen? No. I'm telling you, this is just a fascinating, this is going to be a fascinating test. If it works, things are going to change. If it doesn't, then yeah, go back to normal. But like you should read this post though, because they're bringing up crazy parts. Like that's like that part I said with the known buyers. So they already charge for usage on API and cloud. You know, AWS they charge by the hour sometimes. They could charge you for usage. But the thing is, they knew the buyer. So this is what makes this development that crazy. We're talking about creating a payment system to unverified buyers. And now at a microtransaction level, they talk about this as well. Because you know what the problem was in the past? Even if you wanted to try to charge a micro fee on all of this, the only one, if you can't sell to people that are anonymous in computers, right? These unverified buyers, they didn't have the ability to do that. But now it would cost a lot more money. Back, the whole challenge was that even if you tried to collect these fees, the collection of the fees costs more than the actual fees you would collect. Are you following? That's why this Cloudflare gateway monetization, it answers this now. So now there is a method that they're going to test out where you could sell micro to unverified buyers. You don't need an API key, this, that, whatever they're talking about. Anybody. Any bot could access, no verification, unverified, anonymous. And now you could do it on a micro level where there is a method where collecting the fees does not cost more than what you'll get, which now that's why I'm saying we don't know if this is going to work or not, but it's a fascinating. You should read it. So yeah, here it is. But now, let us begin off philo. Okay. P-Car moves to loosen limits on pollution from truck. Oh, we hit those that last time. I thought they already did it. But all right, man. Game time. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You can have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done.
Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there. Like swimwear, I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasted. Amen.
Amen. Oh. Yeah, U.S. officials, Lebanon talks have moved to implementation stage. Now you have a good war headline. Oh, but hey, man, as long as we don't stall, they don't try to take us 7 hours to nowhere. Let's get ready for the IPO tomorrow and the middle of July. But Chattadonia, I got a good philo for you today. I have philo, like, we could talk a little bit about God, but I have a philo today for you. Well, I am going to talk about God. I always do. But yeah, this philo is actually philosophy, in the sense that I have something from Plato that I want to share with you. It's actually something I've already shared with you, but most people, when you got to dive deeper to realize what I shared with you. That's the crazy part. So I'm gonna go over that with you, but before I do that, I do want to, I don't know, I want to start it off with something. I have a funny one. I have something funny I want you, but it's very inspiring, but it's comedy. Absolutely pure comedy. But it's truth. That's why I love comedy. That's why I told, man, a joke could pierce, a joke gets rid of propaganda. Propaganda needs a constant stream, brother. It's very ineffective when it's not constant. And that's why a joke is both funny and it can shine a light all at the same time. And one well-placed joke, man, can really destroy years and years of propaganda. I think it's amazing. It's an amazing tool. But yeah, I'm going to share that with you. But before I do that, I'm going to tell you another one. Because I keep coming across stuff and I'm like, man, fascinating. So let me just start with this stuff. I told you that Yash is probably coming back. I think he is. You know why? You got to close the gate, bro. And I've been saying y'all need to make decisions. I hope this time around you're receiving it better. But can I just make it simple? There are those who are humble and those who are about to be. That's an old saying. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that. I've had somebody tell me that when I was young. They were right. There are those who are humble and those who are about to be. Do you know what that means? I'll let you think about it. But the other thing I heard, I love this one. It was funny. I saw a rant go viral, and they were complaining, and they're like, don't let the NPCs bother you. They were saying, do you notice all these terrible things going on in the world? But then these NPCs, they just act like nothing wrong is happening. And they live their life. And then the whole point was that NPCs do not have the ability to hold uncomfortable truths in their mind about what they believe. So they just remove the uncomfortable truth. Isn't that weird? Do you agree with that? Because a lot of people did. And they're like, yeah. And they're like, see what I said? I disagree. Do you know why? Because if you think I look at everything in the world and everything going on and all the... If you think I wake up happy and I live happy and I keep hope and confidence and all these things, you don't think I have uncomfortable truths that I'm entertaining? I'll tell you the number one. God, what if God's not real? Yeah, I've thought about that. Well, I could argue I've thought about that at least once a week. God's not real. Oh my gosh. I am wealthy. I will never meet somebody who don't like me, not for my money. Uncomfortable truth. Oh my, how will I ever be able to find pleasure and enjoyment in this life? You want to go down the list? So think about it. I don't think that's the answer. I have so many uncomfortable truths. I think I might be adopted. I think I'm very different from everybody that I've encountered. Man, sometimes I have to say, well, what if there is no hope? The uncomfortable truth. What if I'm wrong on everything I staked my entire life on? I love it. I laugh. You know why I laugh? Because I still, this is in my head every day, every minute. You think that's the reason for joy? You think that's the reason for peace? You think that's the reason for motivation and passion? Is by eliminating these uncomfortable truths? No, bro, the Bible starts with an uncomfortable truth. That's why I love the Bible. You know why? Because I bet you, bro, if it was a Biden administration, they would have edited and censored out all them stories about David. They wouldn't have told you about a doubting Thomas. They wouldn't have told you none of that. They wouldn't have told you about no Bathsheba. They wouldn't have told you about Eli's sons. Like, you know what I'm saying? It starts with uncomfortable truths, dog. And now, here's the funniest part. Are you ready? I'm going to let a joke highlight this. And that's why, too, man, I hope you all keep hope. I hope you all keep peace and joy. This is a necessary part of your investing in your journey. You haven't noticed these hopeless motherfuckers ain't doing shit? Forgive me for being so straightforward about it. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Well, have you noticed these lack of hope, confidence, and do you think it's because we're playing a game of we don't entertain an uncomfortable truth? Do you think it's because you're going to use ignorance and naivety? No, we're using a decision in a direction. Do you get what I'm saying? Get hope. And if you have it, cling to it. Keep it. Don't lose it. Same thing with peace and joy. And that's what I'm telling you. Don't listen to people lying to you. Dude, the Bible is filled with uncomfortable truths. And guess what? You want to know what the other lie is? The good old days. That's a lie. Oh, if we could just go back to when it was good. Oh, it's so violent now. And it's so this and it's... Oh, no, that's a lie. It started out like that. So here, let me have the best joke I've heard explain it to you. I think this is Patrick Keene. Take a listen.
gone to hell. It has gotten so violent. But the world never got violent. There is no God. The world has been violent since the beginning. Cain killed Abel. Cain killed Abel. The third person on the planet killed the fourth person on the planet. We weren't even able to make it to 3 people before somebody was a murderer. At one time, a third of the people on the planet were murderers. A third of the people in the hood aren't murderers. A third of the people who own guns aren't murderers. A third of the people in jail aren't even murderers. San Quentin, Folsom Prison, and Alcatraz are safer than the book of Genesis. You thought Compton and Baghdad were tough? Try downtown Eden after the sun goes down. There's murder and violence at person 3. One couple had 2 boys who had the world to themselves, and one of them was claiming this town ain't big enough for the 2 of us. Cain killed 25% of the world's population. That's more than Stalin, Hitler, Idi Amin, Pol Pot, King Herod, Genghis Khan, Manifest Destiny, typhoid, cancer, AIDS, cooties, all combined. Cain killed a third of the people he knew. He knew 3 people. He killed one of them. If you knew Cain, you had a 66 2/3% chance of survival. There's no such thing as the good old days. There was no perfect time to be alive. There was like one good day. It was half a day. Adam and Eve were naked, alone in an oasis. Lunchtime came. People got hungry. Apples were eaten. Boom, Detroit. You know, it's funny. People think the world's gone to hell. It has gotten so violent.
God, come on, though. Come on, you see what I'm saying? That is a very funny joke, but there is a lot of truth in that. Dog, you're looking for the good. There was one good day in the world. There was one good day. There was one good afternoon. Adam and Eve all alone. Everything is perfect. An oasis. There's one, and then by lunchtime. People get a little hungry. People get a little hungry. Oh, you don't think that's funny? I think it's funny and true. Literally. Bro, everywhere in the world right now is safer than the book of Genesis. Oh, man. Literally. The third person on the planet became a murderer. We didn't make it till... If you use the story that 3 of the major religions that influence a majority of the population of the planet Earth that they believe in, the Abrahamic religions, the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims, they all believe this. This is where it starts from. So that means by number 3, by the third human, we were murderers. The third person killed the fourth. Cain killed a quarter of the population. So yeah, dude. I don't know. I mean, the idea, and I like the point he said. The idea isn't that the world has gotten so violent and gotten so bad. It's how we started, dude. So isn't that a good one? I love that. I loved it. I loved it. So now, what we're going to talk about is Plato. Or no, not Plato. Is it? No, I think it is Plato. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to let a clip explain it, because I think it explains it easy. But then I'm going to read you some of it. I'm going to explain to you some of the parts of it. But this is what I've told... let me ask you this. Have any of you ever heard a term called anamnesis? Does that sound familiar? Anamnesis. Have you ever heard this? It's actually a very old word. You may have encountered this in your lifetime. Anamnesis. The Greek. Have you heard it? Never. Wow. Anamnesis. I guess I was a philosophy major. Or minor. Dual degree. Sounds like anemic, but anamnesis. So, how I got to this was because I had somebody just annoying me about a concept that I said. So you guys remember when I told you there's no such thing as learning? Like, why do you make the same mistake over and over again? Why do humans make the same mistake over and over again? Like, seriously, why is it you make $1 billion and become a PDF? Why do they keep doing that same exact thing? Why is it that we make the same exact mistakes with money, with women, with what we put in our bodies? Remember what I told you? This is the fun. Again, there's no such thing as learning. What I told you is that you already know everything. And people think this is a ridiculous concept. I say you already know it. It's about revealing it. It's about bringing it out. You don't learn anything. The only thing that changes behavior is understanding. It's not that you learn something new. You already know it. It's when you understand something and you comprehend it, that's when it changes behavior. Some of you might have remembered me saying this. And the analogy that I gave you is a funny one. Have you ever seen a little baby? You guys, some of you have little babies. You guys have kids. And you know, what do you tell the little kid when you try to teach it to talk? You go to the baby and you say dada. Say mama. Say dada. Say mama. Right? And then what happens? The little baby goes, mama. And then everybody goes, ah, right? You know, the baby didn't know the word. He didn't know mama, dada. Okay, but why does the baby know what the word say means? I love it. It's so stupid, but it's so true. And it's so stupid and true, it boggles people's minds, and they're like, this is bullshit. Right? I get it. I understand. But yeah, that's just the simplified version. You know that? So what I shared with you regarding that, I gave you the milk. I gave you the baby food. That's the simplified version. This is the concept that comes from Plato. This is anamnesis. It's actually trippy, but yeah, this idea that you don't know anything, that you don't learn anything, and that you know everything, this comes from the Greek philosopher Plato. Did you know that? So here, I'll let this explain, and you might be shocked. Play.
There is a Greek word at the heart of one of the oldest ideas in philosophy, anamnesis. It means remembering, but not remembering where you left your keys. Plato used it for something deeper, the idea that learning is not adding new information so much as recovering what the soul already knew and had forgotten. That the truths that land the hardest often feel less like discovery and more like recognition, like remembering something you always somehow knew. Anamnesis, Greek.
Very simple, right? Does that sound like the analogy? Think about another philo. On your forehead. Remember. Remember I was telling you that a lot? Remember. Remember I was reminding you and I said, you don't need to, I said, remember. Remember. It's not new, just remember. Just don't forget. I guarantee you your biggest mistake you've made isn't something you didn't know. You probably just didn't remember. And not like where you left your keys. So he said learning. This is, again, Plato. The whole idea, this guy, philosophy, it's funny. I tell you soul Bible, y'all trip out. I say Plato's soul. Dude, listen to what he said. saying, no, you don't add new info. There's no such thing as adding new info. You recover it from your soul. But then again, he goes on. He describes this. He wrote 3 different books on this. There's Phaedo, Neoplatonism, and then Meno. But he explains these and advances these concepts throughout 3 different books throughout. But the way he's looking at it, he's talking about your soul. He's saying there's no such thing as new learning. And it's recognition. And that's the part that that's the part that really stood out to me. Is that it's not he talks about this idea that, like, and I don't know, maybe you can reflect on this. Have you ever learned, quote unquote, learned something, discovered something, but then right when it like clicks, you know, that light bulb moment, it doesn't feel like you knew, like you learned something new. I can't even explain it properly. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like, the moment you understood a break even on option, like once you finally figured out, oh, wasn't it like you already knew it your whole life? Is that what the feeling feels like? You tell me. There's no right or wrong answer, because this is what he says. This is what Plato goes on, and he's saying, if you notice some of the greatest concepts, difficult or simple, but when you finally truly comprehend and understand it, it's not like buying a new object. It's not like a new thing. It's not like something was missing and I got it. It was just like it's like it was always familiar to you. That's what he's saying. It's like it wasn't a discovery, it was a recognition. You didn't add a new sofa to your home. Your brain didn't put a new sofa. You finally looked and you were like, oh, that was a sofa there the whole time. Oh, there is a sofa. That's what he's talking about. That's what this thing is. That's what this whole thing is saying. If you really are getting lost in the sauce of any of it, that's what you got to think about. That part right there. That's what I'm saying. That's where this, again, he's speaking of your soul, might I add. That's why I think it's hilarious when people are like, no, Jesus, no. But it's like, no. Even the Greek people, the guys who had no religious doctrine, they were speaking of a soul. They were speaking of your mind. That's where I hope you never downplay this. But he's saying this is a ignition in your soul, and it sparks things. Pretty much his whole thing in all the books, he says trauma. Pretty much, you have a soul. There's deep universal knowledge that your soul has gained. Then you have the people like Socrates and other people who debate of whether or not he's talking reincarnation. But even without even making a claim to reincarnation, his idea is that the soul has all of this info. But then you go through a bunch of trauma, God knows how, and then you forget it. And then life is a process of your learning is just remembering things you know. But he goes on, I think it was in, which one was it? I think Neoplatonism. Where is it? But pretty much what he's saying is like, and then again, he goes on to explain, this is what philo does, this is what philosophy does. And then they explain these points in great detail. But he explains, like, there's what we're talking about with like a universal knowledge of remembering from your soul. You already know this. You already possess a ridiculous amount of information. You just don't know how to remember it, or you are not accessing it. That's why when you learn something, you're really just remembering. But there's differences in the quality of what you're remembering. So essentially, he goes on, I'd rather find you what he said, but I'll simplify it. It's like the difference in knowledge between, oh, I know the fastest way home in my town versus I know what gravity is. Do you get what I'm saying? He says the soul's not going to remember the most optimal directions. That's not the universal knowledge he's speaking of. But like how gravity operates, or how something's hot will burn you. Like, you know what I'm saying? The nervousness. He's saying that's the universal knowledge. That's the stuff that you learn, and you learn some of these things. So, no. It's It's pretty crazy. But yeah, and that's the funny part. You're like, are you teaching mysticism? This is philosophy. This is literally Plato. And like I'm telling you, when I've told you guys, I believe this. I've believed this completely. That's why when I tell you, I believe all your minds are really important. I believe all of you have infinite wealth and money in your head. You just got to bring it out. You're not remembering your billion-dollar idea. I think it's in there. You just don't remember it, or you don't give enough attention to try to extract it. You see, or you're not. That you want to know what's crazy? You want to know what Plato would say about that? You want to know what Plato would tell you about extracting what you remember? Is you're probably not doing what you remembered. You're not doing the actions the universal knowledge represents. So I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but essentially it's like tithing. So Plato mentions this. Plato and people have even extrapolated upon this, but the whole idea, it's like tithing. So do you know what Plato would say? And again, with anamnesis and tithing, giving money to the church. Why would you do that? He's saying, why would that unlock something? He doesn't believe in honoring God. He's not viewing that. He's not saying because you have to, because of this and that. He goes on to explain how, like, when you repeat the actions that the people before you were doing, that could trigger remembrance. You get it? So the way he would explain tithing is that the blessed people before you were doing it, and if you do it, it's going to trigger remembrance in your soul. He had nothing to do with God. You guys get that, right? Isn't that crazy? That's why you got the weirdos like Epstein and people who do ritualistic shit, because that's what they're using. They're using anamnesis. They're believing that if by doing the same behavior these people were doing, I could remember what I forgot in trauma of my soul to bring back the universal knowledge that's already in me. Oh my goodness. I already told you guys I'm a nut job. You should have figured this out by now. But like I told you, I have already shared this with you guys in a simple form. the people were just getting bothered with me, and they're like, you fucking idiot. And they were getting mad. I'm like, I gave you the baby version. That's why I'm saying, if you really think this is you think I'm a whack job, you think this is all Jesus, you think I'm not. I'm just telling you, this is Plato. You all know Plato. Everybody, this is built, your whole fucking world is built off of these ideas. You know what I'm saying? This is what they were talking about for a very long time. These have been hotly debated and contested, but this simple idea is not new. I'm not giving you an original idea when I'm telling you you can't learn. You could only remember. That's why I'm saying stop trying to learn stuff. Start trying to understand. It's not new. This existed before all of us. That's why, and people know this. And that's why I'm saying, just because you may have not been exposed to it, you may not know it, but at the same time, this isn't that insane, but this is what, I've studied this. I have a degree in it. It's literally philosophy. That's what I'm saying. They come in with this hypothesis, this idea, and then he's wrote many, many books on this concept. But yes, anamnesis. You already know everything. You just need to remember in your soul. It's beautiful. And I'm telling you, I don't think he was wrong. I may not agree. Again, I believe in God still. I do put God and Jesus, and that's first. And like I've shared that with you many times, there's a reason why. If you think, I'm telling you, the cross is what keeps me sane. It's insane because it's truly with what you'll discover and what I've already discovered. FedEx and UPS, flush. Oh, big flush. I saw the Oracle thing. Is there anything on FedEx and UPS? They're getting killed. Who's more expensive? That 15-cent one is good if you grab that, but these all suck. Yeah, what is it? EU economy. I'm going to double check that one. Amazon seeking to grow volume of U.S. shipping offering with competitive pricing lower than UPS. That's the headline 3 minutes ago. It's not a good source. So it's literally, that's why I don't think you guys, it's not circulating. No, it's from supplychaindive.com. What the fuck is this? I've never visited Supply Chain Dive. Yeah, Amazon shipping looks to snag FedEx and UPS by pricing in lower. In an interview, Samwaski said Amazon shipping is often involved in enticing shippers with surcharge and waivers. So yeah. I think they backed out of the deal. I think the latest, one of them, UPS or FedEx, they went down because they lost the contract. Musk admits he was wrong about Anthropic, calling it clear leader in AI with no competitor. Matching Mythos fables, expects Mythos 2 imminently. He would never cut off Anthropic in a manner that harms the company, citing Tesla's open sourcing of patents and superchargers as his competitive philosophy. Meta, again? What's happening? Exploring AI cloud business makes sense. That's the Neo Cloud thing about renting the servers. All right. But yeah, dude. I hope you guys get this. And I hope you realize what I've been telling you. And do you see why I believe it? I could get you evidence that without even the Bible. And go back to what I've been saying. I believe you are important. I believe all of you have a very powerful piece of hardware in your head right now. Your brain. It's very, very simple. I think you have a, and that's why I believe, I told you the other day, whatever level you want to put it, what are you going to align with? I pray you put God first, my brother. Oh man, you could have the whole world. What good if you lose your soul? But that's what Mama would tell me. But very simple, dude. Everything you would need is already in you. And I know it's tough to believe. But if you could believe me for just a day and just spend time remembering, if you could prioritize remembering and understanding, oh, I think you would be shocked. I think you'll start to see it. I think it will energize you. I think it will get you going in the right direction or keep you on there. Because it eliminates this idea that we need anything. I hope you understand why I would tell you very humbly, I don't need anything. That's why I say I will only submit to God, and that's the only thing I care about. Because based on what a lot of things have shown, anything is already in our head. And there is a lot of stuff that we already possess. You know, maybe I won't have water. Maybe there might be some things. I don't know. But at the end of the day, the real necessity, a lot of it you possess. So I hope you use it. And like I'm saying, understanding and comprehension, that's what changes things. Everything else, I would argue, you already knew it. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts, boot camp, and real estate. Baby.
If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist, I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Yeah, wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving is some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away. Yeah. On my job, feeling Joe, put $1 million for the whip, $20 for the clothes. So I don't forget the days that I barely stayed afloat. Hope you picking up the game, I ain't saying this shit to close. Don't trust him, don't eat. It don't matter if you dining with the king, cause your appetite can kill you before you blink. That's a pride, and it's talking about the great. Crazy, but I'm diligent, contrary and a dissident. I keep the peace, don't be naive, I'm moving like I'm militant. I translated transitory, there was no equivalent. Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen, I son him, that's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow, ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see, yeah, caught that vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it far, if that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the church. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. And caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring now, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you, I hope that you could deal with it. Damn. I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the feel hitting. I deal with the dealer different and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees and it's feeding my children. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so there's money that I'm saving and some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away.
Got some money that I'm saving and some money on the way. That's a good song too. You might need a uncle breakdown. But first,
my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
No more slot bops. You're better than that. You're better than that. You know that? You're better than being a complaining little bitch. You know that? I think so. That's what I'm just giving the same feedback. Okay, guys? I'm telling you, Yosh is bad. Listen, I'm not going to go on members only because I'm giving grace, and I hope you recognize that. But but I am going to just, I think I've already banned a lot of people today. I don't even want to, like, you know, but this one was funny because this guy's like, you faker. How you do? I hate you, Josh. How could you even buy a house? I'm like, okay, let's see this guy's profile. Yeah, you fucking have a playlist of witchcraft spells.
Somebody decided to the last minute.
Okay, bro, go do your little fucking spells, okay? And when you find out the shit don't work and realize Jesus is king, I will forgive you, okay, brother? But in the meantime, what the fuck are you doing in the market? Go fucking get fucking Matilda. Go get Sabrina in your little cauldron and go whip something up and stop wasting my time. Okay, I ain't got time for your shit. And anybody else want to, you let me know. I'm ready. Listen, I am open for business. So, unfortunately, all my other guys, they gonna have to listen to your dumb shit for a second. But, you know, I'm just saying, y'all, I would hate to have to go members only, and I'll try, but I'm not, dog. You got earnings season coming up. The biggest in a fucking decade. Oh, y'all don't, man. Kumbaya, my long term. It's a good song, though. It's a good song. Yeah, now it's hitting the wire. The SCD, Supply Chain Depot, whatever that. They fucking gave it an acronym so it looked like a real source. But yeah, that hit the wire now. So yeah, it's hitting again. The UPS FedEx. That's why I was like, how come nobody said anything? That source was weird. I think I missed it on the low ticker, though. I saw him, but I didn't think it was that big. I guess UPS only down a quarter. It is. These little Sabrina. You guys don't notice it? I know you do. Like, you guys ever wondered why, like, I attract, like, kind of some cuckoos? Like, have you noticed that, like, I'll get people on some real, like, they're just into some really, like, weird shit, and the thing they get mad about me, you guys haven't noticed it? They don't have any problem with me. It's all the Jesus stuff. Y'all don't realize it. You know, I've told you this before. All these, like, witches and weird motherfuckers, they are attracted to power. Okay? So that's what happens. And then they think their dark power got something, but it don't. So I'll tell you this. I'll challenge you, Mr. Cauldron Man. Any witches, any of you hoes out there, I'll just tell you very simple. You could do whatever you would like, and you could try your shit. But once you realize that your power does not work, you must repent, and you must submit to the Lord Jesus Christ. Okay? Do we have a deal? You could try your best. You could throw whatever you want for the next month. I will challenge you to it. But I'm telling you right now, if that shit don't work and you realize Jesus is the real king, you got to repent and submit to the Lord. Okay? Deal. That's what I'm saying. If you're down, I'll run it any day. Any day. Exactly. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. If y'all really, but that's why I'm like, y'all just, otherwise you need to, yeah, I'm just telling you right now. You're naturally going to realize this, though, if you don't accept my challenge. That's what I'm saying. In the meantime, though, you're just going to frustrate yourself. Fucking Matilda. Fucking Sabrina looking ass. I did see SpaceX popping, but I don't know. You had those Elon comments. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Dude, I didn't even realize. Oh, no. Bradley, Frizzo, let the peach. Oh, Bradley, I missed you. Bradley, I didn't even realize how much I missed you, Bradley. Are you kidding me, Bradley? Oh, dude, I knew it. I knew something was missing, dude. That's why I said, Bradley, you've been hitting me with the early mornings. And I said, wait a minute. Oh, Peach Nation, it's here, bro. Even post Philo. Wow, Bradley. Habibi. Prince Bradley, Ali Frizzle. Strongest 10 regular yen equal as peach. I like that one. I think we should build around that one. I do like Prince Bradley, Ali Babwa, Alia Bradley. I think it's Alia Frizzle. I like that. Prince Bradley. Wow. I know Prince Ali. I don't know Prince Bradley. How do you say it? Alia Babwa. Alia Frizzle. Wow. I know. I've heard of Miss Frizzle. I never. Alia Frizzle. Wow, that sounds beautiful. Sounds beautiful. He said, you thought I forgot? You thought I forgot? So that's the energy I'm talking about. He said, you thought I forgot? It's like the long term. Oh, you thought. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, man. Good morning. That was beautiful. I feel cathartic. Actually, you want to know what's funny? Do you know where cathartic comes from? You know who uses cathartic a lot? Plato. A lot of Plato and being cathartic, he ties it into anamnesis. Believe it or not. So yeah, I know a lot of you. I've taught some of you the cathartic. I always wondered why that's so in my vocabulary, but yeah, it's Plato. That's his thing, dude. He loves cathartism. I don't know if that's the right. I don't even know what to call it. Prince Bradley, Ali Frizzle. Pfizer fails to overturn cancer drug patent cancellation. Catharsis. Yes, thank you. Did this shit ever hit 19? No. No. Was it not Socrates? It might have been, actually. I think it might have been Socrates challenging Plato. One of them, but yeah. Catharsis. Katharma? Isn't that Hindu? I know there's a Hindu or Indian concept related. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but otherwise no. I have heard of the Indian one. You know, I got a good Indian boy who's put me on. Is it Hindu? You know, I think Hindu is the one you can't convert into. Did you guys know that? You know, you can't become a Hindu unless you are born Hindu. I think it's one of the only religions that you have there's a gatekeep. Meta again. I mean that play, if you have time, I think it's pumping, dude. Oh, that one. Yeah, the better call out on that one. Still not bad. Alibaba. Strongest 10 regular yen equal as he. Oh, let's see that one for. There's ample. Again, there's been a couple plays. There's a couple plays recently that, again, they're up anywhere from like 20 to 50%. But I don't know if you could rip them, or you could just, if you're going to play the earnings or not, or some of these run-ups. That's not true. There's no process you could declare and become. Really? Then which is the one? Unless I'm thinking about the other one, but no, I mean, I guess it's hotly debated because I've talked to people and I've talked to Hindus and they're like, nah, it's not a cap. You gotta. Some are very strict. I don't know if there's like a Sunni Shia type Hindu like split, but yeah, I guess I've heard both. Explosions heard near Boucher province. Six explosion in Boucher in Cholgadak. Yes, and that in Hindu gatekeeping. The best side hustle to add to the long term? I do not know, because I don't know what you like. I think the best side hustle is you can make money doing so many different things, but it's easy to make money when you enjoy doing it. So like, you know, I'd go where your gifts and talents are, you know, just easy ways to generate any side hustle. That's what I'm saying. I say easy because it doesn't have to be insane. You know, if you could create a bunch of small sources elsewhere, but yeah, something you're interested in is because like I've learned this more and more. Like, again, if you ask me, it's obvious. Real estate, I love it, and it's big money, the biggest money, and I tell that to people. And if you know, that's I went where the big money's at, stocks and real estate. But again, I've encountered a lot of people, and I've learned a lot, but it's not for everybody. It's just the reality. That's why I even said today with the Airbnb stuff, I said, you don't need to have money. I said, who has it? I need someone ambitious. I'm not trying to partner with you. I'm just trying to inspire some of you to you know, create a business with good upside that, again, people are making money doing. But I was just like, you need ambition. Somebody who's like really ambitious, who's willing to go out. You're calling, you want to do this, you want to design and talk to people. That's good. But again, if you don't like talking to people, real estate may not be what's there for you. Again, and even if you don't like talking to people, there's other ways to get involved in real estate, and that's where you got to figure out how. But any business, I don't know if you like again, if you don't like talking to people, let's say you are the most introverted person out there. I still think you could do it, and I think you should challenge yourself. But even then, if you're telling me you have zero social skills, zero desire to go outside and talk to people, but then you're like super good at a computer, why the fuck would you do real estate? Go fucking build AI. Go get you Codex and go fucking start building something. That, you know what I'm saying? You should go start creating something and mess around with what you like to do and start asking yourself how you could monetize it. But I wouldn't, I would play where your strengths are at. Because again, even then, you might be able to do something in real estate on a computer. Believe me, I've done that. That's why. I mean, we have AI doing stuff for us all the time now. So it's just like, it all depends on what interests you. Not because that's like the main factor, but like that does, that will keep you going. That'll keep you committed. That will make you want to work on something and give you hopefully longevity. Yeah, Royke was. He was introverted. And then, like, I mean, it's crazy because, like, you would be surprised. Like, not even in the same respect, like, not everybody wants to talk to here, let me put it this way. If you're introverted, do you get overwhelmed talking to extroverted people? So do I overwhelm some of you introverts at times when you're like, holy fuck? Or like in person, in real life, IRL. If you're really introverted, do you get overwhelmed by extroverts? Or people who talk a lot and have a lot of energy and want to just yap? So think about that. That could be your advantage. That's why some people miss that. Because I'm just telling you, I'm like, you may not realize it. You may have a market where people in real estate, where there's a lot of buyers and sellers, they don't want to talk to those extroverts. You might have a better chance. They would actually have more of a real connection, and you could address a part of the market that it's just so much more natural. That's what I really think, because I think I've seen introverted people do it, and that's why I said I think some of you should try. You'll realize you're not necessarily an extrovert, but maybe you weren't so introverted. And then again, there's people who there's a big world out there, and yeah, not one size fits all. So it's not as if extrovert is always the best option. So yeah, but that's how I would think about it. Any side hustle you're interested in, because because the biggest waste of time is starting a side hustle you don't really want. You're just blinded by the money, and then you do it for a little bit. You'll quit at the first sign of failure, or you just don't even want to do it. That's it. Like, think about it. It's just a waste of time. You'll waste time, money, effort when it's just like little progress on something you would like and want to do. Will help you out a lot. Either way, you'll learn, though. That's what I'm saying. I mean, even if you go try and fail, I mean, there's something that cannot be you can't replace just real life attempt, failure, effort. All of that will guide you. Cyber, bro. Again, you got your boy Centrini on Okta now, but I don't know. It didn't really move. He moves the smaller cap stocks a little harder, but we'll see. There's a really good take. There is something for someone. I agree. That's why, like, me and LT are very different. Like, you guys, like, LT gets a bunch of clients because they like looking at him. You know, he knows a little bit about rates now. You know, he stepped his game up. He got to learn. You know, he has a pretty face, but thankfully he learned a couple of things along the way. But at the same time, it's like when I talk to people, my conversations in real estate are very economics, demographics, and getting just straight pure value. People don't want to look at me. They want to talk to me. You see, because they want to know what my idea is on that. That's the big difference. But yeah, we have differences. It's really, really funny when you see it. But yeah, there's people who don't like. They hate me. We've worked with people where they hate me and they love lending tips, or it'll be vice versa. They'll fucking hate the lending tips guy and then they'll just love me. So that's why, because when I have them represent me on stuff, sometimes the agents, if they know I'm the buyer, they get pissed. Or sometimes I've had houses I've wanted, and then the agents don't fuck with lending tips, or they'll get mad at him for the offer. So it just, yeah, it's a nice little. I don't think it's good cop, bad cop, because we're just the same. It's just however fucking these motherfuckers are. You know what I'm saying? It's just like LT's always LT. I'm always me, and it's just like, yeah, we just encounter. Some people, they you know, some people like both of us. Some people like everybody. But yeah, it all really depends. But yeah, there's always something for someone. But I do think you got to start on the whole internal motivation. If you don't want to do it, if you don't like this shit, then yeah, like, you know, I like money, but like I genuinely, I'm interested in everything I do. That's what I'm telling you, all these areas. Like, I think I don't like traveling. But it's funny, you guys talk about real estate. It's like, you know, I'll bring up these little cities, what's gone on, this. I think it's truly fascinating. Watching Freakonomics, watching a city change and how this impacts stuff. Again, watching a IPO market change a fucking San Francisco right now as we're talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the things where at the end of the day, whether I was making a lot of money or no money at all, if I was new or old, I would be interested in this type of stuff. You get what I'm saying? The stocks, things happen in the world, plane falls out the sky, somebody gets sick, somebody builds a new program and it changes the value of the world. I would be interested in that, whether I was good or bad at it, whether I was making money at it or not. That's where I'm saying you got to find those types of things. Thankfully, the thing I'm interested in is there's a lot of money in it. But I'm telling you, nowadays, you would be surprised, because the first thing, you know what I liked before this? I liked Halo. I liked video games. But there was no money in video games. But turns out there actually was. You know, if I actually just wanted to do that, it's actually insane. So yeah, that's why I'm telling you. It's just you gotta start with where you love and what you love. You know, and that's where if you want to do it, don't underestimate how far that goes. Am I going to be a billionaire one day? Oh, dude. It's a tough question. Because, like, at one point in my life, I genuinely wanted to be. And I think I am going to be. But then also, too, like, even like right now, I hope I never become a billionaire. And I don't want it. I don't know how to describe it, but I think some of you might understand. Because I don't want to get $1 billion and then just be fucking weird. I don't know what happens when you get $1 billion, but I don't like the stats. I really don't. And I don't, like I said, I mean, I could do a lot with, you know, I'm content. I am very, very content. But also, too, I feel like the Lord placed something big inside of me, as well as you. And I think it would be a sin if I didn't bring it out. So I'll always be ambitious, and I will bring it to its full. I will make sure I die while living out my full potential. But yeah, I don't care. But like I said, just money and excessive amounts and certain things. I mean, I could do a lot with a little. I could do a lot with a lot. I've had a lot. I've had a little. Nothing. There's more. Don't matter. But yeah, the billionaire views have been that's gone through a ringer, to say the least. Well, I don't know, because when I was little, my mom remembers this. One of my siblings told me too. I don't know why, but this is also why I got into stocks, though, to give you an idea of baby Josh. I was a child, and this is the shit I'm thinking. But because we were poor, dude, I didn't like it. I really, really did not. But my idea was, I was saying it as I think I was like 5 or 6. I said I am going to become one of the richest people in the world, or the richest. I don't know where I got this idea from, but I did. But as I've gotten older, especially as of lately, even with success, I don't know. I feel like it's possible, but then I'm like, I don't know if I'm willing to do what all these motherfuckers have done. And, I've already made a lot of progress, but, you see how things have, I'm not as rich as you guys think I am, or even if I was, there's still a gigantic gap between me and the fucking Elon Musk. And even then, even like I'm telling you, I don't even qualify for any of these expedited real estate permits. Like, we got a big business, but it's obviously not that big. So that's why I'm saying, it's like, I don't know. I think we're going to do a lot. Good direction, and my direction in time is it's all there. But like I'm saying, I just don't, if you asked me when I was younger, I would have been willing to run over anyone and anything for $1. And that's what I'm saying. Is like, that's why I will be the richest person in the world. You asked me that 10 years ago, I'd be like, because I would be politics, I'll do whatever. You tell me. But now I'm like, nah, I am I'm good with, enough is, this isn't, everything is enough, dude. So yeah, I just don't think I have that. It's in me, but I just, with how things played out, I don't know the exact path, but that's why I think it's whatever God wants. But I have changed, my priority. But that's the thing, though, and I don't even think this is a priority change, because I've always said this, and I could bet any of you, because I've said this. I do think that one of you is a very good investment. You know that? I think one of you. I think multiple Chads. I think you guys are the reason, to be honest. I don't think it's me. I've said this many years ago. I don't think God, I think God put something big in me, and I need to bring it out. And I think you do too. That's why I keep reminding all of you. But I think I'm a stepping stone. I don't think I'm the throne. I don't want to be the throne. I'm a stepping stone. I think one of you is going to sit on the throne. To be honest, I think you just need to be ready, and you need to make sure you fucking play your cards right. Because like I'm telling you, I think some of you have different opportunities, and you are different times in life, and you have different skills as well too. So yeah, that is what I've always said that. I don't know. Any of you who've listened to me from back in the day, I've always told you this. I said it. I think maybe it could even be for one of your kids. It may be you need to learn something, and then it's so that you learn it, just so you teach your son or daughter, and that's going to be the next president that saves this country. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I genuinely don't, but I hope you see where my idea of why I do what I do is, and that's what I'm saying. I think we have something big to work for and a lot to work for, but it's also, there's some things I can't really explain, and let alone do I know how it'll happen or where and exactly what. But like I'm saying, I have a general idea of the direction, and that's what I'm saying. That direction is what pushed me here. and every single day. And that's what I'm saying. I do see that. I do think that compass is still pointing. So, yeah, I mean, I've already done very well. And that's why I'm saying I think some of you, you know, I'm happy with where I am. If I do become the richest, awesome. But I do think God put me here so somebody else can build off of it, to be honest. And I don't say that in like a family manner. I say that in a world humanity manner. On selling a business, it depends how big we're talking, but we get a broker, you'd be surprised, or talk to other people who already own those businesses. U.S. military has not carried out attacks in recent hours. So it was Israel. They could change. I agree with that broadly, but like, you know, maybe I'm a little selfish with this, but I genuinely believe, and I've said this for years. If you've been listening to me from 2019, 2020, I've said this all the time. I believe it's one of you. I'm not saying like I'm here to leave like a general broad thing for the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this like a cliche. I just genuinely believe one of you or your children, I think there's a connection, if not just one, I think multiple. I really believe it's I think it's for you. and I think what you or your offspring is going to do is going to be necessary to changing this world for better or for worse. Hopefully for better, but that's why I'm saying I think for some of y'all it definitely will be better. But that's how I just believe it's very personal, direct, and involved in this community. That's what I'm saying. I do believe it broadly as the cliche, but I also believe it very specifically. And I hope that's not too selfish, but at the same time, I do think that is my belief on it. Like a very deep-seated belief. Again, it's been on my heart and lips for many, many years. At this point, almost a decade. Yeah, we used to update the Philo channel. Just got a lot of work. I might, you know what? Let me see if I could put an AI agent on it. If I could do, but even then, those motherfuckers take forever. Oklo. I do. That's what I'm saying. And y'all be like, Josh, run for president. I think one of y'all is going to be president. And you're going to get on that stage and you're going to make a Josh Atola joke. And we're all going to laugh. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't know. That's why I hope I hope I can make you better than me. You guys don't get it. That's why I've already told you I'm a piece of shit. I imagine all the mistakes I already got to make. Some of you, y'all got some better starting points. And some of y'all, you have kept out of the mud. You don't have the same thing. That's why I told you I had to learn all of this through the fucking character building. But man, I'm telling you, I think if y'all, I think some of y'all, it's in one of y'all. But so amen, man. God willing, baby. Let his will be done. That's what I truly believe. You know, if it's his will, it don't even matter what we saying. Goldman Sachs bans staff from placing prediction markets bets on finance and war. At the same time, one long term. Oh, let's go, Haider. Let's go, man. Did you come back? Or are you still traveling? That was good too, man. You got to enjoy your life, work. And, you know, I told you, man, if you have the desire, you want more, you match it with effort, dog. Is you know, things are gonna start showing up. So, amen. You have, I need one that could rip it, put the captions. I have one, but that one might take too long for the thing. And then I have one that it might cost too much, because like it's good with short videos, but 30, 40-minute videos, the AI still are, they're too expensive for that. You wanted your son to listen to the Philos? He's a bit down the road. See, but that's what I'm saying. Maybe he's the next president. That's the type of shit I'm on. That's where I'm thinking. But yes, amen. And I hope that's what I'm saying. That would be, I could only imagine. The kid grows up with the long term, you know, mom and dad teaching him things, even in this crazy world, exposing him to this stuff, encouraging him, getting him to believe, doing all. I could only like, that's, imagine 20 years of that. That is, so yeah, I don't know, future look bright. You don't want to change the world. You want to inspire the person that is going to change the world. Yes. I don't even think I want to. I think I'm going to. I think it's already happening. That's what I believe. That's why, that's the purpose of this, of all of this. That's what I think. And actually change the world. No cliche shit. No, just like straight up, as material as that could be interpreted. The most material change, like a 8K earnings. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, amen. Amen. So yeah, don't be lazy. So you understand, y'all? I'm just trying to say, I hope you like hearing this, but yeah, it sound good and all, but it don't do shit if you just go and listen to it. And you come on. You say years ago, give me 2 years plus, you'll make us better traders. It worked for me. Yeah, I mean, hey, it wasn't easy. It took a lot of time, but I mean, I even said last year, I said, if y'all are mad at me after Intel, paywall, whatever, if you don't make money, if that's the case, then yeah, I'll do whatever you want. But I'm just saying, man, it's just time. And if you do make a real commitment, but then again too, like I've said about a lot of y'all, you know, I've said this many times, some of you, I am not delusional, and I don't want you to be, I'm not going to take credit for anything that I don't deserve, because at the same time, I've said this many times, I believe some of you would be successful no matter what. It doesn't matter if I didn't do anything. And what I mean by that is that I probably helped, but you would have been successful if you got and went to anybody. If you had, some of you just have it. Some of you have the drive where you say, I'm going to do this. I want to do it the right way. I want to get good. I want to seek out guidance. I want to seek out correction. I want to, like, if you have that, some of you were already like that. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I mean by like ambition, some of that stuff that's in you. And I think good for you. And even if you don't have that, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying, I know some of you who apply yourself in that manner, it's not, the environment helps a lot. Environments will either slow or speed you up. That's what I should be able to speed you up, right? Another environment, you were still going to do good. You would have just been slower, right? But it's just like, that is the idea of just like, man, you guys would have got it regardless. You know, it's actually crazy. So that's why I encourage you all, man, you know, take it upon yourself. Pick up the burden and actually desire it in that sense. And, you know, give it that relentless effort, and I'm sure it will, like I'm saying, shit's going to show up. End tap and then A cam again. We stalled, but we didn't do the VWAP tap. Volkswagen, provide details on job cuts. Again, Zillow is getting volume like something's happened. What time is it? 12? Zillow, do you love me? Oh, Dude, you got a headline. Zillow Rentals now live as connected app inside Google Gemini. Ha. So all of that Google news about Google listings, Zillow is now tied into Gemini for those ads it shows. Yeah, that's great news. I mean, we already have the plays. I think they're still down, unfortunately, but hey, let's see. Yeah, the average is still down 50. Boo. There's a 5-cent weekly, but I don't know if I'm gonna touch it. That should drive it up, but again, people have been this has been a very unloved stock. So that's a good headline, but it may be a dud if there's not enough juice. But I like it. But be careful. I'm not adding to it. No. This is Zillow's listings. So remember when I told you, I even put it on the watch list. I told you I did the average down when they pumped the Google news. That's what I said was the buy signal, because everyone said it was Google going to fuck them up. But now, come to find, it pretty much looks like Google is integrating Zillow instead of doing their own thing. So now if you search on Gemini for a home rental, it'll send you links to Zillow Rentals. That's what it was. People thought it was going to be its own real estate thing. You know what? Fuck it. Give me one. I'll take a short term. They're 5 cents. We already have it. And like I said, I know it's unloved. There's no momentum in Zillow. It's unloved. So you need money to chase it on the big money, not retail money. You need these fucking programs to turn on. Yeah, Google now connects renters to Zillow tour booking. I like Z over ZG, yeah. But they should track pretty similar. They shouldn't be too different. But yeah, I just usually trade Z. It's only rentals. Yeah. Actually, a great observation. Because they don't make their money off of that. Yeah, wait a minute. What about the houses for sale? Or? Yeah, there's either going to be another announcement or that'll be the bad follow-up news. That's a great comment. It is only rentals. Renters can ask Gemini to find apartments. Rental tour will evaluate how integration expands. Yeah. There's nothing on house sales. At least it'll drive people there. I mean, the booking thing is where they generate their money. But you would make a rental booking versus show me a home booking is like a 4,000% difference in price. 40,000%. That's what I'm telling you. Those real estate leads are expensive from Zillow. Every time someone hits tour, they sell it. But the rentals make nothing. You're totally right on that. So yeah, interesting. The Texas exchange, yeah. Believe it or not, one of the Chads, he designed the Texas Stock Exchange. He designed the bell ringing desk. It's a trip. He does everything though. All good day, bro. He be doing everything. He's like, oh yeah, I did the White House. I did the NBA court. I decided. I'm like, what? So awesome. Well, hopefully Zillanter. Maybe we'll get lucky with a delay. But I think that one, like I said, we need momentum. Otherwise, it's good news, but I don't know if it doubled up that one play, but that's not like, yeah, it's not the juice. I want 5-10%. But I do think the real kicker on that headline, unfortunately, it'll be listings that are not rentals. That's the real money. Yeah, they don't do the selling leads as much. I don't know if they do it like Realtor. Like Realtor does the preferred agent. So like Realtor.com, they don't sell leads. They sell them, but you have to like go through a really extensive process, and then they give you like an area. Like they give you like a box where you get all the listings in that area for anybody who does it. But we buy some leads from Zillow still, but they were always expensive. So they would come up last on our list. Redfin, and then what's it called? Realtor.com. That's where we got some really good ones for cheap. Is there always alert? Not always, no. On some of those. So like that Zillow one, the added weekly, I don't think it's a good play. And by the time I would have typed it out and sent it, it's already up 100%, unfortunately. So I don't want to expose you to a bad idea if you're especially behind. Now you have to use their CRM and pay a referral? Oh yeah, that's kind of dumb. But then good for them. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not going to get everybody. Because the Realtor ones are the best. I really think so. Zillow and Redfin are just, they're easy. They tee them up, at least back when you could buy them in bulk. Well, they are trying to fuck Zillow, though. So Zillow is trying to become their own mafia, but, you know, the states and the MLS, and then it's interesting. They're trying to defend. Zillow's trying to make it like they're trying to turn it into like a Democrat debate. Zillow's trying to be like, you guys don't want transparency in pricing? The MLS is trying to keep prices up. Like, they're trying to play that card. But yeah, the Zillow they have pressure. So it would make sense why they're like, we must be our own mafia. Microsoft, again, Meta, I just had those up. Warsh new slate of advisors. Is there anyone new? Remember they were talking about Schwab's granddaughter. UI? No. Or Unilever? I have a look. Unilever, that was part of the McKesson. So yeah, I did look at it, but I'm more interested in McKesson. Or McCormick, whichever the fuck it is. I can't remember. I am dumb. Is Microsoft green now? It's about down 0.5%. Palant is still down 2%. ServiceNow, Zillow's dancing. It's weird. Microsoft's really going right now, and you have the high ticker active, but the SPY's not moving. I don't think your chips are playing. Somebody's not playing along. Your little weird rotation effect. Interesting. The equal weight and SPY were kind of matched today. There was only like a 0.4 difference. Yeah, now they're matched up. So even in the morning when we went like negative, it was only up by like 0.3, 0.4. And now they're about equal. Equal weight is. So equal weight's already down, but I think something big is holding us back. But Microsoft, Palantir's helping out software. But then, yeah, we're not getting any other crazy follow through. But the SPY's just not following through with it. But the high ticker is pretty active. Silo on the high too. That's just popping. Again, service. You just had a software burst. Cyber, IGV. They are going. Yeah, they're all just, those are the ones that are getting some moves. And Meta. Oh, I forgot about the Meta. Do you guys want me to rip the Meta? Because it won't go past 300%. It won't go past 350. So even though we're higher, they're like they're kind of keeping it in that zone. You need like more juice. It expires tomorrow. But I'll rip it if you want, and then maybe you get lucky. But it's literally last hour that contract won't go above 300%, even with the contract, the stock rising. Oh, yours is 2 weeks out and it's doing the same thing? That's weird. It makes sense on the dailies. That's why I was excited. This one at least had an extra day of time. Because that one NVIDIA yesterday, that's what happened to the NVIDIA. We were break even and then we went 1,000% in like a minute because of the time. So this one should have done a little better. But that's what I'm saying. Every time I observe it, it won't go past 350. Even if the stock is $2-3 higher. Carlisle set to make 5-fold return of data center. They're selling EQT. I like Microsoft here. I mean, we already bought it recently. It's around this price, I think. So I think I'm still down on it. I think I was up, by $6. So yeah, I do like this price. All right, SPY's still going down. Again, high ticker, little bit chilling out now, but still it's been active over the last 5 minutes. Low ticker has a couple. Again, I just think chips and some other things. You got a little bit of support from some big tech names that ran up. And then cybersecurity stocks. That has been straight up. And you even got Centrini and a couple of other people bandwagoning on the cyber wave. Abbott probe shift launches a probe into Abbott over bacterial contamination of baby formula. So is this another one? So they might reopen the case against Abbott. Remember, I would always tell you that every time. I was like, I'm pretty sure Abbott was linked to the formula, but that case was closed. But yeah, if they reopen it, that would suck, especially if they lost, because then you'd have to open up that whole can of worms again. Watch, it got volume, but the stock didn't react. Again, Abbott has been already a big underperformer in healthcare. Okta, again, that was the one that Centrini got into. All right, you would think they'd put in more effort into making baby formula. Right? Wait, we could save $1? Word. Let's put fucking stucco in it. What? Palantir melting up. Hold on, I was seeing something. It was a dud. Who was it? Qualcomm. Yeah, these guys are chilling for now. Each of the 5 task forces to be co-led by 3 external exports. I thought they're going to have more. Fed dedication to price stability and maximum employment mandates. Will pursue with rigor. Task force to operate independently. Follow evidence. Present. There's a Fed statement. Other task force chiefs include U.S. economists Mankiw, Sargent, Chetty, and venture capitalist Andreessen, and Xbox CEO Sharma. What? The CEO of Xbox? Yeah, dude, Fed just put out a statement. This is crazy. Oh, no, I thought the statement, I only saw the paywall. That's why I saw the New York Times thing. I didn't see there was, what's it called? No, yeah, I didn't know it was a fed.gov. Yeah, so they just put this out. But this is, the details of who it is. This is insane. Bro, this is global. Former governor of Bank of England, former president Central Bank of Brazil, former Bank of India, CEO of Walmart, Doug McMillon, former CEO. You got Professor Andreessen Horowitz, currently on leave at Anthropic. Oh, dude, this is the most globalist shit I've ever seen. It's kind of creepy. Dude, this is the United States Fed, but now you're telling me a task force of everyone around the world. You guys remember during 2023, and I'm telling you, like, correlation or like conformity and how all the central banks conform? Dude, that's insane. Because this is like, if you thought Kevin Warsh and dude, that's bringing the world together. That's not bringing it apart. What do you mean the Fed is going to have a task force weighing in on your decisions with people from almost every country, or at least your top developed nations? That's insane. That is a very diverse and eclectic group, to say the least. Lutnick, Trump knows price of oil will stay low. Fox interview. The Xbox CEO is going to be on one of the Fed task force. So yeah, the Fed just put out a statement. That's what I just put up here. You said you got Z a while ago. How come you didn't double dip and decide? So I think you were here for it, and I would encourage you to lock in. And I said this earlier today, for all of you, locked in or not, I am not going to keep explaining these plays, okay? And I'm not saying it to be mean, but I'm telling you, I would love to keep sharing more and more ideas, but I don't want to keep sharing ideas if I have to keep explaining them and like going, because that way it gets confusing. And, you know, if you're taking it as anything more than just an idea, you're going to get your hopes up, and then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But at the same time, I'm not looking to tutorial all of these. So please try to get with it, or at the same time, just take a step back, because the Zillow, like we've been talking about it for a really long time. So why I'm not buying it, because the whole idea changed. You know, we were buying Zillow as the lagger when software was at 107. Zillow was actually about the same price it is today. So software, we were bubbling up. We were going for the lagger, and then everything came down. So now there's no more lagger. It's still lagging, but not to the same degree as the last time. And now you have the earnings right around the corner for other companies, but now these other higher quality plays related to it, like Microsoft and Palantir, they're cheaper now. So I'm going to go with the higher quality one, because we don't have to play a lagger anymore if it's not lagging. So that was the idea with it, but that's why. But I did explain this a lot. That's why, because again, people were pressing me on there. But again, and I gave 3 plays like a month ago, and I tried to limit it and not go too crazy from there so that this was easy to follow. I gave Palantir, Zillow, and Sentinel 1. So 2 out of 3 of those are green as of now. And that's why I said even a week or 2 ago, I wrote off the Zillow. I still own it, but I'm not, that play idea, the thesis just completely changed. Unfortunately, it sucks. I wish it was better, but the other 2, Cyber, Sentinel, green, your Palantirs, they went red. And that's where, if Zillow's not in play, I like Palantir way more. And that's the one, thankfully, that one's green time, and we're catching that momentum. So if that too, and if this is any of this, if you're not understanding, it's already been about a month since all of those. If they're green, sell them if you're not following along. Otherwise, you got to still kind of decide within there. But I'm not looking to chase the Zillow unless that situation returns. If we go back to a situation, if tomorrow IGV goes up 10% and Zillow's the same price, and Palantir and Microsoft take off, then we could talk about it. But for now, just we had a little window. If the laggers played out, I think Zillow would have worked, but it didn't. The thing that was lagging ended up dying. Oh, that's ONT. I was like, why is Quant at $20? Yeah, exactly. There's nothing for Zillow to catch up to anymore. Exactly. There's still a gap, but it's not the same thing that we had earlier. Meta, positive outlook, AI, semi, metadata, talent, compute to catch up to OpenAI. I heard somebody say it. I thought it was hilarious. They're like, Zuckerberg spent hundreds of billions of dollars to hire all of this talent for AI just to get them to sell data centers. Like, it's kind of funny if you think about it. Remember, he was paying people $100 billion or something stupid. He was giving people, like $1 billion for a work contract and buying up all that talent. And then they're like, yeah, let's just sell the cloud. That don't build anything. Let's just sell the hardware. JLHL, that was from earlier. What price do I like Pepsi? Around 129 to 127. And I'd be flexible with that. Like I said, if you really want Pepsi, I wouldn't trip about $5 right now, $6. That's what I was saying a week ago when it was at this same price. Because I was saying, if your portfolio needs that quality, you like the discount, everything else, then I would just, you could work within it. Otherwise, I only use that price because it stayed in 129 to 130 for a long time, and we talked about it for like 3 months. I decided to get other stuff. Again, like literally Intel was around that time or right before. And I'm glad I did, because in a weird way it left me a little bit more flexible. But at the same time, it is I'm just going off of that previous low, and it could go lower, but if you already like it, I'd keep it on watch, but this is definitely a fair price to start settling in at or scaling in. But the problem is if it breaks its low, it could have more downside. But then the good news is that Pepsi is doing very bad on its own, but the industry itself is not. Go look at Coca-Cola and everything else. Money market 7.9 trillion, ahead of another IPO. They all have money. Oh, okay, the Meta went 529% now. I didn't want that Meta. I reluctantly did it. But if you took the first one, I told you the good one. The good one is almost, that one I think is just below 1,000%. But I told you, any of the headlines on Meta that I think would move it in the last 2 weeks, it wouldn't move. And then the ones that I don't think it moves. So that one I didn't think it was going to go. So I found the right contract, and then I went for the shittier one so I didn't have to spend much. But then I said, yeah, I'm taking that one because I know damn well I didn't think it was going to move. So I faded myself at that one. So, but it worked. It worked. It didn't miss much. We just kind of melted up, and the fears simmered down, even though we still attacked Iran, and then that just triggered the re-rotation. But today was a little bit more broad. It's not like, you had staples and healthcare kind of calm down, but no, everything else was still fairly good. Financials kept going, and then just a little bit more to the tension vibe, but not really any news. Am I taking the day off for GTA? Probably not. We'll play it though. But then the online doesn't come out. So I might not even buy Grand Theft Auto when it comes out. I just want the online. I don't want to. I'm not trying to. I'll read a book if I want to play story mode. To be honest, I'll read fiction. I would rather read a fictional book. But let me play with some online mother effers and troll them. I'm down. That you can't get that from literature. But yeah, otherwise, you want a story? You want me to fucking read a story? I'm gonna read a book, dude. 7.9 trillion. The Meta was a self-fade. You guys are understanding it. So like I said, I even said it in the moment. I said the 630, that was the optimal contract, but it was going for 50 cents. So I didn't believe it. I didn't like the play, but I'm like, okay, the last two that shouldn't have moved went, I might as well. But I faded myself by lowering the amount. So even though I identified the right contract, I just slashed it in half, and I took the lower quality one just in case, because I'm not trying to lose on that, and if I'm going to lose, I'm not going to lose a lot. And I thought the 50 was a little too much, because even if I wanted more than one, that'd be $100 on something I'm not really vibing with. Nah, but it worked. But like I'm saying, that one was a little different. You never played GTA Online in your life? No way. Pepsi a buy in the 120s tentatively. So this is where I'm saying I truly hope you guys could learn the vibe in the game. Because like I'm saying, do I think it's a buy in the 120s? Yes, I do. But does that mean right when it hits 120, I'm going to buy it? No, because it just depends what happens. It's all about the relative value. Oh, hold on. Like, you know what a lot of you have learned this. I've given a lot of explanations on this, and some of you, it took a couple of times, but then it clicked, and that's fine. I don't mind repeating this because I think it's important, and it's not related to a speculative gamble, but it's the idea that if it comes to 120, I think it's a buy. But now we have to look at everything else. So, like, let's say beginning of August 1st comes around, Pepsi hits 120 flat. So $9 lower than where I wanted it, right? Pepsi goes to 120, right? So Josh said that's a buy. So he's going to buy that right away, right? No. You have to look around the neighborhood. What else happened? So if by August 1st, Pepsi's at 120, but then Oracle is at $50, which one do you think I'm going to buy? Or better, Microsoft. Microsoft is at $200, $250. Fuck it, Microsoft's at 300 flat. Which one do you think I'm going to buy? Okay, here's a better one. Ready? Pepsi goes down to 120. Kimberly goes down to 80. Which one do you think I'm going to buy? I'm probably buying the Kimberly. But then if Kimberly's at 80 and then Amazon's at 50, I'm buying Amazon. But then if Amazon's at 50 and then NVIDIA's at 20, I'm buying NVIDIA. But then if NVIDIA's at 20, do you see what I'm saying? I could do this forever. That's what I'm saying. You got to understand this. That's the game. That's the neighborhood. It's nothing is static. Nothing is staying the same. It's changing even by the time I tell you. So you got to I like that price. I like the company, the value, everything about it. I liked it at 127. I liked it at 150. I like it right now. Like I'm saying, there's a level that attracts me to make a buy. And, come that time, if everything else is up and there's no other, pound for pound quality to price, that's the best one, we're taking that one. But if you tell me there's better quality at lower prices or same prices, I'm going to take those probably. Especially if I could build around something I already own. Oh shit. Yeah, no, I'm ripping it. That's 1,000%. If it fills. All right, I sold the Meta 1,000%. Not 20 cents to 200. $20 make you 200. Not bad, Habibi. I ripped the first one free early because I didn't like that play. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's 2 days in a row though. I know some of y'all thought the streak was gonna end this week, but no, we just had a back-to-back. But then those are short-term fucking dailies. They're not. They don't hit the same. They hit different, but as you know. Both blow. So yeah, the 630 is 1,000. They both went 1,000%. So I'm glad we got the same 1,000% without putting up double. But if that didn't go straight up, we would have got fucked. Yeah, they're above 1,000% now. I sold it. They just took another fucking 100%. Yeah, you just got to look. You got to look at relative value. Even if you said Microsoft at 300, that's a no-brainer. Where's everything else at? Here, let me tell you, guy, I don't know, where maybe the young guys. Maybe any of you are any of you going through a glow up right now? Have any of you made a glow up? Have you made like a nice drastic change? Are you coming into your higher self? Cuz I'll just tell you this, bro. If a hot girl ever approaches you one day and is all of a sudden interested in you, you could entertain it, but if I were you, if all of a sudden a hot girl started giving me interest, I would just double check, and I would go see if there's another hot girl that would give me interest. I'd be like, just in case, let me see. Hold on, maybe this isn't a one-off. Maybe something happened, and I would just say, hey, what's up? I would talk to one more hot girl just in case and see what happens. Dude, yeah, you get what I'm telling you? Yeah, I think it's solid advice, because you may think that's hot, but I'm like, have you looked around then? Maybe you just got to change the environment a little bit. Maybe you are hotter than you thought. Maybe your dollar will go even further. Because that's what I'm telling you. It's like even Microsoft at 300, that means nothing if I don't know where everything else is at. Are you following? Because then you're like, oh, wow, that's great. But what if Apple's at $10? Then like what? Who knows? Again, I know this sounds crazy, but you are talking to somebody who picked up Meta at 90 and other crazy stocks at dirt cheap prices while everything was still up. Because that's what happens. Wall Street's finicky. What the fuck? Another 500%? Are you kidding? So yeah, it's up 1,500% now. I just take my thousands and then they fucking... I don't get it. I do get it, but still. Don't tell my girlfriend that? No, why? I tell my girlfriend knows this. Because based on that logic, you should understand my girlfriend is the hottest girl in the world. You get what I'm saying? You want to know why I know? Because then I looked around. I said, wait a minute. I said, hold on. This is a fluke. And then I checked relative value. I went all around the world. I saw everybody. I sent out a couple extra DMs. I said, nope, this one right there. Relative, that was no-brainer. No-brainer. See, so she understands my value assessment. So yes, by that logic, she is the most beautiful girl in the world. That's a relative value. Relative value. I looked around. Meta is tricky. I know. Remember I was telling you, though? I was like, if I ripped them at 300, you guys... I'm glad I didn't, but... See, that's a look. Your wife asked why I chose her and how I got so lucky. I said she was the best I could do. See, it's reverse. If my girl asked me that, I would say it's because you're the best in the world. And the same thing with stocks. That's how you should look at it as. Don't do the best you could do. Go look around and find the actual best. And that's what I'm saying. You got to compare it at that time. So when what you want gets to a good price, just look around. Just make sure. Make sure that it's either individual or it's a broad move, but that's how you could tell. Dude, Microsoft. You have, dog, the high ticker has been low-key gassed. Microsoft about to go green. SPY is literally the same spot, so you're getting some of that annoying rotation playing out a little bit. Meta. Did Zillow stop going? Yeah, it just held. Yeah, now it was now who was it? There's like now Palantir and Microsoft. I think those are the ones that started. So should you look for another job as I'm about to be promoted? Yes. Think about it. Someone just said, I'm going to pay you more money to do the same amount of work. So that means someone might be able to pay you double that for the same amount of work. Yes. That's what people do with job negotiations. And then they'll come back and then they'll say, hey, I got an offer from here. Can you match it? So maybe go see if somebody will pay you more and then tell your employer if they could match it. Ta-da! Boeing, I don't see it as predictable. I just see it as the chain is very, a stock that's just chopping. It's predictable when you catch it on the favorable, but yeah, that's why the spreads, the back and forth, you need a move. But whenever it does break out of that box, they're going to be great. Now, the recent half year, I mean, yes, and there's a lot of bad things with Boeing that they overlook, and there's a lot of good guidance that people price in, but Boeing is just, I think the stability, there's good and bad getting priced into it, and then you have the stability of fucking Donald Trump. I think it's a Donald Trump stock. Again, the government, this America, it's tied into all of these trade deals. So, and then again, contracts and, just like LMT, RTX, contractual based companies like that, a lot of it's already priced in. Yeah, no, the drama from a few years ago is all there. The BA drama, at least they don't have whistleblowers. Dude, hey man, at least planes aren't falling out of the sky. Dog, it was like every quarter a plane would fall out of the sky, kill 300 people, and they're like, oh, we're sorry about that. Can we offer you guys like a coupon? Yeah, my bad. And then come to find out, it was a bunch of white dudes clowning on the fucking Indians during the training. And they're like, these fucking Indians don't even understand the system. Meanwhile, they just had faulty software fucking nosediving planes out of the sky. And then fast forward 5 years, we start fucking sliming out the whistleblowers. And they're like, oh my gosh, that's terrible. The only witness died. Oh, there's another witness and he died too? By his own hand? Oh, unfortunate. New 737-8 MAX, same exact plane. We just rebranded it with a software update. What? And I'm supposed to feel safe? I'm supposed to, every time I see Boeing on that fucking plane ticket, I'd be lying to you if I didn't have a bunch of ideas run through my head and I'm like, damn, it's about to turn into a fucking Idris Elba movie. The plane gonna go down, I'm gonna be on the island, and all of a sudden I'm like fighting people. I'm like, where did I get such stamina? How did I learn to chop down trees and build fucking huts? But this is what I had to do because my Boeing went down on an island. I'm like, this is bullshit. And I'm like, I can't, I just want to go home. So yeah, that's what happens every time I get on a Boeing. I hate it. PM and MO on the low. It's a lot of software moving, but chips, they're good. And one of you said it today, but we've seen it a couple of times. It's not like too crazy, but yeah, you got chips and software up today. Like I said, today is broadly broadened out. I mean, again, even Momentum, Energy, some of those other ones, they did their thing. Caterpillar? That's weird. A bunch of industrials are on the low. Industrials and energy. I don't know if that's the oil falling off. Oh, I forgot about the Boeing doors falling off. Yeah, dude. What the fuck? But yeah, but then again, some of their guidance has been very good. And they've made a lot of money back. And yeah, enough time, everybody forgets this stuff. Well, actually, Josh, if your plane went down on the island, the GPS went... Okay, thank you. Thank you for stopping yourself. Well, that'd be incorrect. How did you crack? There would be no survivors. The survival rate would be 1. So actually... Oh my gosh. Okay, bro, this is not Reddit. I'm sure there's more people who will engage on Reddit. Who else makes planes like Boeing? Nobody. Airbus. That's it. You guys should go watch the IPE lesson. A lot of people don't. Dude, like, plane makers are part of the government. It's even like a regional trade agreement. And all these big governments in planes and who makes the planes and how they do it, it's very, very tied to politics. So, who was it? Not McGregor. What was the one? What was the other plane maker before Airbus and Embraer? But yeah, it's like Boeing and Airbus are all of the plane makers. There's like small ones. McDouglas. So there used to be McDouglas. There used to be a big American one. And until the governments started working together to protect the industry of airlines, yeah, McDouglas. McDonnell Douglas? I thought it was McDouglas. But yeah, they went BK. And then they used to have more share than Boeing, believe it or not, for commercial planes. And then, yeah, that changed everything. And then there was political trade drama. But yeah, it ties the whole Boeing, Airbus, who makes all the planes. It's not a coincidence. You only have 2 plane makers, realistically, for every government of the world. It's a government. This is a political agreement that people made 50, 60 years ago. It's insane. If you don't know it, I have a whole video, a whole economic lesson on it, because it ties into regional trade agreements and RTAs, and I forgot the other concept. But there's one, it's just related to trade and trade deals. You could buy a McDouglas, you know that? I've looked at used planes before. I told you could buy one of them. Some of them are rare. Some of them, they sell these like old McDouglas planes. You could buy one for like a couple $100,000, and then if you fix it up, you could sell it for $10 million. I don't know. I don't know who buys this shit, but yeah, I've seen it. Apple, AT&T. I've seen Palantir has so many highs today, and it's still down 2.5. It's a really interesting story. It's the that's what I'm saying, bro. A lot of the economics and the politics, IPE, international political economy. It's a trip. Snow, crowd. Oh yeah, cyber's been going up the whole time. And Apple. Was CBOE green all day, but like it just stayed pinned. Again, I think that Goldman news helped out. It didn't help out that Kalshi was like, they're going to get into the other markets today. But yeah, I think if these banks are going to start banning people, their own workers, on all sorts of shit, I just think it's not a, like I'm saying, I think it's going to be, I think perpetual futures on these little platforms are going to exist, but it's just not there. Even then, like, I don't know, bro. I looked at one of the little platforms, and have you seen the average bet too? Like, dude, it's kind of crazy. That's why I'm still shocked that they sold this shit off 30%. Like, the average wager on, like, these prediction markets is, like, $15 or something. It's not even... That's why I'm like, there's no way we're selling off the biggest fucking option provider and future provider in the world, thinking that $15 average movements or per customer is gonna... I mean, again, an average future is 20 grand. 2 grand if it's the small one. So, yeah, it's fascinating. QTTB? What's that? Workday, I think that's still red. No, I went green. SAP went green. They all went green. The government's trying to limit the way you fly. No. It's all drama. So this plane issue, this was the Donald Trump tariffs before anybody told you to get mad at Donald Trump. Essentially, back in the day, people were getting mad because Boeing was dominating it, and then Boeing dominated all of it, and then again Bombardier, all the American companies essentially, McDouglas, we were making all the planes. And then we got competition from Airbus, but at the same time, we were trying to do these trade deals, and we were trying to work with these other countries, and all of they weren't happy. They weren't willing to do a deal with us. So this was a way we offered an agreement to both fund the other side, because that's what the Europeans started doing. So once they started seeing the Americans, they didn't want to do these trade deals. America is dominating this field. So you know what the Europeans started doing with Airbus? They pumped a bunch of money and gave it to Airbus. They made it accommodations for Airbus. They made it so Airbus can start competing with the government backing them. And then the Americans are like, yo, you can't do that. And then the Europeans are like, you're doing it. And they're like, no, we're not, but you are. And then they go and they play this game back and forth until eventually they both come to an agreement that we both share this market, we both do this, and we both support our airline providers, and then we make a bigger trade deal to have this agreement. And then, yeah, that's what happened. But it was beef. It was big beef back in the day. It wasn't, they were not happy. They did not, the Europeans and even the smaller countries, some people liked it, but there's winners and losers. Yeah, Boeing or BE finally. $12 minutes left. What a day, Chad. What a day. That's good though, man. It's been a while since we've had a straight, at least a day. No, not even a VWAP tap. One of them, and it did feel like we were gonna stall out there. But yeah, the rotation a lot less annoying today, even though I called it the most annoying rotation. The long on DraftKings with Burry. I like the idea in the short term. I just think once we get like an official update on FIFA gambling numbers, a lot of these companies will pop, unless it takes too long and then everyone prices it in. But I do think some people are going to be surprised. People have been disappointed by beer numbers off of FIFA. But yeah, I do think though, I think the gambling numbers on FIFA are a nice tailwind. But the plays don't... I have a small play we made before Burry. They won't go past 30%, though. Yeah, that meta is almost 2,000%, you guys. I already sold it. I'm Boeing. Back to Cali. Oh, they raised that bar. Palantir again and Microsoft. Just out there, pay the plug. BE, you got a hit on that? Nice. 10B and Amazon now. Amazon was not doing much, I feel like. Yeah, it's actually one. It's just been subtle. I know. Well, tomorrow the momentum will be weird because the IPO. But yeah, I agree. We don't, I mean, as long as we just, if we could get out the box, but unfortunately, we are in the box. I'm trying to think. Oh, I want to see Microsoft. That's what we should do. We could do this tonight for the watch list. If you guys have any of these earnings targets, you come with a ticker and I could check it for you. Because that's what I've been doing on a lot of these. I'm just going through. I'm trying to see if we could spot any day-to-day change in these analysts trying to move something. Because like I'm saying, some of these, some we saw one or two move, but yeah, that's why like even like that's why I just checked Microsoft. I want to see if there's something underneath the surface. But yeah, watching that bar raise and lower in real time, I think it's going to help a lot. I don't know. I don't know if BE is selling off just because or if it's finally responding to that short report. So that'll depend on type of play, but I don't have a play on it. We were just talking about it. The highest close on Apple on record? Oh shit. Yeah, because it hit 317 and never closed there. All of your closes here are low. Watch out. What if it sells off $5? Seems like it does that every day. Thank you for the meta news. Locked in. All my gains on the next. Let's go, baby. I love it. I love it. That was a good one. I didn't, like I said, man, if you use, you know, I didn't like the play. I explained to you why I did it, but I'm glad you guys got exposure. Again, 2 days back-to-back 1,000%ers. It's like I said, though, it sucks the short-term ones because the short-term ones, you guys got to be careful. That's why if you hear me and I call out the price, if you're quick enough, but at the same time, it's not those ones are very, very risky. That's why they could go 1,000% so fast. But yeah, that's why, you know, the pricing, and I was cautious on that one for a reason. That's why I went with the lower one. I just think a little bit of action mixed in with luck. So I'll take it though. Back to back. We going back to back. On now, don't worry about upgrade or downgrade. Worry about the EPS and revenue. That's the thing that they're hiding from you. You see what I'm saying? Let me put it this way. An analyst can downgrade a stock and then raise the low end of what they expect. And that'll change the guidance. You see what I'm saying? And better yet, an analyst can upgrade the stock and lower what they expect, and that could lower the guidance. So it's not just about the stance on the position, but that we're looking at the actual expectation numbers moving up or down. But you did get one on now. Ironically, now had one. You had one down estimate today. But you're going to get, usually you get 17 in a month. So you did get one analyst on now today. But you need the, what's it called? The month just started. It's like I'm saying, or a little volatile. Last time you only had 3. This is from March. But yeah, so like, look though, their guidance hasn't changed though. So somebody downgraded it, but it didn't change the range for what now is expecting. But that's what I'm telling you guys. The bar on now, it's both lowered on the low end, but then raised on the high end. But the guidance on now hasn't changed in 4 months. So that bar is not moved yet. So that's the good part. But then where was it? So it's just the same price if you think about it. So now you're coming in same price as March, lower low end, but higher high end. But then it's been unchanged for the last 3 months. All right, final 5, getting some volume. Trump spoke with Israeli PM Netanyahu on Thursday. They held call, agreed to special coordination on various fronts. The verse of the day, I think 1st or 2nd Timothy. It reminded me of Tim. And then I looked in the chat in the morning, and then Tim is like, yo, verse of the day, Timothy. And it made me happy, Tim. You know that? I said, wow. I said, amen. But now I didn't. Now every time I see Timothy in the Bible, I'm going to think of Tim Whitman. It's a good name. Good name. Meta again? Okay. Do they just want to induce vomiting right now? What the fuck? That plays 2,000%. The 630 is in the money. The good one I called out went 2,000%. The shitty one went 2,000%. I think they just want you to vomit at this point. Because if you got it or you didn't, it's still vomitable at this. I don't know how. It's fucking amazing. Well, well, well. Meta, meta, meta. Can't you see? Sometimes the dailies hypnotize me. I just love your spending ways. Mark Zuckerberg is broken. That's okay. All right. Team, a bunch of software into the bell, even Fig. Inta. Oh, those SYYs. Those SYYs are up 200% for some reason. I only have 2 of them. I ripped those. 300%. I bought them at 6. But yeah, I don't know if that has to be going down still. And again, your ACHC, if you got it, oh, I think that was up, even though it shows down. That has a fat spread on September. Okay, now it probably won't fill. But at one point, it was showing down, but it would have filled you at like 30%. You took 100%. I'm vomiting. I did too. I took 100% quick because I didn't like it. And then I said, okay, and I took the 1,000%, and then it instantly went up 1,500. And now it's at 2,000. So yeah. Nice. Was it Meta Epicac? Is that what it's called? Do you guys know what I'm talking? Epicac? Have you ever? Is that how you say it, or am I just saying? Do I just sound offensive? Is it Epicac or Epicac? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? He said, "What did he say?" Yeah, it just makes you poop. That's what I feel like these meta plays turn into. It doesn't even matter. Oh shit. 45 seconds! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Make up your mind. You got a gigantic IPO tomorrow. This time, it's not SpaceX. It's related to the chips. The memory of finally a good day across the board. No weird rotations. But that's over now. Ding 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 ding. Chatadonia. Wow. Wow. 7 hours on a Friday, Junior. A Friday, Junior. You made it to the bell. My brother, my sister, thank you for your time. But now I need a good game in the chat. No psychological warfare. Drop your GG. If you are not banned and you have a GG, that's a good sportsman. Make a good game, brother. GG. Oh, Chatadonia. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, knows, vibes, personalities, info. Way to hold it down, baby. Some ill call-outs, dog. You know that? Some of y'all dropping news before the news. Y'all picking up on info. Y'all bringing up shit that's slipping through the cracks. I love it, baby. We got 1,000%! He wants to fight you, man. GG, baby. Good game. I see you too, baby. Sorry to everybody is easy. If you a part of it. If you ain't part of it, I don't know why you wasting your time, dog. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. Hey man, I love y'all, baby. Let's go. Someone go make the next president. Someone go change the world. That's why I showed up today. King Jesus is Lord. I can't trust that cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. I wish I could turn my camera on. Do you know that? I wish I could turn my camera on. I really hope you guys, if you guys could see me. Oh, I love it. I hate Wall Street. Fuck Wall Street. But man, good game, Chad. Good game. Good game. GG. No, I couldn't go live. I'm not going to lie to you. This is probably the good advantage to not having my face on the screen is that I'm not wearing a shirt right now. You know that? Sometimes I just stream in my boxers. You know that? So yeah, I don't want to. And then I did that once, and then I moved, and then I scratched my nip on the mic, and then it was bad. It was bad, but yeah, no, it's good. No, AC's on. It's just hot, bro. I was hot in the morning. I was excited, and then I just and I don't know. I was just like, all right, just gotta be free, bro. And then I get up every hour. I'm doing them stretches, you know. I gotta stay cool. They hate AI art. So Chatadonia. What a day. This ain't even the good. This is the pregame. It's like I said, bro. Maybe for a little bit you'll get Yash. The gate is closed. I need y'all locked in, man. I'm not saying go buy a membership. And if you are, you should do it now, okay? Don't do it after we hit 50 different plays and then you get in on the last one and then you fucking ask me a bunch of questions. Because it's not. I'm telling you, early. Get early. Be prepared early. Desire it early. I'm telling you, earnings season, another historic quarter. It's right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. So, if anything, you had a month to go back and forth, a month to celebrate or lick your wounds, whatever it may be, a month to joke around. But I'm telling you, bro, our runway is approaching. I hope you use it. So, Chatadonia, God bless you all. And thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. But my friends, don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why the faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why you have everything. It's all inside of you. You have nothing left to learn, but you have everything to remember. The truth, the power, the business, the idea, the money. It's all in your head. Not like you're going cuckoo. Like, again, you don't need to worry. I need to go add more. I need something new. No, you need to develop and learn the skill of extracting this from your mind. It's there, brother. Ask the Lord or ask Plato, for crying out loud. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Charadonia. What a wonderful day. I hope you had a good one. God willing, we have another one. And God willing, we wake up. So we'll see tomorrow. Not promised. But I'll see you tonight. I hope I'll have an Instagram video. So follow me on the Trading Fraternity. Otherwise, I'll see you on the Locked In. And get ready for a Friday. And actually, I didn't look today. You know that? I haven't even looked at the long term. You guys know I haven't logged in once. I did not log into the long term once today. Did you know that? Look at that. Oh, I lost 0.04%. Oh, no. So let's see. I want to see. But I'm showing you this because before I head out, just remember, a lot of work, a lot of dedication. That's because I believe one of you is going to do something great. So I said, why do you think I showed up this morning? And that's why. I believe, baby. I believe. But yeah, this long term went up. This one went up 3/4%. Look at you. So yeah. But Chad, when it's all said and done, none of this would be possible. Beyond the Lord, we do have a worldly sponsor. You know, I think it's all sponsored by the Lord, honestly. So amen and praise God. But as far as the world is concerned, there is something that has helped me. And I have taken their support. And they sponsor this channel. So please take this time to show love to our sponsors. And make sure you use their product. Okay? I've used it my whole life. Most of it. And I couldn't imagine anything else. And don't ever forget it. But I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you in the AM, God willing. And goodbye.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.